Welcome. I think we'll get rolling here. It's 8 o'clock. So we're still in session from yesterday, so we'll just continue on. And we rolled over the highway department from last night to this morning. But we also have the Honorable Judge Robert Jasinski here, and he's got a lot of bad guys he's got to talk to, or maybe good guys. So I'm wondering if we should just roll him up first, if you guys are good with that. So, Judge, Your Honorable Judge Jasinski.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for everything that you do with respect to all the work that you provide for the county. Thanks for letting us go first here today. I think most of you know Liz Hassett. She's the court administrator for the Seventh Circuit, and so I'm going to have her talk about the budget, if you don't mind.
No, that's perfect.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. I echo Judge Kaczynski's comments. So our budget is primarily consisted of court-appointed attorney costs with regard to criminal and abuse and neglect cases, and court administration with regard to court reporter fees, competency evaluations, jury costs, medical costs, and witness fees. And in the letter, I've outlined the South Dakota codified law that requires the county to cover those costs. When we're creating this budget, it's somewhat difficult because our role is based on what everybody else is doing. How many jury trials come to us as far as the judges go, how many witnesses are called, interpreter fees, and things like that. In 2024, we've had a total of 47 jury trials, which is really much higher than we've had historically. And we anticipate that to continue to be around 50 this year and then continuing on in the next year. Part of that is due to the higher level of cases we're seeing. Some of that is, the choice of the state and the defense coming together and not reaching an agreement and needing to go to the jury trial itself. So that brings about a higher cost of court-appointed attorneys, potentially higher cost of witness fees, juror costs, potentially interpreters, which we're seeing an increase as well. So the other thing that we increased was the court-appointed attorney fees, and that's mainly due to the 2% increase of the hourly rate, which I'm anticipating, but I haven't had a final number. But I'm anticipating about $122 per hour in 2026, which now it's $120. So that's where the increase in that budget area came from. We have seen a consistent year-over-year increase in our criminal cases, mainly felony and misdemeanor cases. And so that's where our increase in budget, as far as the growing demand, has come in with a lot of our additional expenditures. Specific to the competency evaluations, we're seeing that more often. I know yesterday you heard from Amy Iverson with West River Behavioral Health, and you heard from the sheriff talking about the pivot point and how that's been huge and beneficial to help with some of those things, to reduce some of those costs of sending individuals over to HSC, Human Services Center, but we're still seeing that cost associated with that evaluation because we cannot go through with a case going towards final case resolution if there's any question of competency. So that's where you'll see a lot of those increases. Other than that, we try to have as clean and as streamlined budget as possible. Again, our increases are basically due to the needs and the cases that are brought forward to the courts from the state's attorney's office, from the attorney general's office, and then the defense attorneys that are participating as well. When a court-appointed attorney is requested, it's typically when there's either a conflict with the public defender's office or with the Dakota Plains Legal Services, and we just need an additional entity. I know Paul Branken with Dakota Plains Legal Services brought that file and talked about conflict cases. Now, we need more than just 2 conflict offices, because there might be multi-parties on a case, or they might have represented somebody, and specifically for the abuse and neglect cases, we have kids that need attorneys, we have parents that need attorneys, and so all of those things bring about the need for that court-appointed attorney budget. That is really difficult to navigate and assume for the next year, because again, we receive the cases, we don't charge them out, we don't ask for them, they come to us. And so we try to do our best with evaluating, but I know we're in regular conversation with Cindy's office of saying, your budget's getting close and we might need a supplement, and that's really difficult to navigate and identify right at the very start, especially this early, to anticipate for fiscal year 2026 how much we actually need in that budget. But what we do is we anticipate that increase in hours and assume that if we see the same kind of climb that we've had, then we'll be okay. But again, it's really difficult for us to assume how many cases we're going to have in fiscal year 2026. But we did see that increase. We did add that increase in it specifically for that cost of hourly wage. So
Thank
that's
you.
globally what our budget is
Okay,
consisting
thank you.
of.
I'm going to open it up to some questions up here or comments, if you don't mind. So,
Absolutely.
anybody have any questions or
Mr.
comments?
Chair.
or-
So do you see this trend continuing where, everything's dependent on basically what, folks are doing out there in the justice system, but obviously there's been a shortfall the last few years, so I just wondered if there's a trend that you see that this is just going to continue, unless we can change behaviors of our citizens out there.
I think you hit the nail right on the head. If you can change behavior, then we might be able to decrease the trend. But, as a court system, to a certain extent, we're more a reactive type organization than a proactive organization. In other words, the cases come to us. It's dependent, as Liz said, on what the state's attorney's office does, what the attorney general's office does, whether or not there's a way to resolve a case in a timely manner without incurring a lot of costs, or whether or not there will be a trial. And so it's almost virtually impossible to predict, but I don't see us being able to very accurately predict what may happen just because of the number of cases that we get, the type of cases that we get. We could have some of these murder cases or potential capital cases eat up an awful lot of resources. It doesn't take more than a couple of those cases in a year to really bite into the budget. Because normally those are handled by court-appointed private attorneys, mainly because the public defender's office in Dakota Plains, they have a limited amount of resource to be able to deal with those types of cases. And those types of cases, quite frankly, need to be represented well, because if they're not, then we're going to be paying attorneys for the next 20 years on habeas petitions and so on. So it's got to be done right the first time out. But I think that's an excellent question, unless the criminal behavior of our citizens, and it's not all the citizens, obviously, but the ones that we see on a regular basis changes, it'll be impossible for us to predict.
I believe we had testimony yesterday from Dakota Plains, and they indicated they had, if I recall, close to 450 cases with 3 attorneys, so
Right.
Everybody's busy out there.
And I just a shout out to them. They do good work. They do good work. I find them to be on top of their cases. The work is timely. They resolve cases in a timely manner. And as does the public defender's office, and as do all of the court-appointed attorneys. But it's just very case-specific for the most part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Or
I just have one.
Commissioner Perry has a comment for you.
So talking about, it was interesting with Dakota Plains yesterday and looking again at what they do. And I think the number was, Ron, you had come up
400
with it.
people he had in there.
467 people, I think, but you averaged it out, it was about
$1,600
$1,600 a case.
Yep.
And so Jordan and I were talking about that yesterday a little bit. And, he said, is there any other entity out there like Dakota Plains that we could contract with? And so the discussion was that, they're getting a flat amount that they negotiate through our agreement, and we're paying, a flat amount for that. And it turns out, I think it's a good use of taxpayer dollar at $1,600 a case. And then you look at the court appointed where you're billing hourly on that. Do you see any benefit to having somebody else in the community that we could contract with, like Dakota Plains, to handle some of those conflict cases? Or what's your thoughts on that?
I think that's a good question. I'd have to do an analysis of the amounts that we actually pay, but just anecdotally, here's what I'll tell you, and I'm always very wary about anecdotal evidence, but we see this all the time. We don't see we scrutinize the hourly bills from the court-appointed attorneys. Every judge has to approve them before they're sent out to the auditor. So the bills, I can't speak for all the judges, but the bills that I see that come across my desk are very reasonable. A lot of them are less than $1,000. A lot of them are in the $800-900 range for lower-level felonies. And so, I don't think that the system necessarily needs another entity right now, but on the other hand, I think it would require some more study, some more number crunching to really get to it. And then the question kind of becomes who would be able to do it in this area. I think you might be able to approach some of the law firms and see if they would be willing to enter into a contract. Here's what I'll tell you, we're having a hard enough time getting lawyers, young lawyers from some of the bigger law firms coming in and taking court appointments to begin with because the hourly rate is so low. When they can bill at $250 an hour, they really don't want to spend their time at $122 an hour if it goes up by $2. So I predict there might be some difficulty going that way, although it's worth exploring. The other thing that I'll say about that is that the court-appointed attorney, as I indicated, court-appointed attorneys that we appoint on a private basis right now, I just haven't seen their bills to be outrageous or something to really worry about.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you crunch the numbers and you find a law firm that's willing to do it at an average cost that is less than what the private attorneys charge, by all means, that would make sense. But you're still not going to be able to get rid of the private attorneys just because the workload is such. I mean, it's not just conflicts, it's just the workload as well between the PDO and the Dakota Plains folks. So Dakota Plains has, 400 some cases. How many new felonies do we get a year? Almost 9,000, right? I mean, you know the numbers a little better than I do.
Yeah, I think Laura's 4,000, 3,000. So 3,000.
yeah.
So if one conflict has 400, 450, there's a lot more cases out there.
Yeah, that's the felonies, and then obviously they represent folks on misdemeanors as well if jail is an issue, if there's a potential for a jail sentence. So it's not just conflicts, it's also just the pure volume.
All right. And maybe one more question, getting back to that she'll present here later, our state's attorney. But she's taken the stand, since she's come into the office, tough on crime and zero tolerance, particularly getting back to some of the retail theft and everything downtown. So based on a new position taken by our state's attorney on, tough on crime, have you seen an increase in stuff coming through the court system impacted by that change?
There's an increase in misdemeanor files for sure, because petty theft and some of those cases are class 1 or class 2 misdemeanors. We have seen that increase.
Correct.
All right.
Awesome, I learned some great information. My mechanic he gets like $125 an hour, so I could see where we could run into some issues. But any other questions from the
Mr. Chair, I guess my last question, as long as we got the judge here. Judge, is there anything we can do as a county relative to the state's attorney, public defender, and the jail system that we could do different that would make your life easier?
You know, I really appreciate that question, and so here's what I'll tell you. We have at least I believe we do, and I think that is actual. We have a very good working relationship with the state's attorney's office. We have a very good working relationship with the sheriff's office. We meet on a regular basis to try to discuss ways to streamline the system and to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And I will tell you this, I don't think that's true in every jurisdiction in South Dakota. We try to resolve whatever happens face to face. And we really do try to streamline everything that we do. And we're working on a few projects right now internally in the court system, as well as with the state's attorney's office and with the Pennington County Sheriff's Office to make things even more streamlined. So I don't know that there's anything necessarily that I can point to right now that the county commission can do, other than just to encourage everybody to keep working together for the good of all the people in Pennington County.
And as a commission, that's exactly what we like to hear, so
Right.
certainly appreciate your time here today.
Well,
We'd like to thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
thank you very much. We appreciate
Appreciate
being
your
here.
presentation today.
Take care.
Thank you.
And Joe, we hung you over, I know, so we're ready for you, brother.
You want to take 4-H instead, first? 4-H, because
Oh,
they're...
4-H is there? Oh, okay. I missed it. I'm sorry, Joe. We have 4-H?
Oh,
4-H is not here. They were not aware that their time was now, so we should move.
okay, highway.
Okay. Should we fill in with Joe then, since Joe's here? Can we fill in with Joe then, since he's here?
Yep.
A lot of pushback on Joe, so. But we'll let you come in now, Joe, and sorry about last night. We got a little bit.
You guys had a long day.
Yep, so we're ready to roll, so you go ahead and you got the floor, sir.
All right. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. First off, I think Jordan's getting a little presentation pulled up here with just, would it be easier to do it over here, Jordan, or?
It might be, but I can get it. Headphones.
I love technology. I'm assuming everybody got my narrative there, kind of our department overview. We live to support not only our residents, but the 4 million tourists that visit our lovely county each year with Mount Rushmore and Harney Peak and all the lovely things that we have in our county here. So some of the services that we provide, we do asphalt overlays, patching, blading, graveling, we do hand patching, so oil injection patching, sweeping, traffic counts. We do a lot of stuff in-house that a lot of other counties don't necessarily do. So I just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what we do at Pennington County Highway Department. Go to the next slide, Jordan. And then just give you a status. So 2024 in August, as Jerome pointed out yesterday, we had a fire in our wall shop due to a lightning strike that struck a loader and then spread to our wall shop. Thanks to the buildings and grounds and Walter, our risk manager, we got that fixed in a timely manner, and Skull Construction came out and got that done, and we are back up and running there. 2020, we upgraded all of our security cameras in our outer divisions. One thing we did when I came on board here back in 2018, none of our outer divisions had cameras. We put a camera system in all of those divisions. That camera system had served its useful life, so we chose to update those with the help of IT. Basically put those on the same system that the rest of the county's on. So it's a much better system, much more user-friendly. We also held our first successful annual Touch a Truck public outreach event, which was a huge success. I think we had 400 to 500 people attend that. The kids loved it. Our employees loved it. It was a great community event. Deadwood Avenue is finally under construction. We successfully completed that right-of-way with the help of the state's attorney's office last year, late last year, and then we were able to begin construction this year. We won, our staff won the state and region award for the Innovation as Local contest for our road condition cameras. Then we also had a crane installed in our welding bay, and then we are continuing to have success with our big grants through the state, thanks to the wheel tax that you guys implemented back in 2020. And then our equipment purchase plan that was originated in 2019. As of this year, we have all of our motor graders under warranty, which is a huge lift of liability from the county to John Deere with that warranty. If you want to go to the next slide, Jordan. 2026 budget request overview. We've got 4 bridge repairs that we've got big grants for that we applied for, I believe, 2 years ago, and we're successful, and we will get those constructed next year. Along with 2 bridge repairs with local funds. We have an asphalt overlay programmed, likely going to be on Silver City Road, Reservoir Road and Lamb intersection reconstruction. This is a safety project. This is currently a 90-degree corner with a pretty severe vertical curve to the south of it, so the sight distance isn't the greatest when people are coming up over the hill headed south, especially at night or in the evening hours. They don't know that there's a 90-degree turn there, so they often go through the intersection and hit our guardrail. We approached the state 2 years ago and asked them, hey, would this be qualify for safety dollars, and they agreed, and we're currently in right-of-way negotiations with the landowners trying to obtain that for construction for next year. Reno Gulch Road gravel base stabilization. We plan to grind that up here at the end of the summer, leave it as a gravel road over the winter, and then re-chip seal that next year. We've had success with that base stabilization up in the hills on Rochford. There's a couple areas that we didn't get the water out from underneath Rochford, which is creating the potholes. So we're hopefully going to learn from that. And then our Hill City division is our oldest shop. The rest of our shops are fairly new, recently within the last 20 years. I believe the Hill City shop was constructed in 1960, somewhere in the 60s. It was originally a state shop that we inherited from them. We actually have a 100-year lease with them, in which I think we're in year like 20 or 21, somewhere in there. We are currently working with the Thune's office and Dusty Johnson's office to get some federal legislation to deed over some Forest Service property at the corner of McVeigh and Deerfield. Actively communicating with them guys about once a month. Sounds like there's a lands package going to go together here at the end of 2025, which will then deed that over to us. We may have to pay appraisal value. Still trying to flush that out with the legislature and exactly what they're going to want. Our equipment purchase plan for 2026, we have 1 new motor grader, 1 new tandem axle truck, one of our bigger trucks, 1 new loader that we were lost in our wall fire, was a total loss. So we've been making do without that loader for now, and then we'll purchase a new one next year. 1 new mini excavator, likely going to replace a backhoe in one of our divisions, and then 1 new skid steer. I believe the oldest skid steer in our fleet is a 94, so it's due for replacement. One of our main pieces of equipment that goes out on pretty much every job. The wall fuel island needs to be replaced. That's about a $15,000 replacement for the wall fuel island. And then we'll continue doing our routine chip seal, crack seal, pavement markings, etc. And then our FTE request of a part-time non-benefited shop staff assistant to assist our parts manager. That's a lot for one guy. We want to keep our mechanics working and in the shop instead of running for parts. That was the goal when we hired our parts manager. And he's just spent a lot of time running around trying to gather parts for these guys. He's really good at what he does. but he needs some help running around trying to get those parts so our mechanics can stay working. That's it for the presentation. I guess I will stand for any
The
questions.
chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Joe, your request for 2026 is 16,533,000.
Correct.
What would that look like if we would not have implemented the wheel tax program back in 2020, in your opinion? Just to show folks that, the reason we did that, I know it's $5 a wheel, and I think it started out at $2. But in the long run, I believe, there again, for every dollar we invested, we got more than $1 back.
I believe that's in your packet there. I think we've got to date $4.5 or $5 million of big funds. And the $5 wheel tax each year. So last year was the first year of the $5. I believe last year was the first year that we had gotten $5 a wheel. Last year we collected about $3.6 million of wheel tax dollars. And then we again got those big grants. I don't remember what last year we got. But next year is about $1.8 million in big grants that we wouldn't have been able to do. And since the implementation of the wheel tax and successful big grant applications, we've gotten, I believe it's 12 or 14 of our bridges off of the poor rating list. So it was definitely needed, and we've made good use of those tax dollars.
I was talking to Jerry earlier, and he's got the gravel roads out in eastern Pennington County, but relative to the roads in my district, I can certainly say that I don't think the Mystic Road has ever been completely mag-watered in the history of the Mystic Road, which I think last year we did the entire road 2 times. The South Rochford Road's been in the mill since 2004 to be paved, and it'll be paved in the next 4 weeks. Sheridan Lake Road was done 4 years ago. And the Rochford Road itself, that's never been chip sealed until last year or the year before. So I can just say that the highway department's been pretty darn busy in District 1. And I appreciate that, I really do, because I hear a lot of complaints, but nowadays it's a lot different than that.
Any other comments from?
Sure.
Yes.
So Joe, on the shop at Hill City, I guess I didn't realize that was a lease situation that we had with the state. So what happens if we abandon that property or relocate to it? Do we still have that lease? Can we sublease that, or?
That is yet to be flushed out. We've had some conversations with the state, and they're not interested in getting it back. We've had some conversations with the Forest Service as they're right to the north of that property. I believe we've got, I believe it's 9 years left on so it was a 30-year, so maybe I misspoke. Maybe it's a 30-year lease, or it's a 100-year lease with a 30-year buyback or payback, basically.
Okay.
If we abandon it with less than that 30 years, we have to pay the appraised value or a portion of it. I have to go back and look at that lease again. It's been a minute since I've looked at it.
Okay, I'm just curious as to whether or not it has any value to us.
I believe it does,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe, how many employees do you have, including yourself?
56 FTEs.
56?
FTEs,
That
yes.
includes you?
Yes, sir.
I'm getting a lot of complaints about that Blue Wing Court driveway there. But is that a private driveway or is that?
Blue Wing Court?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a private road district.
Another hit below the belt.
I was trying to figure out where he was going with that.
Oh, that's Forest Service run.
Yeah,
We were spending all this money up there in his area, so I figured we might as well pave his court too, huh?
We'd go for it.
Anyway, so. But no other questions?
Sure,
You got a question, Jerry?
of course.
Okay. Of course, Jerry has a question. Are you
hopefully
prepared?
I have an answer.
All right.
Good. So it goes back to a discussion I think we had a couple of months ago, and that's, and the sheriff mentioned it yesterday. And it's talking about the fact that the county is leasing so many square foot on building space, and particularly the old Ziggy's building across from Walter Taylor Building on Center Street that the sheriff is leasing for his shop and some other purposes. And then talking about the availability, he mentioned it, he had it in his narrative, I believe, but anyway, talking about the availability of putting up a building that could be shared and shared resources. So looking at putting up a building at the highway department that could fit the purpose of the highway department and then get us out of some of these lease agreements that we have, which is, the one is 10 grand a month. And so, anyway, and I know that you said you had, in the future anyway, like maybe in a 5-year plan, something about putting up a different building up there, but could you talk about that opportunity to share that space? And the sheriff also mentioned maybe, because it got brought up yesterday about fleet management, trying to get a handle on all the vehicles throughout the county. You know, what is our fleet management? What are we spending on vehicle repairs? Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And then maybe the sheriff talking about, you know, that they're a mechanic and maybe in coordination with some efforts with the highway department could help, you know, maybe reduce the cost of some of our fleet maintenance, et cetera. So it's kind of all tied together, but talk about any opportunity at the highway department that we could get the sheriff at a different location.
Yeah, so regarding the building, so it's on it was originally on our, about a 10-year plan here. We need to get our Hill City shop flushed out as far as getting that built and getting out of that building, because the underground storage tanks are failing at that location, so that's one of our biggest things. We have currently 2 cold storage sheds. From my understanding, they came from the original highway shop, which when it was up behind the old McDonald's there and Taco Bell. They were moved from that location to our current location in 1972 when that building was built. And they've served their life for our purpose. Sounds like the fairgrounds is maybe interested in taking those if we can move them again. But there's an opportunity to build a large climate-controlled building in the location of those 2 buildings that I think, depending on the square footage that the sheriff needs, would fit our needs to get our equipment indoors and out of the elements to preserve the life of our equipment, with helping the sheriff out. And as far as the fleet management part of it, I think there's a good opportunity there that you brought up to, you know, the county's got several vehicles and each department's maybe doing its own thing. You know, I think the sheriff's got a good equipment plan. I think we've got a good equipment plan, and I think between the 2 of us, we could come together and figure out something for the entire county. I think there's a good opportunity there, and maybe share some mechanic resources. The hang up I have is trying, you know, flushing out how to keep everything separate, right? So from the highway department and the rest of it, I think that just needs some thought before we go down that road.
All right. And the other comment on your budget, and I see in overtime you've got budgeted 265,000. If I'm looking at your 5-year average is 154,316. And so, and we made changes to our overtime policy that should, you know, hopefully, I think anyway, give us some cost savings on overtime. So I would like to see your overtime budget reduced by about 75 to 100,000. So I'd like you to take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our 5-year average, and the 5-year average doesn't actually capture 2019, so if you go back another year, and then even go back to like 2013 when Winter Storm Atlas.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Some of those big anomalies, you just can't really budget for those winter storm, and I know the average is 150,000, and we budget, Chris, do you know what the number is per employee? How many hours? We budget a certain number of hours per our maintenance workers, or our highway workers for that overtime number, and that's how that's calculated.
All right. So I get that, and I know you can't budget for, you know, weather and winter storms and Storm Atlas. Hopefully, we never have another Storm Atlas, but those anomalies, I understand. But those, when you have those anomalies, you come back and say, you know, I exceeded my overtime budget, or, you know, I'm going to need a supplement, or I can do these things. But what we need to get down to is trying to fine tune some of these line items and getting down to not over budgeting, hoping that we don't have to spend it. But, when I look at, and again, it's easier to look at larger departments that have that register deeds office. I mean, she is, 95% personnel, something in that neighborhood. So, I mean, those smaller departments, I mean, they're operating on shoestring operations, and I know, and again, when you have, a multi-million-dollar budget, I'm not doing a project or whatever the case may be to have that savings, but I am not into over budgeting for worst-case scenario. I'm just trying to say historically, we need to budget for what we have been spending and then look for those anomalies. So as it goes forward, I would still like you to take a look at your overtime budget.
Okay.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I'll be up straight. I'm going to be looking at people on the wage increase from probably 21, 22, and do comparables all the way to 26. I know we're doing that. Just in 1 year, you went up 2 million in 22, 1.3, 23, 1.4, and 24. Of course, you went about 7, and I don't know, that's just your benefits. And then you, 26, you went up 3 million. That's benefits and employees. So I believe we need to treat our employees right, but on the wage scale, I'll keep saying, I think we have a lot of anomalies on the wage scale, and I don't think if people absorbed it, I'll keep saying this, how'd you absorb those kind of numbers? So they had to come from somewhere, and you didn't have them in your wages. So if you guys didn't have them in your wages, how did you absorb them? So for me, that's what I'm going to be looking at. We are going to look at the FTEs. We are going to do that. Again, I wasn't in favor of the wage scale for a reason. What it did is it put wages above everything else in the county, which I appreciate for employees, but it also caused some major budget issues that are going to come up this year. So if we have to do cuts and we have to do things, some of that is put on the people that decided that wage scale was a great idea without vetting it for another year and making sure what those consequences to those actions were, because you can do wages, but you have to increase benefits. And we're finding those benefits are pretty excessive after you did the wage increases, because once you increase the wages, you also have to increase the benefits. So we did not do both, and that's causing us some anomalies, I think, in our budgets for next year. So just to be on notice, for me, that was a huge issue last year, and again, that's why I didn't vote for it. I think it would have been a good idea to vet it for another year so we knew what we were doing on the bottom line to our budget for this year, next year, and continue on for the future. That's a huge cost to the taxpayers of what we just did. So, thank you.
I have one more, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, getting back, Joe, we've talked about this, which is kind of a kudos to, Pennington County, and I think it goes back to the wheel tax that Commissioner Roskadek talked about how that additional funding has gone into your department for, the road maintenance. If you're looking in the next 5 years, and we had a brief conversation about it, but as you're forecasting, what, your highway improvements and your road plans and your infrastructure, that type of stuff. If you look out in 5 years based on what you're anticipating for revenue coming into your funds, which are restricted for your use, do you ever see in the next 5 years as you're projecting out that you would be tapping into general fund money?
There's always that possibility. We've been continuing to make it work here the last, since 2015. But I think we're starting to see our pavement condition suffer for some of that, operating $2.5 million short since 2015. I think there may be a need in the near future to supplement the budget from the general fund.
All right. And what is near future?
It's hard to predict, we've seen a lot of decrease in consistent decreases in like bridges, our asphalt overlays, our chip seals come down this year. So just to give you an example, our chip seal this year, our contractor chip seal, we estimated at about $1.5 million, and that came in at 1.1. For one contractor, I think it was 1.4 for the other contractor. And that was based on a little bit of an increase from last year's prices. So I don't know if we're starting to see the decrease in some prices from the COVID era spike. And asphalt prices have continued to go up. So I'm not real sure where that decrease is coming from. The bridge on Highway 1416 was, I think, 30% under our engineer's estimate. So, and I think talking to other highway superintendents, talking to the state, they're starting to see that statewide. So it's really tough to predict exactly what those are gonna do. So I wish I had an answer in a crystal ball, but I can't answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
other comments? Commissioner
So
Roscoe?
going back to the wage scale, I do appreciate your work that you did on that, Joe. What you guys presented internally with the inside Pennington County, I thought was a much better program than the Gallagher. And so when we would go through the presentations, it just made it a lot easier for me to understand and justify the wages as presented in the scale. So I just want to thank you for your participation in that and other folks that helped.
Thank you.
Chair. So I've been here 11 years, went through Gallagher, went through Condrey. What I saw, I believe, I'm going to disagree with Ross Connect, from the stuff that was done on exceptions, even before the wages were done. We didn't know what that was going to do to our budgets. We just kept doing it. Then we added another 3.6 on the top of that, and again, that didn't include all the benefits. So Gallagher, at least we knew how much it was going to cost, and it didn't cost us more unless people changed it after we did the wage scale. This wage scale was done in 21 and started excessively in 22, 23, and then carried on with the wage scale in 24. So I've been here 11 years. I haven't seen anything. I appreciated all your work. It wasn't you, Joe. There was a team of compensation people that did this, and again, appreciated everything you did because you tried to do your best, but you're not a wage scale guy. You are a highway guy, and same with the people that were on that committee. And I understood that, and I kept saying, and so did Travis. We needed to vet it another year because of the costs and what it's done to this budget coming up this year. I don't think people understand the shortfalls that caused us because we did not vet it through. Again, I've been here 11 years and never have seen anomalies like that in wage scales since I've been here. So thank you. And one more thing. At least 50 of those wages were done behind the scenes. And we finally filed on it. So that's what caused us some more issues, is because we didn't know what we were putting in a budget for 22, 23 in order to make those wages balance for everybody. So no, I don't believe that was a great wage scale. I think it could have been if it would have been vetted through the process. But everybody wanted to get that moving forward before new commissioners came. So I'm going to be up straight on that.
Any other comments? I'm going to make a comment, just a general comment overall that, we've been going through this budget process, so we haven't really been scalpeling anybody's budgets. So that doesn't mean that's not going to be done. I think the taxpayers are at the brink of, what they can pay. We've looked over the budget over the last couple of years. We've grown to a budget of $31 million. So that being said, we're getting input from everybody here, and we're going to come back to the table and look at areas of efficiency and where we can manage our job, is to bring quality services to, exactly what the mission statement says for the people in the community. There's been a lot of requests to make sure we keep that under control. So, but getting a better understanding of what we're doing for the future, so we have a 5-year plan ahead, 5-year, looking at capital improvements, so we're not having golf balls come down the garden hoses, things like that, and giving you the opportunity, the department heads and the elected officials to better budget into the future too. So that being said, we'll go on to the next guy if there's no more questions. Did you have a question, Gary? No? Okay. So we'll move on to the next person, and that will be Joe. Thank you. Did you have one?
One question.
Okay, yep.
I'm just looking at the agenda for today,
Yep.
So we called the meeting in order, but did we have items from the public and?
No, we didn't,
Recess.
yeah, we were in recess.
Oh, okay,
Ron, so,
just
yep.
wanted to make sure
Yep.
that we,
It confuses me too, but I make sure at the beginning I
not
announced that
sleeping.
we were just kind of,
okay,
yeah.
very
so
good, thank you. I just wanted to
We're
make sure
just,
everybody
we're
understood
continuing
that.
from yesterday, so
Okay.
last night when you were sleeping,
Yep,
you were working, so,
gotcha.
yeah, all right. So, we'll move on. Joe, thank you, for the budget, and, don't worry about Blue Wing Court, we'll take care of that, so, and then we'll bring up Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, Buildings and Grounds Specialist. Oh, wow, okay. You added that on there?
I don't know about that. Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. Just a little overview of what we do for the county. We're responsible for maintaining and operating, cleaning over 1.1 million square feet of county facilities. Everything from detention centers to courtrooms to administrative offices and public-facing service centers. We also do preventative maintenance, day-to-day operations, capital construction and project management, space planning and department support, utility management and system oversight for our energy plants, as well as emergency response to all of our facilities. So I'll go through my narrative a little bit and kind of go through some of the line items. That way you guys, I can give you a better idea of where we're at and how we got here this year. We are decreasing our overall budget currently by about $96,000. A lot of the utilities, supplies and materials, service and contract line items were increased last year due to the acquisition of the First Interstate Bank, as well as 900 Concourse. So what this does include is annualizing 3 FTEs last year to kind of reduce the overall budget impact. We had 3 custodians approved, but only for half of the year because that's when we were anticipating Concourse to open. So there's a breakdown of the personnel line items there. And then I give you a table to show the 2025 budget and then the 2026 request. Also, as part of that, we did eliminate the construction manager position from our overall budget, so that's also why you're seeing a decrease on some of those line items. Insurance, because of just some new fleet additions and replacements, we're increasing that by about $1,900. We have significantly overhauled our fleet over the last 2 to 3 years. It was aging in poor mechanical shape, and now we're in pretty good shape. Services and fees, this is what we have: service contracts for building systems as well as miscellaneous fees for software programs, Time Clock Plus, PubWorks, which is our service request platform. And that's going to stay steady at what the current budget is. Repairs and maintenance is also going to stay steady. Again, both of those line items were increased last year. Supplies and materials, am I on the right one? Yep. So this one has some miscellaneous fees in there, or miscellaneous items, and we are reducing the IT equipment and computer supply line items by about $12,000. So that budget is at about $641,000. Utility services. So last year, I did a lot of calculations on utilities for Concourse, for First Interstate Bank, and also for the increases that we're seeing overall. The city water and sewer rates are increasing by 10% through 2028. So some of that was accounted for last year. The energy, Black Hills Energy, is an increase of about 3.9%. It was I think it was pretty similar last year. So we added in some costs again for the new property acquisitions. And then gas increased slightly, but we did not increase, not to confuse everyone here, but we did not increase natural gas or electricity at all. We believe what we have incorporated now will be able to maintain and operate the buildings effectively. We are slightly increasing water and sewer rates, not by the full 10%, but by about 6%. And then garbage is going to go up, reflecting a full year of operation at Concourse. For capital assets, we are potentially looking at purchasing a mid-size loader. I don't necessarily know that we'll need $100,000 in there, because we want to be, I guess, pretty efficient in what we do. But the concourse parking lot is massive, and some bigger machinery or equipment could really help us out there for some of that snow removal. So we're anticipating purchasing a loader next year for snow removal out there. Then you can see the 2026 Buildings and Grounds budget request. It shows 2025, it shows the totals for 2026 and what the difference is. So for our capital project fund that is tied to accumulated building, or I think it's a branch of accumulated building funds, there are two different things. We have the accumulated building fund, and then we also have capital improvement fund, where we have $1 million available annually to do large capital projects. And that's what the next, I don't know how far down it is, but you'll see about 5 spreadsheets of capital projects from this year all the way through 2030. And those projects are just projects we know about and what we can anticipate. It happens every year where we have emergencies, where we have major system failures, or large chillers that go down and things like that, or boilers in our energy plants that we try to plan for but are a little more difficult. Just to give the commission an example, last year in the fall, we had the fire sprinkler line in domestic water that feeds our energy plant. It runs underneath the courthouse underground parking. Both of those lines blew up last year, essentially. And we had not only about $10,000 to $15,000 in additional utility costs due to that, but then it was about $150,000 to replace those lines. So that just gives you an idea. What I am requesting for our capital projects is that some of the funds, unused operational and or capital improvement funds from the B&G budget, be rolled over for a period of time for me to tackle some of these larger projects. I can go through some of them just to give you an idea. So we know in about the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have to replace the concourse roof. We did not include that in the initial project for the remodel because we wanted to keep those costs as minimal as possible. If you keep going down, Joan, keep going all the way, a couple more pages. Go one more.
Davis, what is that gonna cost?
Yeah, it's right here. So we're estimating right at about $1 million. It's obviously a large, one-level sprawling facility, so it is a huge roof. There are some expansion joints that separate the roof into thirds, so we can do $350,000 essentially, each year for 3 years and replace it. That's not a bad plan. But what I'm trying to stress here is that we have $1 million in CIP funds, and a project like that could tie us over for the entire year. We also have the extension parking lot, which actually currently is sloped into the building and drains, the water goes into the building instead of away, and it's deteriorated pretty bad. We have a 250-ton chiller in our energy plant, which is about a $600,000 replacement. That cannot be split up over 2 years. The lamplighter parking lot, if we were to develop the north side of the lot that we currently own over on the lamplighter lot, it's about $400,000 to create a parking lot in there for more employee parking. Care campus roof replacement, we're estimating between $700,000 and $800,000. We also have Black Hills Energy, who is doing a energy upgrade to all of the lines downtown. I believe it'll be late next year. And we have 3 transformers that are currently fed off that line that need to be upgraded. One of them is actively leaking right now, and it needs to be replaced.
What
To
was that
replace
again, what line?
the Black Hills Energy lines, like power lines to the buildings, the service lines. They're upgrading all of their lines to a higher voltage throughout all of downtown.
Oh, but you said something was leaking.
One of our transformers it's leaking oil.
Oh, yeah, you showed us that when we went on the,
Yep, so,
that cost?
well, those 3 transformers are about $400,000.
And don't they have to be like lifted out of there or something with a crane?
Most likely, yeah. Yep, they're back in yeah, they probably will be, yeah. And then we have the concourse parking lot, the north side and east and west. I understand we just bought the building, but there are some significant upgrades that will have to happen out there in due time. Part of the concourse remodel, we're redoing the whole south parking lot at concourse because it was completely shot and deteriorated. But again, if you look at concourse parking lot as a whole, you're over $1 million to replace the rest of it. What they did with that property over time was I think they just overlaid asphalt on top of asphalt on top of asphalt, because even our curbs and gutters don't line up appropriately. So it's gonna need some over excavation and some real work done there. And then we also have courthouse window replacement, this is a conservative number for the amount of windows we need to replace, but we're looking at $750,000. And then obviously not to mention what was mentioned before was the new sheriff's office highway mechanic shop. Obviously, this isn't paid through capital improvement, but it's something that needs to be planned for, and how that is funded is a whole nother question. So you can see all the breakdowns of all the capital improvement projects that we know about over the next 5 to 6 years. I also have what I started providing the commission last year was a breakdown of all the building operational costs. So you'll see that as you go through there. There's a lot of pages of it, but this gives you a good sort of taste on what it takes to operate and maintain a building. We put the square footage on there, the year built, the assessed value, things like that, so you can look through all of it. I don't think we need to go through each building, but again, those costs are in there. It shows utilities, repairs and maintenance, custodial. It also shows any capital improvements that have gone into those properties. And then we have a roof replacement plan and a fleet replacement plan that's attached. And
I think your garden hose is full of golf balls.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Let me find the page here. So I do want to bring this up, which is sort of our five-year plan. What we're going to do is continue to implement cross-training in our department through some of our foremen and our licensed, like our licensed plumber, electrician, HVAC techs, things like that. Continue to cross-train to some of the lower-level tech positions so we can make sure we're able to troubleshoot any service request that comes our way without having to call out and hire someone to do it. And same with the institutional knowledge, or at least that's what I call it. We have a lot of staff that have been here for 10, 15, 20, 30 years in our department that I want to make sure that knowledge that they have that's just passed down, things that they remember to do on a daily basis just because they've been here for so long usually seem to get missed when they're gone. Continue to do as much preventative maintenance in-house, hopefully more in the future. But again, I think the biggest hurdle over the next 5 years is funding and executing the large-scale capital projects that need to get done.
The new ones don't stop.
No,
So we'll get these accomplished, but if we can,
Yeah, and I think if we can have some of the funds, unused funds from our budget rolled over into the capital improvement fund, I think we'd be able to tackle some projects over the next 2 to 3 years. And then we wouldn't have to do that because we would just, we'd be able to plan accordingly for not only the projects we know about, but for emergencies that could pop up. And another thing to mention is the accumulated building fund, which is not our capital improvement fund. That fund is diminishing with projects that we've utilized it for, and it is not getting replenished. That is really sort of B&G's emergency fund, if we need something for these properties. And again, I stress, we have over $400 million in assessed value of properties. So $1 million can get us a lot in a year, preventative-wise. But when we look at major emergencies and things like that will happen, or equipment failures and things like that, we're going to need to plan for them accordingly. So one more thing I want to mention is possible relocation. If we were to sell the First Interstate Bank building. I've had an individual discussion with all of you about this, and I need to get some direction on it sooner rather than later. I can confidently tell you if the bank building is sold, we can move buildings and grounds and the public defenders into this building. I have that concept ready to present to the commission, but I need to get the direction that that's where we're going to head, because there's a lot of moving pieces that need to be coordinated along with that, which is there are going to be some remodel costs in this building. We're going to keep it relatively minimal, but there will be costs associated with some remodel that needs to happen. And to be able to accomplish that remodel, I need to get a design team on plan to finalize those drawings and get a project out to bid this fall so we can start working on it after people or departments move to concourse. So again, we need to open this discussion and see if we're on the same page or if I'm wasting my time. As well as we have been approached about our Harley building and wood shop, which is across the street from the courthouse. We have some developers that want to purchase that lot. They're willing to be patient, but I think, and I've also received a letter from Elevate that I will share with all of you about potentially purchasing more property down in the Innovative District. And so I don't, wherever we land on this, all I can say is I think selling those two properties wouldn't be too difficult. I think there's already some buyers lined up, and but we need to plan for it now, and I need to get the ball rolling and present that concept to the commission on what this building would look like post concourse move and post sale of the First Interstate Bank building. So stand for any questions.
maybe makes sense to approach the sheriff's problem and your problem of like having a place to store your equipment, like on that parking lot over there. Maybe a nice, like, brick facaded building. Would that, if they sold the Interstate Bank building, would that allow enough money to do that and maybe do these capital projects all at the same time?
So, yeah, it's a good point. I have looked at that pretty intensely over the last few months. If we were to sell the Harley building and wood shop, obviously we would need a place to put some of our equipment and we don't store all of our fleet indoors. It's mainly just our snow removal equipment, a few trucks, our lawn and landscaping equipment, and various other materials and supplies. So we would need to find a place for that. Ideally, yes, we would like to keep it downtown. I still think as far as a mechanic shop or things like that, I think it should be located out at Highway if we were to do that. But if we could even look at half of the lot over at Lamplighter and potentially using the funds from selling those properties into building a building, I think we could do it. I think we could get pretty close to something.
Commissioner Durr earlier was talking about the sheriff's department looking at something to store stuff or something? Commissioner Darrell, let you comment on that?
Well, yeah, so years ago, what he's talking about, the old Quonset building over there, kitty corner, right across from the courthouse. That was the sheriff's office kind of fleet maintenance shop. And so for years, the sheriff's office operated out there to do vehicle washes, maintain the fleet, et cetera. Then he is currently leasing a property at about, 10 grand a month across from the Walter Taylor building. And when I look at the leases that we have, and in his report, he mentions that the sheriff's narrative, additionally, 24/7 is operating, over in that Prairie Market, shopping area. And we're paying a lease there, I think it's about $26,000 a year. And kind of my point in talking to the sheriff about those is the fact that we have, getting back to the square footage that you're narrating that we own, in addition, that we're leasing all of this space. I would like to get us into our own footprint and not, maintaining what we have and then paying, leases. So hence, we had a conversation about the sheriff and his fleet and storage that he has over at Ziggy's, that we could find a different building for him to operate out of on county property, hence the highway department was mentioned, and then sharing resources with mechanics and labor and trying to get our fleet management throughout the county organized in one location so that every department with their vehicles are not, doing their own independent thing on fleet management stuff or repairs and maintenance, that we try to co-locate that and share the resources that we have. And really what I'm looking at is getting rid of these lease agreements we have. And even with the lease agreements, I have some other comments outside of that. Okay. So even with those lease agreements, and then getting back to a discussion when I'm looking at the invoices and then seeing at the 24/7 operation that, we're paying for a contracted custodial. And then a few months ago, I had a conversation with you, Davis, about were you aware that we were paying outside entities to do custodial work at 24/7? You were not. And it goes back to your operational cost per building. And I'm looking at some of the line items in the individual departmental budgets. And it was a question a couple of months ago when I'm looking at invoices that I asked as well. So some departments, and not all, but some departments are paying utility cost for the building operations out of their budget. I would like to see all of those utility costs in those individual departmental budgets capsulated and put in your budget so that we don't have to go hunt and find what, and you could run a report by vendor, but to get a true look at, what the operational cost of the buildings are, and it gets back to what I believe should fall under buildings and grounds, and that should be, instead of individual departments putting utility cost within their budgets, that's all done as you, who are responsible for all the buildings. Secondarily, getting back to individual departments, and I'm primarily talking, I believe anyway, the only one I'm aware of would be the law enforcement division, having their own maintenance and custodial staff. And so maintenance and custodial staff, janitorial staff, whatever you want to call it, I believe should be under your budget, supporting all buildings, not that departments independently would say that in my department, I'm going to have my own custodial staff, I'm going to have my own maintenance staff, and I'm going to do these things. The responsibility for, the upkeep and maintenance of the buildings falls under your purview. In addition to that would be the talking about the maintenance, and then you get into talking about repairs. And so it came up, I think, last year or earlier this year when we took a tour of the buildings and facilities and we went through JDC. And I made a comment that I thought that JDC could use a little TLC, and could we do some maintenance on the building? And then looking in the budget, I think, and I can see it in repairs and maintenance in some of the individual budgets that departments have, where they're scheduling or they're budgeting anyway for repairs and maintenance, some of those attributed to upkeep of the buildings and properties. I think all of those line items should come out of those individual departmental budgets, if there are any, and be put under buildings and grounds, who's in charge of the maintenance and the projects.
Yeah, So if I could respond to that a little bit.
right ahead.
JSC is sort of a different bug because they have a compact in place with various counties. So the way that building is funded is a little bit different. Same with Pivot Point, with West River Mental Health. But I think outside of that, we certainly could consolidate a lot of those maintenance costs and utility costs into our budget. The one discussion we need to have with the sheriff is the jail operations. That is quite a complex and demanding facility. And I think the current jail staff likes to have control over those individuals that are in the building now, that do some of the light maintenance and mostly custodial work. So we'd really have to have a conversation about that and figure out how we would operate that operation at the jail. But I am not opposed to it. Just depends if that's the direction that we want to go this year. I'd really have to sit down with the sheriff and start working through that. And if one more thing, just kind of reminded myself, the reason I'm looking at a downtown footprint for buildings and grounds, or maintaining a downtown footprint, is because 80% of our facilities are down here, and the equipment that we pull out of those buildings is, again, used 80% of the time down here. So I think mechanic-wise and possibly storage-wise, or whatever the sheriff needs, and I also know emergency management has quite a bit of storage in that Ziggy's building, that would be better off at Highway, whereas a building down here could facilitate our operations, as well as there may be a potential, depending on costs, we could potentially put admin space in the same building as well for our department and free up more space
Okay.
from whatever building we're in.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I have to take off, but I just want to share my thoughts on the sale of the First Interstate Bank building. The reason I supported that sale, or the county purchasing it, was because, number one, we acquired a 28,000 square foot lot across from that building, which was adjacent to the lamplighter, which gives us over an acre of land that we can use for future expansion. But number two, we paid $131 a square foot for the land and the building. Now, this administration, we're in pretty good shape, but let's go 10 years down the road and they need more office space. Now you're looking at $500 a square foot. So it's not so much for this administration, but if I was, thinking that we were asked to plan 15 years in advance, that's why this building is in the situation it is. It was underbuilt. And so, unfortunately, I understand that we can sell the building and make some money. But another reason we bought is we wanted to keep everything downtown, the court system, public defender, the state's attorney. So, these were our thoughts when we bought the building. We can certainly sell the building. We can hopefully we can make some good money on it. But I think the real impact's going to be future administrations when they're going to need more space, and what that space is going to cost 10 to 15 years out. I have to take off.
And Ron has to
Yep, and
jet out for
I have a little
about
bit
an
of
hour,
data
so.
too I can support some of that with.
We'll see you when you get back, sir.
We're going to spend a lot of money while you're gone.
There you go.
I believe, well, let me back up. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth here, but I think what
I could help you.
yeah, well, go ahead.
Can I have a comment as we go to this? So as you're thinking through this, and I know it's not an easy conversation, my question would be, the footprint of this building, and so it might help if we could walk through the move to concourse and who's moving to concourse. And what the plan was for this building, and it was my understanding anyway, the plan was State's Attorney's Office, remain here. They've already spread out into some of that area, which was a benefit to the operations of their office to take up that area that was the old public defender's space. And then to have law enforcement move over initially, I believe that there was a discussion about having the, public safety building, which houses the sheriff's office and the PD, that the law enforcement division of both of those would move over here in totality or a high percentage anyway. And so then there was a discussion about the PD saying, no, we're not going to move over here. There was an initial talk years ago, it was brought up that I think the number that I heard was that to remodel this to fit the needs of the law enforcement, somebody had come up with a number of about $18 million for that remodel. And so my whole talk about as we do this footprint shuffle, what does the overall plan look like? And I'm assuming that's what you've been working on. And so if we vacate our, administrative offices, state's attorney's office stays here, we go to concourse, dispatch stays here, emergency management is staying here, and then we have this footprint. The sheriff's office, I still believes, anyway, to a certain degree, plans on moving into this building, which is going to be renamed the Justice Center. So when you're moving all those pieces around, and then what we have at the public safety building, if you've conceptually got that thought, that's what I would like to hear.
I do, and I don't know if you want to hear it now, or if I bring it to the next commission meeting where I can throw floor plans and the concept up on the board to
Right,
make it easier to understand.
we should probably have a separate meeting just for that.
Yeah.
Here.
So, Commissioner Hadcock.
So I agree, just to see from the BKV study that we found, from the bottom line, that they put about 475 square feet per employee, which is over the top. Some of their stuff where they were telling us the 15, 20-year plan that didn't make sense, and still, at the time, tried to say it didn't make sense. And then from that, we can do expansion out where we're at if we need to on some of the areas out there. But I think we over-applied out there just from looking at the BKV study from the beginning to the end. The sad part about all this, guys, is we went from using this building to selling Harley, to buying Concourse, and then finding out later Concourse that the city wasn't going to give us $9 million to remodel this, to going, knowing that we didn't have the $9 million, to buying a bank. We were already $9 million short to do this building, and then we still bought the bank. We didn't listen to the downtown district. We didn't listen to Visit Rapid City. We didn't listen to any of the areas that said they'd like to make that an innovation district. Now we're listening, which I appreciate everything you've done. What I like is your wages have held the line, but now your operations are about 1.5 over from all this buying of buildings. I'll keep saying, the budget couldn't afford to buy another building, and we used some of the buildings and grounds money. I've been here in the history of the buildings and grounds. They had $6 million in a cumulative building in 2022. They have $1 million left. When we started doing that, and I don't know if that was before some of the other commissioners or not the ones here, the ones before, I pushed for putting money in the cumulative building because Mike needed more money for operations to fix their $400 million worth of buildings already. It wasn't for them to play the game and use it for all this other stuff to buy more stuff. It was to fix what we already had. So that's what happened to your cumulative building. Instead of, it was emergency in some cases, but it was put to buy other stuff. Unfortunately, now your shortfall is you're trying to operate, and I told Mike, how are you operating on an $800,000 budget for $400 million worth of properties? That's a pretty short budget. So you've held the line, except the operations, which we increased. We increased by buying buildings and not being able to afford, once you're $9 million short, to come over here and remodel this building. No one thought about that when they bought a bank. Then they put a buildings and grounds in a bank. Okay, I understood maybe public defenders, but a buildings ground in a bank never made sense to anybody, except for a couple people that decided that that was a great idea. Now at this time, I believe for the future, Mr. Purcell, that you're thinking straight. Because what it is you have to maintain it, not us. You have to maintain it with a budget that you already have. You're wanting to cut it because you believe you can use this building that's already here and sell a bank that should have been sold a long time ago and not bought in the first place. Again, that's a lot more operations. And to think we're going to expand in the future, I get it. But we've above and beyond expanded for the future over at Concourse. Now we got to ask ourselves, how much short are we in our budgets because the millions we spent on buildings as well? Because again, if you started 9 million short, where are you getting the money to remodel this building? Plus your operations, your cumulative, you have nothing left except $1 million. That doesn't seem like much to me. You already said, we just got a roof we have to replace for $600,000. The whole thing to me from the beginning to the end, and I'll keep saying it, and I said it from the beginning to end. When you run a budget and you increase wages and you increase buildings at the same time, how are you able to afford that and still be able to maintain the budget when the taxpayers keep saying, reduce, reduce? We kept going up and up and up. I would hope for the future, Mr. Purcell, that you would find and help us find this solution, and I think you're trying to with the bank. But based on all this, I'd like to see from the BK study, so the new commissioners can see it, to where we are today, what happened and where did we go, and what happened to the budgets along the way. Because then we started spending jail money to be able to afford more buildings. Do you know the $28 million it started with what the jail? That was supposed to be spent on the jail. And then we kept getting more money in there, I don't know, maybe from ARPA or other things. That I knew we took 3.6 or something, Miss Cindy, from ARPA, put it in there. We did some other innovative stuff to make it look like we had more money for the buildings. But that wasn't the plan with the $45 million that we bonded for. It was jail for me and buildings and grounds. Buildings and grounds has been probably in closets since I've been here. They were in closets in the public safety over there. And the infrastructure, I'll keep telling you, for 11 years, water, sewer, all those operational things have always been put back and everybody else's projects put forward. So today, where we're at today is all that infrastructure that you're needing for 68 to 81 million could have already had the start and been basically moved forward by now. So the history of that I've been here for. So the game that was played, unfortunately, you have to, at this time, try to be innovative in order to save basically buildings and grounds and your operational costs for the future. So anything that we can move forward and leave in a cumulative building needs to stay there for operations. We kept putting $1 million each year, you guys, so we would be able to take care of the buildings. It wasn't for the buildings and the grounds to go in there or people to go in there and say, we need. When you already didn't have, we had needs, not wants of other people remodeling and doing stuff with that money. And that's where we're at today. I don't know how much we have left of that bond, but I'll keep saying, it makes me disappointed in Pennington County to a certain extent and some of the people that they never listened to you, Mr. Davis, on some of this stuff, and they're getting mad at you on some of this stuff, which has nothing to do with you. You're just trying to save what we have and make your operations operational enough for us to move forward. I don't know how you're going to do it, because this building only cost us 25 in the day. Then they were going to put 18 million into it? That's just crazy. So how you move forward, I would hope we go from the BK study, so everybody can see and the people can see, from the BK study to where we are today to what you think should be done. Because I never said to tell me and tell you what to do. You started looking at the areas and I kept asking you, what is your plan? So this wasn't a commission plan. This was the guy that has to spend the money, use his FTEs and try to play so he can be operational for the next 10 to 20 years.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I just have one thing. Just real quick, I have all of the concepts ready to present and some of the BKV needs assessment information. If the commission is gracious enough to let me submit maybe tomorrow morning, I can get all that to you guys, and then I can have it at the next meeting. Because this discussion needs to happen and direction needs to be finalized.
Okay.
Because if we're moving down a certain path, I need to know about it.
Agreed,
So-
agreed. I think we got the right guy on the job. At some point, I would have been nice if you were here when all the BK, I'm not a firm believer in bringing in outside people to try to solve a problem that people that work here can understand and resolve. So and that leads to, decisions of 450 square foot per employee, things like that. And we'll be able to share all that information. And let's probably have a meeting just on this so we can get a plan put together on what makes sense. Like you said, the highway for the sheriff's department, that all makes sense, but also having, we got a parking lot over there that looks like a dump right now. So we got a couple buildings that, that probably could be better used for something else, if we plan correctly, so.
Yeah, I'll plan to present the concept.
And I see, you're talking about, your budget's up, almost 3 million from last year. I mean, from 24 to 25, just to accommodate everything between all the maintenance, all that stuff. We get all that, and what we gotta do is look moving forward, okay? We see the golf balls, and we appreciate the 5-year planning. I think that's a whole new concept for a lot of people in the county here. But I think in the end, all this stuff that we're doing, this elbow grease we're doing up front right now, is going to pay off. I mean, having all this information available, and then it becomes a plug and play. Plug and play. We can say, what are we looking at the next 5 years? Here's our priorities, because obviously that roof is a priority because of how it's leaking on specific equipment. You talked about another roof. Roofs are probably the highest priorities because they actually protect infrastructure that's inside of them. So we can do all that priority stuff. So we'll get you an email or something to give you some direct direction from the commission, so we can have a meeting that's specifically identified to that. Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, I think what Dave has just asked is if Jordan could fit him in on the next agenda for July 1st. And so,
Yeah, probably.
okay, sounds like he's going to be gracious
Oh,
enough, so.
It'll be
nice if it was
early tomorrow morning, but just to make sure I have all the info. But I have it all in a
Really
folder,
tough
I
for
just
me.
need to compile
All
it.
right.
And
So,
July 1st is tough.
yeah, and
for
I
you.
know that the next meeting, I think, I visited with Gary and Ron, they both have,
Not the next meeting, it's the first meeting in August.
the first meeting in August, okay. That's a tough meeting for them. So somewhere in between would be better, I think.
Second meeting in July.
Yeah, if we could keep the first light, I'd appreciate it. And
Depends
then
on his
the first
budget.
meeting in August, if we could keep light.
He's asking that because he has to look at his budgets and stuff too, so he's trying to plan
All right.
ahead. Ron, that's why July 1st would probably work better.
That ain't gonna work for me, so.
I still think
That's
we-
fine, you guys can
All
make
right,
this.
I still think we have time, July, second meeting in July.
Okay,
Davis, that work for
And I-
you?
yep, I'll make that work.
I think it'll help everybody get prepared for that
Sure.
discussion.
Okay.
And,
Be a pretty lengthy discussion, I would.
yeah, and so the other thing, I like your tagline, facilities that work, projects that last. So is that a T-shirt you're going to have made? or-
Sure, if you want them, yeah,
Okay.
we'll make some.
So I think that's pretty good. And again, you do a great job, and I appreciate the communication, and you're very straightforward. You just look in, so no, the way you think and the way you process things is very much appreciated. But getting back to your comment about these, and I understand this about, shared resources, utilities, personnel, repairs and cost and maintenance, and how we build those out to the other people that, have to pay into that pool. But there is a way to do that through the budget and invoicing process that we can handle that. So
Okay.
I understand the cost share, but we can definitely pull out the cost share related to those expenses, whether it's in a law enforcement budget or in your budget, so.
Okay, great.
And the other thing a question while you're here, and so on the next agenda, I mentioned it last week, but on that July 1st agenda, are you not going to be here?
Probably not, no. I would say no,
All right, but you will be here in the second meeting.
yes.
Okay. So I had asked, I was going to put on I have put on the July 1st agenda to discuss our 5-day work week. And I'm going to, since you're not going to be here, I'm going to push that off until the second meeting in July.
Appreciate it.
And it goes back to, I know that you've been capturing the comment cards. And just a couple minutes, what's your insight on what your comment cards have been coming back like?
Yeah, I would say with the amount of foot traffic that we get, especially in the treasurer's office, we're not getting a lot of feedback. I don't even want to throw a number out there, but it might be around 300 comment cards that we've gotten is all over the past month, which is pretty astounding when you think of how many people come into this building on a daily basis. I have actually seen the people that fill the comment card out for the first question is, what are your thoughts of our current hours? Do you want them to maintain current hours or switch to a traditional work week? The majority of the ones that are filling out the comment cards are actually stating they want it to stay. But then their comment at the end says you need to shorten the treasurer's line. That's what we get on the time that they spend at the treasurer's counter. So it's shifting more from a hours of operation study to, again, I know Annette's been going through all this up at these commission meetings, and I'm not speaking for anyone, but that's obviously a point of contention now. It's always been there, but this hours of operation has really brought it to light that's where most of the comments are coming from. But if hours were to change, what we're seeing a lot of is an hour, open an hour early in the morning, maintain that 7 a.m. open time. And really, it doesn't matter what time we close. And the people that want the 5-day work week or a traditional schedule want it to sort of match the city is what we've been hearing too, so.
All right. So anyway, I do want to have this conversation again on the 15th, and it's directly related to, the input from the public that we're seeing on social media. I mean, 95% of what I've seen on social media, the responses are 5 days a week, shorten the line at the treasurer's office, so, all right.
All right,
Thank you, Dave.
thanks.
I just give your staff kudos for the cleanliness of this place. I mean,
Yeah, they're
I
fantastic.
think I speak for the entire commission, so.
You ran a
Appreciate it.
good operation, Davis. Thank you.
And, thanks. Next up for bids is Register of Deeds, Miss Audra Castile. Hello, Audra. We'll let you get started right away.
Hey, it's what I said to her this morning. I joked with her,
Where you
hey,
been,
great to see
Audra? Where
you.
you been, sister?
I've been reading the obituaries and we're good, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Audra Castile, Register of Deeds. My office is the recording office. We maintain the real estate records for the county. We are also the vital records office, so we issue birth, death, and marriage records. We issue marriage licenses for couples to get married. This year, I did do I did increase my budget for salaries a little bit with that order, or with that study for operation hours, not decided yet. I did some overtime in there because I have a small staff. If we are open 5 days a week and say a couple of them are out, I will have to probably have them work a little bit of overtime to cover for just making sure that we have adequate staffing to make sure that we are able to help the public. And then I did a little bit of insurance changes of family. I have a couple staff members, including myself, who are not currently on the county's insurance coverage. And so life changes. You never know when something's going to happen, but I did it conservatively. Just if somebody has a life change, may need to pick up the county plan then. I never do anything. Not all of us go to family coverage or whatever. So minimal changes there. And then, so I have both general fund money and fund money, not fund money. And I also have what is called modernization and preservation money. It is from my recording funds. Most of the documents that come into my office cost $30 to record. 25 of that goes into the general fund money, and then 5 of it gets split between $3 staying with my office and $2 going into a state fund. The $3 that stays with my office goes into a $250 fund, and that gets to be allocated to be spent on preserving and maintaining my office records. I can spend it for not salary, excuse me, I can spend it for my software, I can spend it to maintain my books and microfiche and my plat printer machine and anything to keep my records maintained. So I took, I reduced my general fund money by $25,000 this year and reallocated that to that fund to try to help reduce what I'm spending out of the general fund. So that's what I did with my budget this year. So I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So getting back to your health benefits, so
Yes.
everybody in your office has a current election. Do you see those changing next year? Are you aware of anything?
No, I'm not, but I just like to
Okay,
kind of just,
all right. So when we budget for personnel, this goes back to consistency in budgeting for personnel.
Okay.
I don't want to budget for what if.
okay, and that's fine.
So what I would say is if you have open FTEs,
Okay,
and so like if you know that at the end of the year, 2 people are going to be leaving, and let's just say they're on a single plan.
Sure.
What I would budget for going into '26 to fill those open FTEs is full benefits, everything, family plan, budget up that way.
Okay.
So that's what I would suggest, that you just budget. If you don't know that anybody's leaving and you're not aware of anything, budget status quo. If something comes up, we can adjust that when it comes up.
okay, and I don't have a problem. I can come to you for a
Okay.
supplement if needed,
Right.
so,
And your budget is very tight, and no, I think you do a great job.
okay.
The other comment I have is on your overtime. So I'm looking at your 5-year history on overtime going back to 2020, and you've spent 70, just say $80.
I included 2 weeks of overtime for all my hourly employees just because of that. Like I said, the fact that I don't know where the hours are going with the order.
Correct.
That's what I did.
All right. So I don't want to fund you $11,295 in overtime. That's what,
No, that's the health plan.
that's your health plan?
That's the health plan.
Okay, that number is in the overtime line. 11,295 is showing on your line item for overtime.
Oh, I don't have that part in front of me.
So you salaries and wages in your overall budget sheet, but if you go down, Jordan, can you pull that up and highlight it any further?
Oh, okay, that's fine. I can change, I can.
So you
yeah.
have in your overtime line item, I mean, again, 5-year history, you spend $80, and I'm just gonna say, I looked at the overtime as we made the overtime policy changes,
Okay,
and you're
Okay.
operating very efficiently.
okay, that's fine.
So in that line item, it's showing 11,295, and I would rather see that number maybe down around $1,000, and then we'll
Okay,
moderate as
that's
we go
fine.
from there.
I'll come to you if I need
All
to
right.
do something different. That's totally fine.
And I anticipate, everybody is going to say, what is it going to look like, in '26 based on operations? And, we don't know that yet. But if changes come in and decisions made by the board have those impacts, we know that. And we can explain it and say,
Right.
decisions made by the commission, you've impacted my operations, and therefore, the funding that we projected is not working, and we need to do A, B, and C. But I'd rather have that conversation
And I
than where we're at
I have
now.
no problem with that. That's
All right.
fine. That can go away.
So anyway,
Okay,
yeah, I think you do a great job.
okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a question on going back 24, 25, like on line item 422, services and fees. I'm assuming something transpired there because it went from 13.5 and an average of about, 13,000 to 71,000 in 2025. And then back to 54,000 in 2026, which the previous 4 years was right around 14,000. It says service and fees And then the other one is repairs and maintenance, 24 to 25, went from 45 to 70. Supplies and materials,
Modernization.
14 to 25.
It's combining it. Those numbers combine both her general fund as well as the modernization and preservation, and so the spikes you see there are from
Just
budgeted
an
and
accounting
requested
maneuver?
expenditures from the modernization and preservation.
Okay. Yeah, because overall it was only 10 grand difference, so, okay. Makes sense. That's what I figured. It was something that, okay, we got it handled.
Okay.
So, we got it handled. But I'm seeing no other questions from these two people here.
Okay.
Which is good. We're moving on.
Okay,
Audra,
sounds
thank you.
good.
Yep.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Treasurer Annette Brandt. Good morning, Annette.
Morning, Commission. Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. I included a summary for you for what our office does and where our budget changes are. There is some additional information that came in after the date that we needed to submit it by, and it looks like it's on page 5 of my summary page, and is also one of the main issues that we're having on the tax and title processing through our office with the conversion as well. So that number, the breakdown outside of taxes, the 2023, 2024, and 2025, those are our lengthier title processing. It's ownership changes for titles. That last figure just came in, and actually it came in like 2 days ago, but it was too late to put on here. I did send it, the verification too, but that should be 22,518, and that's just through January. And the reason for the delay is that we were working out of two systems, 605 Drive, and then we just switched over to, or excuse me, the old system was South Dakota cars, so SD cars. The treasurer's office works with 26 and 3/4 staff. We have 8 different job descriptions within our office. That was changed with the prior wage study, Gallagher, so that we could enter in applicants to get a feel for the flow that is in our office, as well as the training. There's very little training that somebody can come to to our office with, other than, of course, we test for typing, we test for 10 key. We also have a personality test that we do. We're going to be moving all of that over to HR so they can assist us with that. But we have 26 and 3/4 staff members that complete the transactions up there. 7 of those are entry level right now. We have 3 admin assistants that are at the front windows helping customers with our tax and title assistance. And then our tax and title specialists do all of the work. We only have 4 of those with 3 leads. The 3 leads and our trainer are helping the other staff to get trained up into being able to switch out at the windows, switch out on the front line, which is the windows, the phone, the mail, and our website contacts. Differences through the years has been, in the last 2 years, we now have a web contact where people can contact us through email. It's a shared email. We have staff that answer those, as well as the incoming calls. I don't have enough staff to cover those any longer. The web contacts are coming in just as fast as the phone calls are, and they're lengthy ones. They used to, when people first started using our website, it was, what are your hours? Can you just check to see if my title work's there? Those kind of things. Now we're getting all kinds of lengthy transactions that are actually happening on the website as well. We have 5 staff that are over the 10-year mark with the county. So our retention has increased since 2022. We have 3 that are over 5 years, not yet at their 10-year, but those are, and everybody's at just a different level of training. Some people, when we hire them in, decide that it's not, that the front window's not going to be for them, which has helped because we have a lot of mail processing to get done as well. So we can utilize them within our office anywhere really, other than the front window too. So we do have a full 9 people that are trained up front though. We try to switch them out when people go to lunch. We have 13 of our staff though that are 4 years and under. So that's a lot of training that we're still doing for those staff members. 7 were hired just this year. So our attrition, the retention of our trained employees is, has, I shouldn't say increased, but we've stayed steady with them. We've been able to adjust their hours so that they have the 10-hour days, and they appreciate that. I will still continue that no matter what the hours are that we're open to the public, because again, we have plenty of work to do without having people come to us. I understand the need for our office to get that line down, and we are struggling to get that done. I do have in my budget for some additional staff while we have applications coming in that I'd like to continue the training. It's almost easier to train 2 at one time, and to see which ones are going to want to go on to the tax and title assistant and tax and title specialist positions. With that, does anybody have any questions from my summary?
Well, for the biggest elephant in the room is the waiting line. You and I have had
Yes.
conversations about that.
I'm well aware, yes.
So I'm going to open up to the commission for any comments or questions. I've talked to you, I'll start the
Yeah.
conversation. I've talked to you a little bit about over hiring, and I know that that's a difficult thing when we're talking about a budget. But trying to find an immediate solution without having the ability right now to have another solution. I'm trying to figure out ways to, because if there's a training process and people are leaving, if we overtrain and we have these people available, by the time we get them trained, they'll go on the system. I know it'll be a little bit more costly right now, but then it gets more people taking. I'm trying to find an immediate solution and not a long-term solution. I get that. But I'm gonna open it up for discussion because at this moment in time, I think this commission is redirected itself to find solutions. And, we don't want any this and that. It's not gonna get us anywhere. What we wanna do is help find solutions, and we don't understand your system. I don't understand it. I haven't had time to get into that part of it. I will at some point. We look at comparison, a lot of stuff with Minnehaha County, what they're doing up there. I've had conversations with some of the commissioners up there. They don't seem to have any lines, and I don't know what the differences are. They tell me they have over 3,000 post office box people. But I don't know. I've never even been in years. I don't know how it all works, but I'm hoping by talking to you about helping you get the HR to take over some of the training part of it, and really in reality trying to find the people that are specialty, like I had conversations with you. You know what your phones don't do, but you're not a phone person. You know what your computers don't do, you're not a computer person, and that's the same in anybody's department. So we're trying to rectify that at the same time, and then trying to get through the budget process. So I'm looking for my colleagues to help find solutions here. I know we don't want to add people. We can't, we get that. Our budgets are strained. I look at this, even your budget alone on personnel has went up, 800,000 plus just in personnel in the last year to 2 years. So that's going to give us constraints with Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, I've got some comments. So related to that comment, and I have a few, and Annette, you've been communicating with us, and everybody's trying to get to a solution that, would give the public, coming into the building anyway, the opportunity that they feel like they're being taken care of. And I know that that's your number one goal, and I know that's what's on your heart and in your mind. So getting back to the staffing and the budget, so from 2020 to 2025, your budget has increased 91%. 2020, your overall budget was 1.2 million, and we've added 1.11 million to that through 2025. Your personnel costs back in 2020 were 878,557. We've increased your personnel cost by 764,586. That's an 87% increase in personnel costs since 2020. In 2022, my understanding is you were given 6 additional FTEs in 2022. And so I guess my point is the budget and personnel has apparently not alleviated the situation. I don't know how, and it goes back to the conversation we had at the last commission meeting. And so you showed numbers, I think, and you have it in your report in here, but you're talking about, the average wait time, and I think it's around, in May anyway, Annette, it was about 23 minutes for just a regular motor vehicle transaction.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
and those are our entry-level positions that are at the front line, yeah.
Okay, but 23 minutes for a motor vehicle transaction on average, just the regular one, and then your tax and title was about, what, 91 or 91 minutes? Okay. So.
That was pulled up at that time for you off of the queuing system. We're able to pull that data off of there. And then we can put it together, if you put the two transactions together, of course, that comes down because of the volume of straight registrations that we do, because those are pretty fast. But that's not my issue. The fast line is getting done, I think, in a appropriate time frame. The 20 minutes, I'm okay with that. I am not okay with the 95 minutes for it, because that is average, and so there's
Right.
some that are even longer than that, and so no, I'm not satisfied with that at all. That should be cut in half, I truly believe. I think that I've got the staff to do it. We have different that are in place now. Of course, you always do. When you're hiring somebody, you meet with them for an hour and a half, and you don't know their disposition of. I mean, public for the most part are very, very cordial and nice, and sometimes they're not. And so you just don't know how somebody's going to deal in that type of a setting until they get in there. I don't.
No, I know, and then when
Yep.
you're in there, just going,
No.
no, it's all good, but, no, I get it when somebody, you have 75 people waiting in line and everybody's, looking at their watch or, hey, how long have you been waiting, that type of stuff. I get that pressure on the staff. I think that, yeah, you're correct on, the 20 to 25-minute wait time for, just a regular transaction. I think that's fine. We hear the comments, well, I could go down to Custer County and I'm waiting 5 minutes. I could go to Meade County, I'm waiting 10 minutes. Yeah, it's based on, population. But we're operating, and I think everybody understands this, we're operating with a system that you didn't design. You're operating off of what, the state, another one of these things that gets pushed down, and we're doing financial transactions. We get to keep some, the state's getting their share. And the operating system, which has been talked about quite a bit, the new 605, is not working. And, it's been a difficult transition every time you roll out software, et cetera. And I'm not sure, I do know that you had sent some of the information at the last commission meeting that, that I've been asking for related to, how is our workflow and work week when we were on a 4-day work week versus our 5-day work week? And I see that you have sent some of that stuff to Jordan, and I think anyway, he's calculating some of that so we can look at some of that data. My other comment related to that would be, we did talk about, and Commissioner Weifenbach has brought it up too, about the availability of those state machines to process, the registrations. And so you and I have talked, so could you give us a little update on that?
Sure, so the state of South Dakota totally runs those. They have 3 positioned in Pennington County right now. 2 years ago, I asked when we knew that we were going to be moving to Concourse, I started checking with the state to see what it was going to take in order for us to get another one, because my thought process was to leave this one here. We're going to have changes is difficult and long for people in this area, anywhere really. If you're used to coming here, I would like to have the self-service terminal here for those that don't know when we make the move, and then have the other one over at Concourse so that we can assist people as well. They told me that the volume of usage on this machine that was here was not enough for them to substantiate putting another one in Pennington County. I compared it to the one with the DMV over off of Catron, and we were substantially higher from that. And they said with the new system that's coming down, which is 605 Drive, their plan for that one was to enhance it even more and have it available to the DMV for them to have, for the public to have more access to different transactions. So they weren't going to move that one. They moved the one out of the mall over to the Department of Revenue office, which is behind Lowe's. So we have those 3 right now, 24/7 Department of Revenue and 24/7 here. Those are available to the public when they're up, because when our system starts getting sluggish and slow, those self-service terminals also do as well. Recently, with our change in hours and not being open for the public, many more people were using the self-service terminal out here at this facility, which increased our numbers, and now they are looking for Pennington County to be able to purchase, or to receive one all state financed, but they're going to put it in their budget, which it doesn't get approved for 2026, which means we wouldn't get it until 2027. So Commissioner Weifenbach and Commissioner Durr asked me to pursue the state to check to see what it would take if one was purchased. And that was I don't have those figures in front of me, $92,000, I think.
97, I believe.
$97,000 is what they, back when I checked a couple years ago to see if we could have some more in there, it was like 43,000. So I was a little shocked when she sent the higher amount, but then also the maintenance on it. And the state handles all of that maintenance fee. I double checked on the ones that they own. But if we purchased another one, they would be billing the county for those, because they are feeling that it's not needed until they get the other one coming. So that's on the self-service terminals. They're also going, there's no transaction fee other than, no, there is no transaction fee for the public to use the self-service terminals. You do have to have a South Dakota driver's license in order to do it, because you scan your ID. And it would be beneficial, we had talked for placement of it as well. And I sent Rosa some information. We have visited with about it as well, about the growth out in the Box Elder area. We're actually moving out closer to that area too. So as far as placement of it, obviously I'd be checking with you guys and the public as well to see where they would most benefit having it. Sioux Falls, I asked her, how did Sioux Falls get so many of them? And she said, well, to be honest with you, we had 20 of them in the warehouse, and we just dispersed them out over to Sioux Falls. So that really wasn't an answer to me, but they are using them everywhere too. So
It's an East River thing.
their usage is higher than ours too, so that's what I've been up against for the last couple years. And of course, when we decided that we were going to be moving out to 900 Concourse, that's when my conversation started with the state, because I didn't want this one to have to move. This one, I'm pointing up here because it's in our entry area, but it's moved 3 times in Pennington County already. We started it out, we were the first one to have one, and we had it in the entry area of the courthouse. And then it got moved over to public safety, and I can't remember why. It had something to do with the wind structure and in that entry level, or entry area of the courthouse, that it didn't work as well as they felt it should there. So they remodeled the front of the public safety building, and then when we moved to this building, they structured the area for it to sit specifically. Now, I just talked to the maintenance guy that comes around from the state. He's paid by the state to go monitor these machines that are in our area. And he said that they were just starting to do some change on these self-service terminals to make them Wi-Fi, which that means that might open different areas that they can actually be put in, meaning I don't think Keystone would ever be a good place because they have, their internet is in and out and that kind of thing. But I don't know what that means as far as Pennington County paid to have the entry area constructed so that it could be put there. They have to be under camera. They have to be really, inside. And the best place is any place that we can find that's 24/7, so.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but are you?
No, just my comment on that. So I guess I would ask, I had a meeting with Box Elder officials a few weeks ago, and they said they would take a terminal in Box Elder at their location. Do you think that would be beneficial?
At what location?
City Hall area?
Absolutely. I mean, when you were talking to me, you said that they might fund it as well, or?
No, I don't believe they would fund it. They said they would take one.
Oh, yes, I mean,
And, hey-
now that we're moving out to Concourse, my idea was always the extra one to go out in the Box Elder area. So, but then when we were moving to Concourse, that's pretty close to that area as well. So we got Rapid Valley and you got Box Elder. So yes, that would be a good place for one if the county's planning on doing it. Now, I just thought of this as I'm talking about it. If the state of South Dakota is putting it in their, requesting it in their budget for us to get it, and we would, if they approve it, we'd get it in 2027. So I can check with them to see if that's a possibility. If we got it early and we paid for that now, would they take it over then in 2027? So I have not checked out that avenue yet. I honestly just thought of it as we
All right.
were.
It's a good
pursuing,
thought. And then if you could talk Box Elder into buying one, that'd be great too.
Yeah, I thought that's what you told me, so I never said anything to anybody because I didn't want that to get out.
So just have one follow-up to that, and then I'll be done. And I'm just going to say that if you believe it's a benefit, I'm willing to put the money into the county buying one of those machines. I believe in the long run, it would be cheaper than personnel costs. And then secondly, getting back to your personnel cost, you're showing a lower personnel cost in the 26 proposed budget, but you're showing an increase in Social Security of about 12,500, so something is amiss with the math there.
I'll take a look at my formula in my.
All right.
I'll take a look at that. And the reduction in that is, pretty major for our group insurance, but I used to budget all, as like what you said, for if we have open positions, we have open positions all the time, the way that things are going. So it used to be that I would, depending on how many open positions, I would do one of each, so that, because you don't know coming in, and most of the time, well, not most of the time, but our general staff is single or, you know, they're going to be new families. So there could be a change that comes up, but I put that to what's actually happening right now is how I understood the budget to go. Whatever, because I am fully staffed and was able at this time to, this is what they're asked, this is what is happening. So I changed that, but I do agree that does look a little off. So I'll take a look and see if my formula is off there.
Thank you.
And the wage study is that difference in the big jump as well.
Commissioner Durr has a comment or a question.
Me, Drews? Okay,
Oh, man,
thank
it's
you.
gonna be a long
Thank
day.
Mr.
You guys
Chair.
gotta, okay, here we go. Jordan?
So Annette, on the machines, are they capable of doing everything that can be done at the window? They're not, are they?
No, again, it's the tax and title transfers. I'm saying tax and title, I'm sorry, I'm just so used to saying that, but the transfer of motor vehicle titles are our biggest issue, and that is what they're in line for up there. You can't do those on the self-service terminal.
Okay,
Chair.
that's all I have.
Commissioner Hadcock.
A couple of things that you guys just talked about. For self-service, I'd like to see the data on the monitors and which ones actually were producing more, because if it were producing more here and we're having lines, maybe it's more efficient and effective to have two
What do you
here.
mean monitors?
The self-serve.
Yeah, she sent you that information.
Okay, I didn't see it,
Okay,
so.
we just resend
And
it to her.
it'd be nice to
Miss-
see the data from the beginning when they first started till now, and see where those locations were
I think-
best served in the
I can tell you,
last.
this one's doing about 6,000 transactions. The one at the DMV or the Social Security is probably half that, and the one at the DMV is like around way less. I mean,
That's
it's not
right.
even, it doesn't even hold a candle to what they're doing in Minnehaha County, because they got them at gas stations, they got them at,
Get and goes, I think they're
what
called.
is it called? Quick,
I think they're
yeah,
called get and goes.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying, guys. So your self-service, you want to look at the data from Sioux Falls, you want to look at data where they would be best served
Right.
for transactions, not just
So
stick
we don't
them
have any
at
yet.
Box
We only got-
Elder.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
yeah,
talk.
that makes
son.
sense, okay.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So I'd like to see the monitoring the data over the years, and then I would take, this is what I do when I have something to see, you know, what is the best suited. I would look at Sioux Falls, I would look at other areas that have a higher population and where people use them the most. And then come back and show us, well, I don't think we should have two here at the new facility. I think we should have it here, here, and here. And then you guys, if you could buy two, this is what I'm seeing from the data, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, data-driven instead of just guessing where we should put a machine that costs $97,000 and where it's most efficient and effective. On the
Commissioner
queuing-
Hadcock, can I interrupt you for a second? Because
Go
I
ahead, sir.
don't, we don't have the machines to give you the data where they would be the best. The state's is roadblocking our Treasury Department from getting the machines at all. So we're gonna have to beat up our legislators just to get another machine. We got 3 machines. Sioux Falls has 6 or 7 machines. They've got them at convenience stores, whatever. So if we put one in Box Elder, we have no idea because we don't have any history on Box Elder. We've never had one there. So I'm not sure I understand.
No, so you have data that she just gave you before. You said that we had that data.
But we got a machine here. They're not gonna move the one at the DMV, and that's the one that does the least amount of transactions.
What I'm saying, there's got to be something that we can write them and say we need to move it to a more efficient
Yeah,
and effective.
okay.
I mean, based on the data, how can you not want to move something to be, and Annette could send the letter, you know, we have lines, we have things that this
I
could
think
be
it's
more
gonna
efficient
have
and
to come from
effective.
us. We're gonna have to squeeze them,
I get it.
get them right here in the hot seat.
Okay, and then the queuing system, I like the service, the numbers before and then after the queuing system would make a difference on the data. What were the lines before? How much efficient and effective had the queuing system based on what you've seen from numbers, how you served more people, less people in the amount of time. And then also, you're going to look at your 4 and 5 day work week difference. Did you become more efficient in 4 days and serve more people? Because we're talking about service. So service through the machines, the self-service machines, the queuing system, and the 4 or 5 workday, that's going to tell some numbers that have either changed on efficiency, or it's going to show us everything you've been saying to us, that we have been more efficient, this is what the change has been. Because you'll be able to see it from, like I said, 4 to 5 workday weeks, how that has changed. Again, the self-service, anything we can change in that to make it more efficient and effective for us if we need to buy another one. And then again, the queuing system. So, proven factors that it's served more people, or in the amount of time it's actually doing less. And maybe less sometimes would be opening up for other areas for transfers and titles instead of other stuff. So you should be able to track how many titles you're doing, how many, self-service you're doing, and then put all those on some kind of spreadsheet so we can figure out, or you can figure out where you're best served. And then maybe that tells us, Annette, remember I was telling you before, maybe that tells us you need 3 more people. Maybe that tells us we need to, say we need 2 more self-service people, or self-service machines, and 1 person. I'd like to see some of that data from the before and after. I'll keep saying that's how I track my business. That's how I know I need, what I need next, and how I'm best serving more people in that amount of time more efficient. So, and maybe you have all that, and I apologize, and I'm seeing you tomorrow anyway, so that's positive. Just to see how you're tracking all this, and what's happening in your office a little bit more, instead of just talking about it up here.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
just based on what Commissioner Adcock said, Jordan, can you give an update?
We're working on it. Okay, so yeah, no, I even met with Annette yesterday just to talk about what we can do. We've pulled 3 different time periods trying to show just from completed transactions, which does not show the full picture, but it gives us some hard data based on hours worked in a period of 3 months in 3 different years that show either the 5-day work week,
Perfect.
then the 4-day work week, then the queuing system, just to see if we can track any trends, but.
So you listened the first time. And that'll help Annette on her efficiency, because it's not, we're not doing this for us. We want to make Annette have a nice, efficient business without having her come up here going, those lines suck. So that was my bottom line visit with you the other day, is how can we make you more efficient and effective without having people saying stuff without the data going, that's not true. So, thank you, Ms. Annette.
I want to make a couple comments as we've gone through these cycle that we're pushing Jordan on you guys. He is your resource for these numbers, for these information to help you gather that. And that we had the conversation. You are an elected official that runs the Treasury Department. That's your job. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to accomplish. Jordan is an analyst. He can get you the information. Trying to get it yourself is going to be a waste of your time, I believe. So handing it off, and I would tell any other department head or elected official that that's what his job is. He works for you guys mainly. He is called a commission director, so it's kind of like direct his traffic for him, but he's your resource. He's a valuable resource. We have another fellow in the office to help that load. So when we ask for this information, you're not spending your time, spending your wills trying to grab it. You can get him. Now that I have my arm cut off and I'm bleeding and I need someone to take me to the hospital, okay? So you guys can either wait around and let me die, or you can take me now. And that's where I'm at with this Treasury Department. I said, we can keep pushing off these solutions, and I get, but I'm the kind of person that I'm used to attacking the problem. I don't care what we need to do. If it's the wrong decision, we can come back and change that decision and work towards a long-term goal. She's in front of you asking if we can help hire for the positions so she can have these people trained to get them in there, and hopefully that'll alleviate. That's what she's telling you today. I do know from doing the research on the kiosks that they work, but they got to be available. We don't have any. The state's stonewalling her. They're just telling her because they don't want to deal with it. It's whatever it is. It's a bureaucracy, if I want to call it. So we're going to have to jump in and help her somehow secure these machines and get them. But that leads to my questions about, we talk about collecting money. Okay, you collect money, and it's all collected for the state. The tags, the title transfers, the property taxes, what else am I missing in that?
We collect everything for everybody else, actually.
So we collect
But the
everything.
motor
Everything is collected
vehicle,
for- Now,
yeah.
what is this,
Wheel
do
tax.
you do that for free? I mean, is that, or do you get a cut or a percentage of everything you collect?
motor vehicle receives, we call it motor vehicle, but on the revenue portion.
That's just a tag?
We get the we
I
get,
know you get X amount of dollars on the wheel tax, right?
you're
and that
talking about
goes-
how the split happens?
Well, what I'm saying is your people aren't in there, they're not exactly a cost center.
Right, and we're not there to make money. We're there for customer service, so
Point, so I'm trying to
that's
figure
where
Trying to figure out if we're providing the service that we're collecting for or not, so.
yeah. Out of the registration fees, because we don't get excise tax, a portion of the excise tax goes to the state and a portion of it goes to that big fund that you heard Joe talk about a little bit earlier that we now have.
Get Joe down there
Fraction.
collecting money.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was grinning when he said, we get wheel tax. I'm like, we get wheel tax, but yeah, it goes right there. There's a lot of it, and the county gets to get all of the wheel tax, and then
So every 100% of the wheel tax,
100% of the wheel tax, $50 per
and then
out-of-state title.
we don't
We
charge
get-
Joe's department an interdepartmental charge for you doing that service for him, right?
No, we're all a team. We're all in it together.
saying,
This is county.
I'm
Oh,
trying to
okay.
draw the picture here.
Okay.
You need to play that hangman game, where everybody guesses, okay.
Okay.
In the end, we're gonna hang somebody. So, the wheel tax is 100% goes to the county. Now, when you do a registration, just a regular renewal, tag renewal, the ones that they can do in the machine, what does the county's portion of that?
The county's portion is 36.75% of that. The
36.3.
The state gets.
75%.
Oops, sorry. Yeah.
So whatever, if somebody has $400, it's 36.375% of that goes to the county to have you collect it, correct?
22.5% of our county amount needs to go to road and bridge, 14% of that
How much
amount I
goes to the
give you.
roads and bridges?
So, may I approach the?
You have it all laid out?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is from,
You probably
So-
sent this to me and I
No.
chewed Deb out for it earlier, so.
that's my copy now, so I don't have it
So-
to explain, but let me know
Yeah,
if you
no,
need something
54%.
explained.
SDL 3211, 4.1, distribution of county license fund collection. 54% goes to the state for a highway fund, 22.5% county road and bridge fund, 14% to the local government highway fund, 5% to the municipalities by total street miles, so you're collecting
City, Keystone.
city
yeah.
money, okay.
Or, Rapid City,
How much does
Keystone.
the city pay you for doing that? Nothing, right? 1.75% state motor vehicle fund, 1/4% treasurer fund for supplies, 2.5% for the state special revenue fund. How does that add up? So that adds up to 100%. So what your job is to collect for everybody else, and then none of it goes to the general fund to pay your guys' salaries. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Everybody understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I get it, yeah.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple things that Deb had, or Commissioner Hadcock, sorry, had mentioned that I wanted to. The queuing system went into effect in February, and that is what's telling us how many people are in line and how long the wait is. We didn't have a queuing system before, so I have no way of telling you how many people were in line. I can tell you that there were multiple days that the line was all the way down to the commission office, down on the stairs, in the summertime out the door and down the, down the handicap ramp. And so that's why a queuing system was asked for. We did vet several different ones. This may not be the right one for us, but we're making adjustments. with it every time somebody does tell us something that we can change on it so that we have it. I don't have any other way to calculate those amounts of people that are coming in. My other concern with comparing our 4-day work week with the 5-day work week, our staff are still working 40 hours a day, whether it's Monday through Thursday in our office, also Monday through Friday. Our numbers don't show that there's an increase in there because they're still maintaining the same, I mean, there might be a little tweak in there. I don't, when we get everything compiled, Jordan can do, that's what I seen when I was compiling that information, that we're still producing the same amount of transactions as we were when we were 410s versus the 5. So again, that just relates to how many hours the staff are there to do the transfers. My concern is that all those numbers, what they're not showing you, and I don't know how to articulate it, is how many uncompleted transactions that are not getting done. That's revenue also for the county, and that's what's concerning me most, along with the wait time for the title transfers.
So the taxpayers are paying your budget on top of paying this? Okay.
Gain a bunch from their budget.
Yeah, I mean,
Everybody's budget.
I mean,
It goes into everybody.
okay, think of it as the same, and our auditor can tell you what she does when she's doing apportioning. And so, you know, the treasurer is collecting all these revenues and they're coming into her office and then they get dispersed to, you know, different funds as they're receipted in. And then when it comes to, just say, property tax, and then how that property tax, the county collects it, it would be, you know, we're not keeping every dollar that comes in. Then the auditor, you know, is it apportioning all of that money out to all the taxing districts, municipalities, et cetera? Is the auditor getting any city money from any of those entities or anybody those taxing entities that she's apportioning to? No, it's just, again, it's
Also on the county.
it's the
Mandates.
poor business model of a county government that takes on all of these responsibilities and the dollar does not follow outside of what we're getting from. And you can look at our, you know, our revenues, but yeah, it's not set up to be a good sustainable business model.
right. So Jordan can determine what our 1/4% is, right? I mean, that's what
quarter
goes to-
percent, that's on my budget.
Yeah,
It's in
that goes to,
under motor vehicle,
that's what
yeah.
you get paid, so you got it, we're gonna reduce your budget to that 1/4%. I mean, so, I guess I'm getting back to my point on.
I have to have the resources in order to help the public, so.
Well, I said, you know, if I cut my arm off, I'm going to the emergency room right now. I'm not waiting around until next week, and that's where we're at. I'm almost willing to buy one of those machines myself because of the cell phone calls I get, the emails I get, the Facebook posts I get about the lines, so.
I think you just said he's
That's where
donating.
I'll
that's
get the
where I'm at.
contract. I'll get the contract right up.
Yeah, you know, I share them with you, and
Yeah.
some of them are ugly, but
Okay,
Did you make sure that's in the minutes?
he's putting that in the minutes of George.
put a big minute in
I
there.
would like the opportunity to throw that out to the state, about if we did get it now, would they take it over then
Well, and
afterwards?
You know, and that,
Because
we'll work with Anya on that. I
we
think we
want
need
it
to
now
squeeze them
and-
because I don't think I mean, I think if we renamed ourselves Sioux Falls or whatever, I think we'd get a little bit better service on some of these things. But at some point, we have to stand on our soapbox and say, hey, you know, for 1/4%, you can bring us these machines and help us out here. And as we work on finding where our efficiencies lie in that line system, I think when we talk about the queue, and I know there's some commissioners that want that queue to go away, and you understand that, and you were working on, because of the lag times when, like what people are doing is they're waking up in the morning and they're putting themselves in that queue. If you don't get in that queue at 7 o'clock in the morning, you ain't getting in. It eliminates people. Like the text I showed you yesterday from the gentleman who was wondering how to get in the queue, and I said, go to the website. He said, and then you've seen what he said to me.
Yeah, can I say that out?
Adjectives.
Can I read that too?
Are we still doing?
Can I read
minutes?
that one out loud?
Oh, you're not gonna read that out loud?
Remotely, They cannot start signing on to the queuing system until 7:30 because that was happening. We seen that huge influx and it almost broke everybody was doing that. And people were, once somebody that worked for somebody, then that word spread. But now, we have lines that start forming outside of the building at 10 to 7.
I seen that this morning
And
when I
there's a
came.
QR code on the outside, and I'm just using this opportunity in case anybody's listening too, of the QR codes on the outside of the building, so they can come by, scan themselves, get themselves in the building, or excuse me, in line, and then go do whatever they need to do and come back when it's their turn. When the doors open, the majority of those people that have already put themselves in line just come on in and get taken care of.
That's where I think some of the issue is lying, that the person that's next in line's not there. So there's a lag time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's giving us the vision that this queue system doesn't work.
I do agree with that, and we, staff has put their heads together, and this was just the last week. Again, when the information comes in and the complaints, then we do try to massage it, get it better and better, but I agree with that, because what was happening before, people were in line in front of the windows, and when our staff would call next, they were right there and they went right to the window. So now what is happening is the staff have two choices of whatever is most comfortable for them. When they're cashing out the person that they're waiting on, they call the next customer. They don't call it out. They click on it, that person gets that notice that it's time to come to the window, in case they're out in the parking lot or wherever they might be. If they don't come up right away, then they call another person that's a faster transaction. We can tell, and that's what the queuing system is allowing us to do too, is separate those transactions so we know which ones are the longer ones versus the shorter ones. The other option that they have is to, when they finish with a customer and they call the next customer up, if they don't come up right away, they call a second customer up. You don't lose your place there. They'll see you right behind that window because it tells you what window to go to, and they just explain to them, I called you, but I'm going to finish this one real quick and then we'll get to you. So that's going to be, I've seen a change in it already this week. Anything else that we can do to make it
If my arm's
quicker?
cut off and you need to take me to the hospital, basically, I'm using that as a reference to today, sitting here today, so we can help you tomorrow and next week. What would you like us to do?
I need to overhire. I need to get people in there to get them
Any comments from
trained.
the commission?
Mr. Chair, you know it and I know it, because I don't know if the other commissioners get the emails, but, my system, I've got a file that says Pennington County, and then below that it says issues, and then below that I have treasurer, and below that I actually have the names of the people that complain, and I have their emails on file, and they're not nice emails. And sooner or later, you have to answer these folks. What do we need to do? And I think if they were here, they'd say, you're going to need more people. I mean, that's just my take on this. If it doesn't work, does that mean we can't do something different? Of course we can do something different, but I think right now the solution is maybe not 3, but, 1 or 2. I would be in favor of that. If it don't work, we'll go to something else. But obviously, we're all tired of getting these nasty emails, and if there's a better solution, I'm all for it.
All right. And one of the part that you missed, Ron, is that her budget has doubled in the last 5 years for personnel or for the entire department. So we're looking at that going, do we think that this personnel will help or not? So, but you're the elected official in charge.
I believe that it's also going to be relief for the staff. There is a difference in customer service that happens at the windows now. Hopefully, I get both emails, both kinds of emails, and I do answer the ones back that I get if they are willing to give me their name to respond back to. If it's something that I can change, then I do. If it's something that I just need to explain, then I do that. But we also get the people that are like, excited that, hey, you've got happy people at those windows now, and that's great. Not that we didn't before, but I'm just saying the personalities are different. Once the people get to the window, there is very, very few issues with the staff that are there. So for me to just
I'll guarantee you
crack
it's
the
not the
whip
people at
and
the
whip
window.
and
It's-
have, I'm
it's-
sorry.
It's the people, it's not the people at the
No.
window. It's the idea of, like I explained to you, waiting to pay a $20,000 check, and then I get up there and then I gotta take it. Or they wait in line so long, by the time they get there and they get one little hiccup in that thing, man, everything goes sideways. And so then they take it out because it's human nature. It's kind of like reffing basketball games. People used to ask me, why do you do that? I said, I love getting chewed out. So identifying that as an issue and with your people, it's hard for those people to sit there. Well, first of all, 10 hours a day. And I would say, and I told you, probably to start planning for a 5-day work week. That makes sense. I mean, and nobody's going to micromanage how you manage your people. You know, that's up to you. Whether some of them, the 10 hours work for them, whatever. But the perception, this all rolls into it. They're not, last week was a 3-day work, 3 days. So why, on Monday, you're going to get slammed. And sure enough, you were slammed. You're going to be slammed all week because you missed another whole day. So,
Yeah.
and I think we're going to try to do what we can do. We'll work on these kiosks. I think at minimum, at least we need 2. Because looking at Sioux Falls numbers and saying that these things can be used. I remember the first time I went to a kiosk, I went into McDonald's and there was no cashiers. And I'm looking around, all of a sudden some lady pops out and she said, "Oh, I'll help you, sir." Helps me order. And then now that I go to McDonald's and every time I go there, I use their kiosk. So I think that's an opportunity that if we have the 2 machines in concourse, we have somebody out there teaching them how to use them. But first of all, you got to get the machines.
Yeah,
Any other comments? I'm taking up too much time.
Mr. Chair,
Yakking on. So I think Gary he hasn't made a comment yet, so.
Well, I favor the hiring of additional people for the treasurer's office. And I think as time goes on, if it demonstrates that the need is not there for those people, the attrition is going to take care of that need, and we can make those adjustments and reduce the amount at any given time at that point in time. But I think in order to get caught up, I think the best solution at this point in time is to hire some additional people. The training process is not simple. It takes time to train them. And so I would favor putting more people in the treasurer's office.
And
I'm going to go right back to our mission statement, and that helps me, gives me a roadmap where I think we need to go. And the mission statement of the county is to provide quality public services as determined by law, and the law says we need a treasurer. And citizens' needs through innovative leadership and teamwork of its people, which is us today, officials and employees. Services shall be provided in a fair, respectful, and professional manner consistent with available human, natural, and economic resources. The economic resources would be, of course, do we have the funds to do this? And this is where we're at today. But, as a commission, I think it's our duty to make a decision and try to correct the problem. And I think the sooner that relative to the treasurer's office, I think the sooner that we address that, the better
I
it is.
appreciate the good discussion we've had today, introducing, and I appreciate you taking it on the chin really well. But I think part of it is we can go to Joe, to the highway department, and say, we need 2 people from your budget, since they're collecting all that funds for you to get us through. But so we'll have this conversation again. We're not here to make any decisions, but it's a good starting point. I think we're committed to looking at seeing what Sioux Falls is doing differently, seeing if we can add some ATMs or whatever, the kiosk machines, and then go from
Mr.
there.
Chair.
But is there any other comment from the commission? No other comment, Annette, thank you.
I do actually, if I
something
could,
to
I
say?
just wanted to update you all on the change that happened for online real estate payments. So we had a different provider before, Paymentech. We switched over to Wells Fargo payment processing on our on our website for real estate processing. People were not utilizing it as much as we felt that they should for e-checks. We thought that would also help relieve the line, which it did a bit in the for real estate taxes, but Commissioner Weifenbach, you had mentioned that avenues to look at were maybe paying credit card fees and that kind. I have not got the amounts for what our public is paying for credit card, to use their credit card fees. But for face-to-face transactions that happen in our office, which is probably, I would say, if I were to guess, I'd say 85% of our transactions are credit card transactions. So I'm sure that that number is quite high, but I will be back to let you know about that. But online from January through May, we switched the e-check fee that used to be charged to the public from $1.50 to 19 cents. The 19 cents, and I visited with each of the commissioners individually when the decision was made to, I think the county should absorb that because we can't even open an envelope, for that, or, all of the mail processing. So that total from January through May, free to the users now, it costs the county $2,846, and we do that out of our client analysis fund, which it's not a amount that we actually pay to Wells Fargo, but that's what they're charging for. Every check that we deposit, there's a charge. Every cash deposit, there's fees, and we're online with them with multiple different securities. And that's something too that I'll be tweaking, but anyway, making better adjustments too. I think that that's a great change, and if people aren't aware that that's on there, we still have credit card users. We had 14,981 people use that. And all I did was divide it out by the 19 cents, so that's huge. And on the credit card usage, we had 1,149 people use their credit card, and just for that amount, the service fees were almost $40,000. So I don't think that's the avenue to go if that's something that you would involve me in that discussion with. I think that we move them to e-checks.
Thing we can do to get them, especially, because we narrowed down to, everything that your office does is a cost center, but it's collecting revenue for everybody else. So it's like a double tax to the constituents because they're paying the tax and then they're paying again to pay the tax with what we're working on, the big, beautiful website, Cody is, and hopefully that'll help get that message out and get it more user-friendly, so there's more interaction, and maybe we can convert people in the future, but right now.
When everybody uses their credit card, they're paying that fee one way or the other, either the person that is, if you go to the business to pay it, they're paying it. In retail, that's just how it is, but it's a huge amount.
Right. We can't
I
absorb
will
that.
let you know when I find out the one that's face-to-face.
It doesn't
but-
make sense to absorb that, and I
Yeah.
don't think you'll get, it for 3% on a real estate, doesn't make sense for us.
Yeah.
So-
The other thing, July 1st, the state just increased, the law goes into effect July 1st, that every single transaction that you do has to do with motor vehicle that's done in their system, there's a $2 charge being added to it, so that means everybody's registrations are going up as well, that $2. That is total state money again. They're going to use that for their technology fee for this 605 drive, so they're experiencing issues obviously already, and that 100% of that amount goes to them. So that was my other concern, is people they know that that's coming, and so you can renew your tags 90 days early, so we're getting August and September people in June to get it in before that $2. Makes sense, because it's $2 per vehicle, but
Yeah.
it's an influx.
No, I mean, yeah, that's a shock coming from the legislature who says that counties are taxing too much, and they add another tax,
Yeah.
and it's not ours, so.
But they'll call that a fee, like when you go buy a car and they add on a dock fee after you negotiate the price.
No, it's a taking.
All right, and thank you for taking it on the chin, and we're not done with this, but we're done with you for today.
Thank you,
Thank you.
We'll move on to,
Mr. Chair.
I guess these guys want a break. I'm
Yeah.
roaring to go
10
today,
minutes.
and these guys want a break.
So-
Jason, Jordan.
She's getting.
We're ready to roll here, so. Let me see, back from our break. We're going to
Yes.
Annette, and then we go to Auditor, Miss Cindy Moeller, Auditor's Office. Cindy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Cindy Moeller, Auditor. The first thing that I want to say before I really start my stuff is in my memo, it does talk about the dollar amount that the Auditor's Office apportions out. It's over 214 million to over 220 different taxing entities. So that's in my memo. But when you were talking about that, I was
Correct.
like, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. So
And you keep $1 for every one of those?
I wish we could.
Okay.
Because it would really help the bottom line. I feel like I'm missing a ton of stuff and I'm very unorganized, so bear with me. In my memo, I did talk about, the election 2026, so my budget is up for 26. Thinking about combining with all of the school districts and the municipalities, the unknown about whether they're going to want to do their own election on that day or actually combine. So I did put a little bit more in for if we have more ballot faces. In thinking about this continuously over the last few days, I really would like to tell them if they do want to combine that they have to do it during the general election, because then that would alleviate having 3 ballots for the primary election. So that's something I'm keeping in the back of my mind and I will be discussing with them.
So Cindy, do they have an option of doing that or not? I mean, can they opt out of what the law says?
They can't opt out of what the law says in the fact that they have to hold it on the same day. But it doesn't say that they have to combine and make me do their
Okay.
election.
Sure.
We
Okay.
could have,
Wow.
2 different elections going on and you have to go here to vote on all the state and county stuff and you have to go to here to vote on the school and have to go here to vote on the city.
Yeah.
They do have options.
Okay.
I don't know how it's going to all work out. Not real keen on trying to coordinate and can do everything for all of those entities. It's with the post-election audit and all the other stuff that has come to fruition with
Right.
elections. If I could get out of the business of doing anybody else's elections, but what the county actually has to do, I would.
Because and I'm assuming, Cindy, that, we have an agreement and they pay for that service, correct?
Yes,
But the bang for the buck and the headache is not worth it.
it is really not.
Yeah.
It's not. Everybody's like, well, just hire more staff. They're going to pay you, hire more staff. Temporary staff, that is not easy to do. You don't just walk in and say, here, go vote people. They have to understand the system. They have to understand what's going on, the ballots, those sort of things. So, no, to me, it's not worth the bang for the buck. And I don't care how much they offer me to do it. It's
Right.
not worth it. As far as elections go, I would like to look at purchasing the electronic poll books. I've seen a brief demo on it, and I am going to have them come and demonstrate that later this year. I did not put that in the budget because it's not a for sure thing that I'm going to do it, and I don't have an exact cost. When I do have them come for the demo, anyone is welcome to come and watch that demo. If you're interested, when I get it scheduled, I'll let everybody know when it's going to be. I think it would make things quicker at the polling place for our poll workers. And it will then automatically say that that person has voted. So when we get the books back, we don't have to go through and log every person that's voted. Their voter history will be uploaded, and that'll save us some time as well. I'd like to do that eventually. As far as the auditor's budget, it is down some, basically because I'm not going to be paying Springbrook and Tyler next year together. We're currently working on our conversion. Hopefully, everything's going to go live July 7th. Cross your fingers. Let's see. As far as insurance goes, I know I did go up in elections with the group insurance and down in auditor. The elections, the prior person that I had filling one of my open FTEs did not have any county insurance. So for that open one, I budgeted E+1. I don't go family or single, I go right in the middle. Hopefully that catches it. I did do that. And with the auditor budget, with that being down, that is due to what was the shared position between the commission office and my office. And so having that half FTE, if I were to fill that, that would be a non-benefited position. That is that part. Yeah, I gave you a list kind of everything that happened basically in '24, as far as dollars and cents, what came in and went out, and the different transactions that we handled.
Ms. Cindy, I'm going
So
to open it up to any questions anybody has.
Mr.
Commissioner Roskak's going
Chair.
for his mic.
So I'm looking at these graphs, Cindy, and I don't understand what revenue source that your office has, but it, 21 and 22, it showed 588,580, then in 23 and 24, 392 and 375. Just wondered, what do those numbers reflect?
I got to look at them, and I would probably have to go back and actually look at the detail of the receipts.
Not that it's important, I'm just curious what revenue
What
sources.
years were you looking at?
He's looking at 21 and 22, right around 580
Okay.
plus, and then 23, 24, 375 to 392.
I would have to go back and
Oh, okay.
actually look at the detail and see what we actually received in those years.
Well, then, there's another graph that shows a 5-year budget history, and I think that's why it's good to go back 5 years, because you can kind of see if there's any outliers. And so, in 2020, your actual approved budget was higher than the actual revenue. And then in '21, the approved budget was lower than the actual revenue, but anyhow, just going back 5 years, you don't see that, so I guess it's just having the graphs like that, Jerry, that's certainly helpful to see these trends. But the point is, I don't see any crazy outliers.
And Cindy,
Any
just
other
in case you wanted to
comments?
know, lien payments from attorneys is really the big
The
driver.
biggest one.
for-
What was that, Jordan?
Lien payments from attorneys, for attorneys?
Oh, sure, sure. So years when we maybe sent one more mailing or sent another file to CCB, then those are probably up.
Chair.
Yes.
So what Ron's talking about is 504,980 was your budget in 2020, and now you're at 923,349 in '25. I know employees went up about 212,000. What else caused the other 200,000 increase for '25?
That was the new software.
How much was the software, Miss Cindy?
Software. And the implementation, I think all total it was like right around $300,000, and we're picking away at that. And we do have the money in the assigned reserve. There again, we were planning ahead on purchasing that. So at some point, I will be coming for a budget supplement so that I can get spending authority for that.
So the trend is you have been spending less, not more, by about 150,000, and I understand what ifs to a certain extent. I mean, because you don't want to have to supplement every year, you want to come kind of close to what you need. But if you look from 2020, your 50490, you budgeted 675, 192, but you only spent 50490, 980. And then same with 24, 945, 72, or 728, but you only spent 791, 422. That's a pretty big jump, about 150,000. And then you budgeted, and maybe you were kept it in your budget or something, remember, because you needed the software. I don't know how you moved that forward because of the 300,000, because your 300 plus your 212 is 512, so there's no way that you couldn't have put all of it in the 25, because it wouldn't have made sense, because then you would have been 500 and something over, not 418. So, to me, you have a lot of discrepancy in, and that's what we're seeing, which is, thank you for the charts, Jordan, is that what you guys are budgeting and what you spent is two different things. So I was trying to figure out if everybody had 150 to 1,000 in their budgets extra every year, that's a lot of money unspent. Does that
And I
make
do
sense?
plan for the worst, and I try and be as frugal as I possibly can. So to Mr. Durr's point, maybe I need to look at not planning for the worst.
I think somewhat you have to, but I already understand too, some of what I saw for, you already know, Cindy, with the wage stuff and what that did to some of the budgets and how that has to be sustainable. We talked about this before. How we make that sustainable with benefits is very hard because those increases aren't going to decrease on those budgets every year. So you played one if to a certain extent. You were told to do something, you guys were told to do something on the wage scales and stuff, and people did it. The only thing is again, on the budgets, how that's going to affect, and I understood some of that balancing and some of that stuff and the increases, because how do you balance something per department if they went up $2 to $1 million? And then figure out that with the benefits, they weren't all included, and now some of them are going up and some of them are staying the same, who kind of stayed in that wage scale area, but for you went almost double from 2020 to 2025 for, even if you take the 504, that's 318,000 in 5 years that we've increased your budget. Is there anything different? Did we have to hire more FTEs? Did we do something different in your budget that made that difference besides just
I have not asked for any more FTEs.
And that's what I'm saying,
Oh.
so.
Yeah, a lot of that, like you said, is in those personnel line items is where you're going to see that, the largest increase.
Yes.
And then again with the software.
Yeah, because just the salaries, auditor salaries are 457, 582 for 26, and same with 25. So that's a big increase from 282 in 2020 with not changing FTEs, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So Jordan, in years past, when we'd see, for an example, your 2026 budget total expenditures, can you put that sheet up? Okay. Years past, below that would be the number of full-time employees in that and the number of part-time. And what I used to do is I would go to salaries and wages, and I would divide that by the number of employees. I know that's just, but what it did is it told me a dollar amount per employee, and then if I did that for every department, then there again, I could look for, you might see something,
We're hoping.
an outlier.
Sorry. Yeah, we're hoping to add that back in. We didn't have comfortable enough FTE counts for every department when we were putting these together, so we said, we'll leave it off for now and we'll get that list together. We will definitely be putting those back in for the provisional
I
budget.
think that would help us
Yeah.
to see how many employees each department has.
How many did you have, Cindy?
I have 8.5.
What does that half look like?
How many, Cindy?
Right now, it's empty.
Yeah,
I just wonder what a half a person look like.
8.5?
Yeah.
I will be nice.
I'm
I
gonna
won't,
say-
I won't answer that one.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
So, yeah, Cindy, my only comment, well, yeah, I would support, I think the poll book thing is a good idea. Electronic poll books, I think that would be, the financial benefit of that, I think, is quite clear, so I think that's a good thing. The, getting back to you deciding what you want to do on elections, I wholly support that, I get it. You don't want to be in the news like, recent events. And then on Tyler Technology, so the equalization office and planning are, going to go in on Tyler, which too I think is a good thing. I think, using kind of the same systems that touch our financials throughout the organization is a really good thing, and it saves a lot of time, and it's streamlining that financial, pulling money in, you can see it, the financials, et cetera. So the module that we got, I know you have one for payroll, and I know, I'm trying to remember the module that Tyler has. I mean, I'm familiar with the product, the Encode product.
So we'll do all of our financial stuff
Okay,
in there
is,
and eventually our taxes.
all right. And then the question is, did we purchase an HR module with the,
For like the applicant tracking, that piece
No.
of HR?
there's an HR module basically on the HR side. It's tied to payroll, but you can have two separate functions where you can have an access to payroll and an access to the HR module.
I
And on
don't
the
believe we-
HR module, they can input all of the employees that would tie to your payroll, but inputting the employee stuff. And then what you can do, which is what I want to get to, is getting back to what, Commissioner Roskinick is talking about and what Jordan and the office are working on. I want to know how many employees we have in the organization by job title,
Oh,
so
yes.
it can help with budgeting.
We'll have that.
And then it has that budgeting module in the HR module where you can set, and so you say, I have, 50 deputies at this level. And then when you've hit that and you've entered that in there, it's going to say, when you set that parameter, I've already hit that budget cap. You have to authorize more, and then somebody could look at that and go, oh, we've already filled all of those. That's what I would like to get to. And so, and I know that NeoGov, there was a conversation about NeoGov that the HR office here uses to be able to import some of that stuff into Tyler, but and I haven't really talked to Carol about it much. And so I did ask her, do we have the HR module for Tyler? And she wasn't sure.
See, because I haven't been in it that much, but Casey and Sabrina have been my go-to people on that.
Okay.
And I know we're working on some of that. I know that we can input employees, the employee master, so we've got to have something HR back there. And we are going to be having a conversation and hopefully a demo with Tyler on that, I think they call it applicant tracking piece. So
Right.
that then they can export out of NeoGov all of the data for the new employees and import it into the Tyler product.
All right. Because, yeah, and again, you can buy, different modules. They have different modules that you can plug and play into the basic, software package that we purchase. And, HR office hasn't used it, but what I would like to get to is that the HR office, because it ties to the financials and everything, that we're using some of the same software. So when you're going to run those reports, or you're not doing duplicate entries when you're inputting people in a system, and if we can import. And the other one is that the sheriff's office on their HR side, they're not using NeoGov. And so then everything that they were doing was same as our HR office, they were inputting everything into Springbrook. Now I know Springbrook is going away, and so we need to get everything put into Tyler and fun with that to make sure when you run everything that the pennies match up in both systems. So, and I know it's a lot of work, but part of getting back to that is I see in the invoices and I see in the budgets where like planning office, and I've seen it in different budgets where they're paying for, and I think the planning, maybe it was an invoice I just saw on the previous invoice, for time clock plus. And so individual departments are paying for timekeeping services through like Time Clock Plus. One of those invoices was alone over $4,000 for the subscription. Another department is Highway Department, and others are purchasing, that Time Clock Plus module. And then when you add that up between the departments, it's a lot of money. And in Encode, in that software, there is a timekeeping system in the module that we already have. And so that's something that I would like to make sure, if we already are paying for software and we have that ability to do timekeeping, instead of using another software to do an import into Encode, that we are trying to utilize a package we're already paying for, not buying add-ons.
And we will be doing some departments, just like we do in Springbrook. Some departments will keep Time Clocks Plus, and some will be entering time within the timekeeping piece of Tyler. My understanding is that Tyler doesn't have a mobile timekeeping app. So
Yeah.
that's my understanding, and I think that's one of the reasons why some of the departments went to Tyler, or to Time
Clock
Plus.
Plus.
T.
Okay. In the employee self-service module with Tyler, you could access that in your phone, and you could put in, remotely, you could put in your time.
Okay, was my understanding they didn't have a mobile app. So you must have to go directly to the internet to
Yeah.
access that?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can log into your ESS no matter where you're at, and you
Okay.
can put in your time. And you just log into employee self-service, and you can do your timekeeping there.
I think one of the other things about Time Clocks Plus, I believe, I might be speaking out of turn, is that they can do, like the project cost,
Correct.
and we don't have that piece in Tyler. So I don't know what that would look like to get that set up, or if there's something, an alternate setup that we can do to help
All right.
them with that, to take over into their cost software, job costing software.
So I know like Highway Department project management, so I know they use PubWorks. And so I know a lot of them would do a duplicate, you would just do an entry to get paid. And then you're doing your project module into PubWorks. And there is the ability, it's not as keen as like a PubWorks or maybe the other one, but you can do drop downs into the Tyler module, and you can put in, I worked on this project for 4 hours, et cetera, and then run that report. And I know it's not as easy, there's different workarounds. What I'm trying to get to is if we have technology and software that we're paying for that can do the job, I do not like to see tens of thousands of dollars spent on outside stuff to import into that system, so. And I would imagine, I'm just going to ask Jordan to bring it up at a department head meeting and talk about that, so.
Any other comments from the, I almost said peanut section, but.
With what?
I almost said any more comments from the peanut section, but I
Yeah, it's
thought that
close.
might be too
A
appropriate.
gallery.
Nope, so, Cindy, thank you, you're
That
done.
covers auditor and elections. So I also have the bond budget. Obviously, that is just to make the bond payments. And the domestic abuse budget is also one that I submitted. All the revenue that comes in goes straight out to Wavy, and that is a board decision. Nobody's come forward, I don't think, and actually requested any funds from that, any other organization besides them.
Wavy is a what, and how does that?
The
Women Against Violence.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, where is it?
Or
is there
working against violence,
Is
however.
that a mill levy item, or?
No,
So Chair,
it is money that comes from the Register of Deeds Office by statute through marriage licensing, and then based on.
Divorce fees.
Yep, and so it's factored in statute, so the number, it's just shy of 45,000.
Yeah.
So that is all statutorily
and it's
what is
taken out of
collected.
the sheriff's and the attorney, state's attorney both have a domestic abuse, don't they, or?
Yes,
maybe
and those are
account?
both discussions that I want to have, because those are, again, funding outside agencies out of departmental budgets over and above what is statutorily required.
Okay.
And we need to capture all of those expenditures for our outside agencies.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say,
And
that we have
that's-
two different,
But with this one, this is statutorily required.
yes, just yes, that you have to
Yep.
record and.
Yep,
How much
all of
is-
the money that comes in for
How much is that? Do you know off the top of your
marriages.
head?
It's very minimal, 45,000, I think.
44.5, something
There you
like
go,
that.
yep, 44.5.
So one of them do 44, and I think the other's 40, so. Just, I know one's 44 for sure.
But if nobody has any questions, I'm happy to go find lunch.
All right. What are you having?
We'll let you go for now, I guess.
What's for lunch?
I don't know, whatever's in my refrigerator, whatever I can find.
I think Deb is feeding us some jalapeno cheese hot dogs or something.
Bring cheese.
Cheddar dogs,
Cheddar dogs?
Oh, thank you.
yes.
Bring
Those are
something back for Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
good. Tastes good, I had one.
Okay. Barry Tice, Human Services.
Good afternoon, good lunchtime. Barry Tice, Director of Pennington County Human Services in the Veteran Service Office. Included a fair amount of information for you as requested from Jordan and the board in our narrative. So I'm just going to hit some of the highlights and then answer any questions.
That seems to be the most appropriate.
All right. Few things, 4 major pieces to human services in the Veteran Service Office: economic assistance, medical assistance, Veteran Service Office, and diversion programming, which includes rebound and transitional coordination. Current status and trends, these are things we're always looking at, and I visit with all of you about this whenever we come up for identifying new grant funding, things like that. And of course, we're always monitoring the rising rent and utility costs, indigent burial costs. Keeping an eye on what grants might be going away and how that impacts us. Positive client trends, this is a piece I like to point out. We've seen this over the past couple of years as individuals appear to be working harder on staying in their current rental units. So that's a good thing as a community. We're not having people attempting to move, or when they move or are evicted, it's much harder to find a place to live now. So I feel like we're seeing some individuals who are being better tenants in our community, which is a good thing. We're constantly working on collaborative efforts, working with tribal partners, community partners. Staffing, we have no requests for new FTEs in 2026. A couple of other highlights we've done in 2025, we expanded our walk-in hours. So we do that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're open Monday through Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. These walk-in hours make it convenient, especially for our economic clients to come in. If there's a utility disconnect, an eviction notice, instead of waiting for an appointment, they can come in those 3 days early in the morning and visit with case managers. And of course, on our veteran service side and our rebound side, we can take appointments beginning at 6:30 in the morning up until 5 o'clock at night. Technology, that's where you see a slight increase in 2026's budget based on the replacement suggestions from IT. We would try to purchase, I believe there's 16 computers that we are looking at purchasing on the IT replacement guidelines, and we're going to try to do that in a phased approach, maybe attempting to purchase some at the end of 2025, purchase the rest in 26, as well as looking at a program that we're currently using now for our diversion programming that was paid for by the Bureau of Justice, and trying to look at expanding that into economic assistance, and there's a couple of benefits to that. Of course, as everybody, you've heard a lot of departments talk about over the past day and a half is utilizing technology. And so using that for economic assistance could become a benefit by individuals being able to access applications online, and a number of other things that come with that. We also have been using this past year what's called G reminders, so we can send out just like a reminder you would all receive for a medical appointment. We use that on our veteran service side and our economic assistance side, so individuals get that reminder right when they schedule an appointment. And then it's a week out and can be a day out. So we're having greater success of getting people in for appointments and less no-shows or reschedules. Oh, look at the 5-year outlook again, staffing needs with the growth in our community. You've heard me say this a number of times. I would anticipate continued growth on our veteran service side. We're fortunate with your support here a couple of years ago in bringing on a 4th veteran service officer. You know, we have the busiest veteran service office in the state of South Dakota. I feel like we keep a really good handle on appointments, and if we're out a week anymore or a week and a half, that's usually doesn't get much beyond that, and so we're lucky with that. And a piece Commissioner Roskinick discussed, and I point this out to you, we have a high retention rate in our office of employees, but I would hope that the 5 of you have a very thin file when it comes to complaints from our community members on areas within our department that we're not doing well, or they feel like there could be process improvements. I feel like we do the right thing. We're constantly trying to pivot when the community asks to do some different things. Have great partnerships, of course, with the sheriff's office, working with our friends at the state's attorney's office, public defender, and judicial system, as well as law enforcement agencies.
Barry, how many FTE do you have?
We have 17 through the county, and there's one that is funded by the Bureau of Justice.
I can use ChatGPT to answer that. You can enable Chat.
ChatGPT.
I don't even have to answer that.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That somebody's spying on me. I tell you, it's probably Deb.
You're blaming all of us for your phone.
So you got 17 FTE. Am I missing something here? Because in 2020, it shows your budget at 2.5. And in 2026, 1.9. Am I missing something?
No, it's 4 million something.
Oh, then maybe I'm missing, this is just one department. Oh, Health and Human Services. Right?
Yes.
And then there's more? There's gotta be more.
There are.
What am I missing, Jordan?
There's also the Innovations Reentry Initiative as a.
Is there another piece to this?
There are, but.
It's the Bureau of Justice Innovations and Reentry, so we started that grant in May of 2020.
Okay, they go on and on here, okay. That was just the Health and Human Services one I was looking at?
Mhm.
Okay, and then, so then it goes into motivation and reentry?
In this, we're waiting on a no-cost extension. We're always really good, I believe we're really good at maximizing resources with the John T. Vukovich Foundation. I made the note in this packet, we were waiting for formal approval. That check has been receipted in for $120,000. They've been great supporters of the work we do out of our office for helping out with rent deposits,
Yeah.
past due utilities.
I've had several, well, I shouldn't say several, but off and on. I have some affordable units and they've used your system and they've been happy. I mean, it's always worked out well for them and trying to keep them in their facility. And a lot of them have ended up staying long-term. Like you said, they get through their issue. And so it's worked out well. But what's really interesting is your budgets, that it's not crazy differences from over the past 5 years, so.
No, we try to keep it as close in line as we can. Of course, the efforts we put into jail reentry has always been important to us, and that started back under Sheriff Holloway's goals way back in 2005 and 2006 of creating a reentry program, which we put some resources into in an effort to reduce the number of folks who are coming back out into our community from the jail.
A lot of grants.
And trying to keep them out.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm looking at your detailed line items in client lienable, and this year you've got budgeted 450,000. Next year you've dropped that by 50, and the 5-year average is 277. And so what do you anticipate changing?
So we've really tried to reduce this over the past, well, I say the past decade. When I was appointed to this position in 2014, the way the Affordable Care Act has come into play, our partnerships with Monument Health, we see fewer people accessing, and Brenda Dalkey is sitting in the back of the room. She does all of our economic assistance, indigent burials, but not near as many people coming through for emergency room bills as we once saw. When it comes to emergency medications with Medicare Part D, that's been a fairly significant help to us. Of course, Medicaid expansion has helped with some of the folks who would come in for emergency medications. So this is always one of those where we've tried to take a fairly significant run at reducing that budget, knowing that there could always be the possibility of somebody with a medical claim where there's no other resources available that could become Pennington County's. We would become the payer, considered the payer of last resort. I always compliment our staff that work in economic assistance and medical assistance because they do very good at researching other options, whether there's insurance, if there was insurance availability. And so that's where we feel like we could have made a fairly significant impact to our budget by reducing that down some more this year.
All right. I guess the follow-up to that would be, could you reduce it below 400,000 if you're looking at a 5-year average? Or are you running hot this year? Is that why you threw in 400?
I think there's a lot of unknowns out there. I think it's possible to reduce it. We try to gauge what's happening locally and across the nation and what changes occur that can impact us. And so, again, one of our highest expenditures comes from indigent burials. And so we've seen a fairly steady, sometimes significant increase in burials, which is a fairly significant cost to us, but there could be room for some reduction in that, knowing that, again, it's trying to read the crystal ball on what
Right.
changes might be made on a federal level that could impact us.
Yeah. No, and I get that. I mean, that's why, I'd like to see the 5-year history and look at the averages of 5 years. And if we're, just like in the highway department, he's over on his overtime by an easy 100,000 on 5-year averages. And then looking at these 5-year averages and saying, well, you're just shy of 300,000 this year, 450, next year, 400. I would like to see some of these line items be in with what a 5-year average is. And then if you can explain what you think is different, then we can uptick that. But
Sure.
as we go through the budget and look at some of these line items, then we need to, 10,000 here, 50,000 here, 100,000 here, and pretty soon it's $1 million. And my whole point on this is the budget drives what the levy is, and that drives what we're collecting from the taxpayer. And if we can look at these and try to tighten it up, and then if we do have anomalies that says this happened, and then do that. And what I don't want to do is I do not want to overtax and overcollect from the property taxpayers. And so when we set the budget in that levy, that is taking money from them. And if we have over budgeted and then at the end of the year, let's just say that we're turning back, we have unspent that budget by 3 million or 4 million, whatever that number is, lay that levy across that. And I'm looking at that saying, I don't want to overcollect. I would rather run on closer margins than to take that money. And I get that that might be a little bit different way of thinking, but that's why I'd like to see these 5-year histories because, and again, I'm going to get back to it, and I didn't hear it out of you, but last year's budget process, but I hear it out of, when a department head says, I can absorb 300,000 in my budget, I don't need a budget supplement. I can absorb a 500,000 in my budget, I don't need a budget supplement. Then that tells me that that individual department is overfunded. And if you're overfunded by that amount, then we have overcollected from the taxpayer. That's my point.
Makes
Chair.
sense.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Barry, I asked you at one time if you had, on recidivism, saving someone instead of the opposite, and how much that costs, because now that I've been in the system for a while and watching the system, you guys do a good job. I mean, you monitor and you do what you're supposed to do, but what I've seen is, from cameras and otherwise, and from experiences, probation and homeless, putting a lot of extra time and money into those areas where they're putting on monitors, they're having a lot of recidivism, and seeing the same result happening over and over again, looking at insanity at this point. Trying to put people, I've learned, into a building that are homeless, and have them be able to function without life skills or life training before they're put in those buildings, has caused a lot more damage than it has saved people. So it makes people feel good to house somebody and say, we're housing this person, but to monitor and see the damage that is done once those people have been in that area, sometimes for a week, sometimes for a month. Same with probation. What we've had the most success with is BMS, which is, I have no idea why, but just monitoring them and how they're doing their things and just the respect they have. That's what I'm finding is with the probation people and the homeless, you're giving them something again, and they're not taking it as a respectful thing, and they're using the system. So how much does that cost the taxpayers in a sense, and how much does that cost actually business owners that are trying to help, when in the long run, what is the best solution for that? And I've been asking you this for a while, because you guys do some really good work, but just like probation, if people don't want to change, when do we change the system? So unfortunately, what do you do with the homeless? I don't know. Because you guys get enough crap, I'm going to say the word crap, if you just let them go out and roam the streets. It's a huge thing, but watching it and trying to watch, it's sad to watch how many people are helping these people to a certain extent, putting their time and effort and doing a lot of work for the outcomes that I'm seeing. And the cost to the people, if the people could see what that costs, it's not just all about the money, it's human beings, I get it. But those human beings have to be wanting to move to the next step. And I'm not seeing that. Some people last 3 hours. They got 5 people in the room, you already know. And it's not you, it's probation as well. 5 people in the room and already doing what they did 10 minutes ago before they just checked in. So how do we make that difference? I don't know. But we have a court system that's monitoring people and letting them out and doing things, and they think because they've housed them or they made a difference by putting someone in a building and saying, hey, what it looks like to me is now it's your problem, figure it out. And then if that's successful, which I'm finding not just for me but other people with monitors and things, I don't think our diversions and our things are working as great as we think. Just because I don't think everybody reports that they kicked them out or they have 5 people in there because they don't monitor them as much as we do to a certain extent, because we like success. We like success for you guys. We like success for the court systems. But the people is the problem. They're not willing to put in that extra effort, or I don't know what that's going to do if the monitoring needs to be, I don't know, different. But I'll just tell you, in the community, it's not just me, and you know that. I don't just speak for myself, because we want to help, and our community does. We have a lot of helping people, but I don't think they see the outcomes of what they're doing in the long run. So how do we do that and not cost hundreds of thousands of dollars saying, well, I housed 400 people in the last 2 months? Then you have to ask yourself, how many people got kicked out? how many people are successful in that area, whether it be probation or any other area that we think we're making a difference in. Because I think people are seeing just how nice they are, but they're not seeing the niceness of their outcomes. If it's actually costing more to the community than it is saving them. So I don't know how you do that, but I'll just tell you from probation and monitoring, it's not working.
Yeah. And, Mr. Chair, if I may.
I'm just gonna blame it on you.
They actually do the best for monitoring when they try.
I and staff face this question all the time, is what are we gonna do? What have we done? We have too much, we have too little, and trying to figure out how you walk down that path of what our taxpayers have invested, what our political leadership has invested, and how we can best make these changes. And they're not, I wish I could say, even, I've been heavily involved in the Care Campus for years and with Pivot Point, and I wish we could say that it's 100% successful. It's not. Part of our goal, and with your continued support and your historical support of Human Services, is providing those wraparound services and ensuring we're putting those services where folks, I'm a big believer in the right place and the right time. When individuals are ready, we can provide those services to help them maintain their homes. And for many individuals, it's us teaching them the basic lessons. And I know you've heard this from me, Commissioner Hadcock, but it might be as simple as showing somebody how to cook on a stovetop, making sure you have a shower curtain up. And that's what our staff do. We do spend a great deal of time doing that and trying to keep people housed so that we can move on. I say move on. We provide services to folks for sometimes it's years, sometimes it's months.
But Barry, shouldn't it, and here's where I get in a lot of issues with people. Where do you teach classes for life skills before you put them in some place and then say, good luck? How do you teach a probation guy that these are the rules and regulations, and if you violate them, you go back to jail? You don't just go to the next place and start somewhere else. How does the system not be working when you just keep repeating the same thing over and over, thinking a different result? You think your diversion programs are working, or your housing, or you're doing these people, but long story short, I'd like to see the outcomes of it, because I see the success outcomes, but I can tell you from having lived it,
Sure.
they can't be right, because we try to help, and you know, we keep people even in there longer, and we try to teach them life skills, and we have laundromats now, and we have everything that we can equip people to be successful. Have we done a success through BMS and the working class? We have. With the homeless, we find that they cannot be set in a room and then taught life skills after the fact. With probation, I'll just say, most of them have not wanted to change, and we've had many, and then we've had the monitors. But we keep monitoring, we keep running them through the systems, and that's what's costing us that public defenders, that's what's costing our state's attorneys, and then people saying, oh, those diversion programs, most of them are working. They're not. I'm telling you from not just me, we're talking from our community, watching the same people doing the same stuff over and over again. And if you had to camera them up instead of just monitor, I think you all would freak, is what I tell people. It's 3 hours after they're in a room. It's 5 hours. They aren't even lasting a day or two sometimes before they're way out of control. So I don't know how we get people to not play the game, or how we monitor them better in order to figure it out. But for the homeless, if you're not teaching them a life skill, you're just housing people for not success in the long run, from what I've seen. And it makes me sad to say that, because you guys do a wonderful job. I'm not saying you personally, but there's got to be a change in the system somewhere. That even with Pennington County Housing, I'll just tell you, we're going to start doing tenant services. We learned from, what's that company that came into town that now is leaving? Just going to do a management program. We want to do tenant services to see if we can change the life skills and different things of people instead of just doing the same thing over and over again. That's what we've learned from just Pennington County Housing, Ron, in the last 3 or 4 years. And that's what's got to happen in the system. You can't just keep housing people that really don't respect the system and getting free rents or free help from people. They just don't respect that enough without having to do some kind of service or class to maintain that status, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
Hey, Barry, could you explain, speaking of Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, your relationship with them relative to the veteran services?
I don't know if I'm clear, Commissioner Ross, connect on your question with that. We have a great partnership with Pennington County Housing.
And I guess that was my question, just how your office collaborates with them and how they collaborate with you. And it seems to me our last meeting, they were talking, there was veteran services and an enhanced program, I guess
I would assume that would be for the veterans vouchers. The name just slipped my mind through Pennington.
HUD-VASH.
HUD-VASH.
Okay.
But with Brian and his staff at Pennington County Housing, we oftentimes have individuals that we work on appeals, or Pennington County Housing's been really workable with us over the past few years. If we have somebody who's might be having an issue following the rules or something's happening, we can get together with them and really come up with a case plan to keep people housed. So on the veteran assistance side, of course, through our office with Veteran Services, through veterans coming through the Pennington County Jail or through the care campus, that's where we can get veterans plugged into housing as well. I don't know if that answers.
I believe it does. And how many veteran service officers do you have now? 4?
We have 4.
Okay. Probably one of the best in the state of South Dakota, from what I've heard.
I would agree with you on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, just a side note on the HUD-VASH. Last week, I was with Brian and we did an interview on a veteran applicant. So they were creating an administrative position over there. Should start within about a week, I would imagine, if he gave a 2-week notice. And so they're going to actually have somebody in their office now that's going to administer and try to get a better fill rate on those HUD-VASH vouchers. So anyway, they'll be reaching out and make that contact, and it's just going to be a better resource communicating between all the players in the community and between the VA that, does that, but then going out actually to help the veterans find those housing opportunities through that HUD-VASH. So, and I'm sure, because I pointed him toward working with your office, and you do have a great crew of your veteran VSO officers.
Thank you.
The last question I had regarding your budget was, and it's when we get in this state mandated economic assistance and providing, and I look at the invoices every month, and I see, rent assistant, deposit assistant, utility assistant, et cetera. And again, looking at your line item, it's a lot of money. And so is there ever a cap that the county can say, my 5-year average is, on some of those expenditures is $277,000. And so we're going to say that we're only going to expend $300,000 on this, and can you ever get to the point where we could say we can't afford anymore, or is that not an option like court-appointed attorney?
Commissioner Drew, let me see if I can answer that for you. I believe that we have specific guidelines, I don't have them in front of me, of how much we can assist with specific county dollars for rent and for utilities. And it's one time a year, we call it emergency assistance. So rarely do we see folks come in where we use county dollars for additional assistance. Where we see that funding leveraged is from partners like the Vakurovich Foundation. We were accessing some funding through Western South Dakota Community Action Program. I don't know that the board I haven't done enough research on that law and would need to work through our state's attorney's office to determine if we said, here's the cap on this, and once we hit it, we can't provide any more assistance. We really are one of the only entities in Rapid City that provides rent assistance and deposit assistance and utility assistance. We really, when we do comparisons, if you could look at other counties across the state, our assistance is pretty minimal when it comes from county dollars. I mean, again, $120,000 from the Vakurovich Foundation goes a long ways. And so blending those together, it's helpful. So I can't answer your question on that. If the board said, we're gonna cap it at 200,000, and then after that, folks will have to find other resources. If that's an option, I don't know if it is.
And, yeah, not looking at where the revenue is coming from, I'm just looking at the expenditure, I understand that. But it gets back to a lot of the mandates that come down to the county, and the statutorily it says you will do A, B, and C. And then having some pushback because it's not like we have infinite dollars. And so anyway, it was just a question as I see some of those, and can we say, yeah, we're going to budget so much irrespective of what the resource is, but we're going to budget and say we have 200,000, we have 250, we have 300,000. And I know that you guys do a great job of going through those, even looking at your report, the number of, on your graph, the number of individuals asking for assistance based on those that are actually getting fulfilled is a clear indication that you guys are doing due diligence to make sure that every dollar is spent appropriately, so.
And I appreciate that comment, and we rely on a system, it's called Client Manager, which is a homegrown system. So our staff do a really good job of making sure if people are coming back 2-3 times, what is the reason behind it? And oftentimes we are telling people no. I've always been a big believer in this business that we can tell people no, but then we give them other ideas. It doesn't mean a financial resource. It means
Correct.
we'll call somebody, or let us walk through what your budget looks like, or let us drive you over to wherever it might be. We really go outside the box on this to try to help people succeed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dern.
I guess I got one last question. Barry, is there some type of a mission statement for the CARE campus? Just out of curiosity.
For the CARE campus, I don't know why I can't think of the
that's
tagline.
fine.
Pretty sure there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sheriff, that'd probably be a better
But,
question for the sheriff.
I
we
believe
can-
whatever it is, that you're doing a good job
We
following
care.
it.
Yeah. But I had a conversation with a friend of mine who, he saves people's lives from heroin addiction and drug addiction. And we were talking about a lot of these same things. And I posed the question to him. I said, how many of those people's lives did you save because they didn't want to be saved? So the point comes in what Commissioner Hadcock was saying, or what anybody was saying, and what you were saying, that fine line of where is productivity really meeting the road. We've got a lot of programs in our county, and I think there's been enough energy and time involved that we need to really start evaluating where the rubber meets the road, and at the point where, are we at the point where these addicted people, which most of them are addicted, not homeless, have drained the resources or they're unwelcomed their stay because they don't want to change. And when you draw that line, I think is some of the questions they're asking. And that's more of an overall philosophy, you do a good job in what you do. I've dealt with several of them, and several of them, the people that you've told, we're just done with you. And for some reason, a lot of those people will find another resource. So, if you're out in the community and you're feeding these people and you're enabling them and you're loving them to death, that I don't know what to tell you. But we got the prosecuting attorney and we got the defense attorney. They see these same people. The sheriff sees the same people. It's a lot of our resources, this budget, after spending all this time on it. I mean, it comes back to the same thing.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I guess You know, a lot of people look at it as the Rapid City Care Campus, and, you know, really it's Western South Dakota Care Campus, because there's not another facility in Western South Dakota that has that facility like the Care Campus, and so you're not just dealing with Pennington County, but you're dealing with a lot of other counties, and so it's a little more complex than a lot of people perceive.
And I agree, and we have yet to hear from, the prosecuting attorney and defense attorney, but it's going to be the same scenario, same story. It's, that's one thing, the direction I like the sheriff's taking some of his stuff, reducing the beds. Hey, man, it's not a hotel. This is a bare necessity operation for you to become productive in society. If you choose not to become productive in society, then, you're going to either go to jail, or you're going to end up dead, or you're going to end up in prison. So
Sure.
we got all those options right in the room today. So that being said, Barry, thank you.
I'd like to say
I got to
something.
believe that the commission, and I'll speak on behalf of the commission, is proud of what you do down there. They're happy to have you in that position. There's several people we've talked to today that we feel the same way about, so thank you.
Well, bottom line is on diversion. Ron said it, there's a lot of programs on diversion, but we need to take a good look at the outcomes, because the outcomes I don't think are as good as what we think, and we just keep adding more programs. And I remember at one time, and I know the sheriff's list, and Ron is right again, he's trying to do the, which is not having great success at this time, trying to have people work for the community and stuff, but some of that shouldn't be a want of the customer that they're serving. It should be a need. And I'll keep saying, unless you give somebody worth and respect, that isn't giving them something, it's showing them something to make themselves better, and how you put that forth in a diversion program. You guys have been trying different things, but I think we need to just keep moving forward, get rid of some of the other stuff and try other things, because, again, you have to give people self-worth, and there's got to be some initiative, and it's not always feeling the love, I tell people, to teach people some of that and about respect. So how we move that forward in those diversion programs, I think the sheriff's is trying to say something with the Care Campus. He's trying to say something with his initiative for Ignite. Hopefully the rest of the community can get that through and help with that, because it's going to be the most success is Ignite. Some of those people that we're talking about should be on some of the Ignite instead of having monitors, because then they have people where they're having to work for the system and see what everybody else has to do and go through every day when they work and have to earn that money that's paying for what they're using, so.
And we
Thank you,
have
Commissioner
partnered with the
Hadcock. Thank
sheriff.
you, Barry, and you want to have?
I was just going to say, we partner with the sheriff on a number of items, have conversations with him all the time on different ways we can pivot, so we don't pull a lever and impact the county or the city or the state in a negative way. But Ignite is one of the referral sources to Rebound. So we work in unison, where they work inside the jail, we help folks when they get outside. So there's this constant collaboration, and we've done a better job of PR and marketing of some of these programs. It's gotten better over the past couple of years. It's just because we've been so ingrained in doing the good work, and our staff doing the good work, that we don't highlight that to the community. So we're taking a much more proactive approach to that, so we can help educate the community on what's happening, why their dollars are being used, and the services we provide. So, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our staff at Human Services and the Veteran Service Office, the good work they do, because they're the ones who are making this happen.
Thank you. You have a great day.
One thing, Barry, when you guys have housing, Pennington County housing, veterans, disabled veterans, and service people go to the top of the list, by the way. So they don't have to go through VASH.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank
we're
you,
going
Barry.
to go to 911. Hello, 911, what's your emergency? I'm sorry, I had to tease you again. Kevin Carley. Thanks for being patient with us, Kevin.
Good morning. Kevin Carley, Director of Emergency Services Communications Center. I included a lot of information in the letter that I submitted, but we got a few talking points. We've got some new commissioners, and for anybody that's listening out there, it gives me a chance to talk about some of the work we do in our department and brag about my excellent staff. ESCC was created in 1993 through a joint powers agreement between the City of Rapid City and Pennington County. Our first line of oversight is provided by a user board comprised of the sheriff, chief of police, fire chief, county fire administrator, Department of Public Safety secretary, highway patrol colonel, county commissioner, and a city council member. We provide public service or public safety dispatch services for Rapid City Police Department, Rapid City Fire Department, Pennington County Sheriff's Office, Pennington County Fire, Box Elder Police Department, School of Mines Police Department, Jackson County Law Enforcement, Fire and EMS, Badlands National Park Service, Piedmont Fire, Piedmont Ambulance, and state radio services for the western half of South Dakota. Also, through MOUs, we provide radio maintenance services for buildings and grounds and county highway. We've been accredited Center of Excellence in Emergency Medical Dispatch through the International Academy of Emergency Dispatchers since 2001. In January of 2024, our training program was accredited by the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, or APCO. We're the first PSAP in South Dakota to receive that accreditation, and we're the only PSAP in the region. The next closest PSAP is in Denver that has that accreditation. Last week, we submitted our package to the International Association of Emergency Dispatchers to become accredited in emergency fire dispatching. If successful, we'll be the first PSAP in the state to be accredited Center of Excellence in both emergency medical dispatch and emergency fire dispatch. I anticipate that's going to be approved. In 2024, we answered and processed over 65,000 911 calls. We answered 151,000 non-emergency business line calls, and we made over 52,000 outbound calls to support public safety operations. Our 2 radio techs performed over 3,500 hours of technical work to support our communications infrastructure. We'll talk about those guys more in the radio tower portion of the budget. We currently have 18 positions in our main dispatch center, 10 positions in a fully functional backup center that's located in Camp Rapid. We've determined through unannounced drills that we can transition from the main center to the backup center, be answering 911 calls in 10 minutes, fully operational in 16 minutes. We maintain good partnerships with our surrounding PSAPs, our state partners. 2024, we hosted Lawrence County in our center so they could maintain continuity of operations while they move from their old center into a new center. We also assisted Meade County in training 4 new dispatchers when they didn't have the resources they needed to do it themselves. Stephanie Olson, our deputy director, holds a seat on the state 911 board. She's in her 2nd term. I hold a seat on the South Dakota Public Safety Communications Council. I actually sit on the executive committee of that group. I'm in my 2nd term as well, so we ensure that we maintain a voice at the state level. We represent the county. Our 2 radio techs partner with the state on many projects, and they actually have access to the state master site. They're the only non-state techs that have access to those resources. Our budget, the way our budget works is we have revenue through the 911 fund, those 911 surcharge funds, and we have revenue from the contracts and services that we provide. The remainder is split 2/3, 1/3 between the city and the county based on that joint powers agreement. In 2026, we're estimating that 58% of our budget will be from 911 surcharge funds and contract revenue. The remainder will be 28% from the city of Rapid City, 14% from Pennington County funds. We aren't requesting any additional employees in 2026. We're hoping to use rapidly evolving technology systems to slow FTE growth moving into the future. We're currently experiencing more growth on the radio dispatching side of the house, more so than the phone calls, so we're developing strategies to keep our radio dispatchers off the phone so that they can deal with that increased traffic on the radio side. For 2026, we're asking for a $229,000 increase to personal services. $188,000 of that is wages, with the remainder being increase in roll-ups, insurance, and retirement. Of that $188,000, a big portion of that is I transition from state employment to county employment, so that includes my wages and roll-ups. Also, we factored in any promotions that we predict are going to occur in 2026. We reduced our overtime by 10 hours per hourly employee based on policy change and also some changes we made internally. I think that may be conservative. We may be actually able to reduce that a little bit more if we really sharpen our pencil on that. We're asking for an increase of $44,000 in other expenditures. That includes a new line item of $139,000 for an AI-assisted call processing program, and a new line item for an AI program that costs $26,000 to assist with quality assurance that this group already approved back in January of 2024. We held that to $44,000 by eliminating two other programs that we think we're not going to need anymore because of the AI programs that we're instituting. We also cut our travel budget by $7,500, and we made some few other changes to try to keep that side of the house down. We did make some increases to utilities and supplies, because looking at the 5-year data that Jordan had supplied, we saw that we really weren't budgeting enough. We were tending to exceed what we had budgeted for in those areas because we were just trying to cut it too short. We weren't budgeting enough to cover those expenses. So we upped that by 4% to try to cover that. Before I move on to the radio tower budget, I'll take any questions that you have.
Just comment. So I've been here about 11 years, and Kevin, out of efficiency, effectiveness, what I like is you update accordingly with technology. You don't have to come to us. You are looking for that every time in your business. You're listening to your customers. You're listening to your employees, and you do accordingly. Whether it's fire service board that I've listened to, the sheriff's office, anybody, you make your technologies work for them. You don't make them work to your technologies. So what that's happened is making a more efficient and effective community, and a more efficient and effective for your employees. Whether you're doing AI or something else, you're finding out those solutions without having to come to us saying, okay, we need this much money. What you did is you went to your board ahead of time, made sure they made sense. Then you went in the community and we went to the fire service board. You've been going around trying to figure out how you can make it more technology driven. You've worked with the growth of the communities and still made it very efficient. That tells me you have a passion for what you do, and since I've been here, I've never worried about anything you've done in your department. I also go check, I trust but verify everything. It's just been amazing to watch, just the progression, and that's all we're asking for some of the other departments is when technology is driven and you need to be more efficient and effective, look at those areas besides adding more FTEs and more things. There's innovation that you can do in between with what you already have, and you've shown that over and over again. And I've seen that not only in here and in other businesses. So I commend you for what you've done. I love that you go into the community, because I'm there when you're at the meetings, and if they need you to explain, or if they're having any kind of problems, you're like, come on, let's show you, because we had that fire service board. I love the fire service board, but they were kind of beating you up a bit. And then you came in and said, hold on a sec, let's figure this out. You figured it out, you came back in less than a meeting and fixed the issue, saying, okay, this is what we can do, it might take us a little bit of time. So when you do stuff, I've seen you problem solve. I've seen you problem solve with your employees, because I go in there a lot with your employees and feed them and stuff, and I enjoy that because they do a lot of work. They work holidays and stuff. But it's just, when you see someone being that innovative for the county, that shows you and Steph have a passion for just taking care of, not, like I said, not the employees, but the community and that customer service. If you want to see customer service, you go into 911. They got it down. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments from
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
So, Kevin, when the legislature was talking about the 911 dollars, one of the things that they were encouraging is trying to reduce the number of PSAPs in the state. So we know that we have 4 of them to the north of us in fairly close proximity. Do you have any additional capacity? If the question were asked of you, can you take on additional areas?
For the right amount of money, I can make anything work.
Okay.
Yeah, we could. The problem, why it works so well where we have it now is because we're all in the same CAD system, the computer-aided dispatch system, the state, the highway patrol, the sheriff's office. We share the same CAD system. So the dispatchers only have to know one CAD system. They only have to work in one CAD system every day. If we were to bring on another agency that had a different CAD system, then our dispatchers would have to be familiar with 2 different CAD systems. which wouldn't be feasible, so we would have to delegate staff or designate staff just to work, just for that agency. That's how we would solve that problem, and the answer is yes, we could do that.
Okay.
We'd have to probably expand our facilities, but we've already got a plan in place to, our footprint that we have now is, I think, sustainable for at least 10 years. We have a plan to go to smaller consoles, and we get more people in the room, and so, yeah, we could do all that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Durr has a question for you.
Yeah, and I think maybe Commissioner Drews, your point is about, sharing resources throughout counties and stuff and trying to be more cost effective as we do that. And I have talked to you about that as well. So, so you answered the question I had highlighted on your 188,000 increase in personnel costs. And then getting back to the one I have, and I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask. So in 2020, for employee mileage, we were about 4,500. And this year, you've adopted 30, right at 32,000. You've reduced that going into 26. But why are we paying such a high, why these dollar amounts for employee mileage?
Okay, so it's not just mileage, that's all of our travel, and that's our entire travel budget. And one of the things that we tried to do back when COVID and post-COVID, working through that, is for we don't have a lot of resources that allow us to recognize our employees. So one of the things we started to do is it's expensive to send people to out-of-state conferences. So what we started doing is to educate our people, giving some training resources, and also being able to recognize them, was we started sending them to some surrounding state conferences. Like here in South Dakota, we have a state 911 conference we rotate back and forth with North Dakota. So we started sending staff to the Wyoming State Conference, Nebraska State Conference, Colorado State Conference. And so it's a way for us to recognize our staff, give them a break from the center. They're educational conferences, so they learn why they're there. So that's why you saw that uptick
All right.
in travel.
So what I would like to see, Jordan, can we change that description in that line item and put travel and conference versus employee mileage? Because when I look at that, to me, it looks like we're reimbursing the employees for their personal use of their vehicles for mileage.
Yes, I've thought the same thing. I was reviewing that yesterday, and I went to Chad and said, how are we possibly spending $39,000 on mileage? And then he explained it to me.
All right.
The same question.
So yeah, we're both looking at the same thing. So, but I think it would be clear if it was travel and conference versus, because I'm looking at it as, employees are using their personal vehicles for county use, and we're reimbursing them. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr.
Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
This is pretty minute too, but I'm still curious. Below travel and conferences, utilities, I just wondered what the utilities include and how do they determine that? Obviously, things aren't metered, but is it based on your square footage or?
No, so most of the utilities costs are fiber lines going into our tower sites, going into our center here, going into our backup center. We pay SDN, the state of South Dakota. The state actually pays a lot of the fees for those lines too, but that's where most of those costs come from, is those lines that we maintain for the connectivity for our 911 system, our MEC, our radio systems, all that. That's typically.
I would think over 5 years, the utilities would go up, but in 2020, they were 100,700. Now they're projected to be 96. So it's nice to see the cost of utilities going down instead of up.
Yeah, we had some circuits that the state actually took over payment on, so that lowered the cost that we had to pay for those. So,
thank you.
Kevin, how many employees do you have?
We're authorized at 60.5 right now.
60.5.
60.5.
Okay. And then you mentioned earlier your turnover rate. Did you track that? Your
Yeah.
turnover rate with your employees?
Yeah. In 2024 is 4%. It was as high as.
You're only turning over 4% of your employees.
Yeah. Well, we had a spike in 2023.
Okay.
And we lose most of our employees to 9 to 5 jobs. Vast majority of our employees love what they do, but they don't like that 24/7 schedule. It's hard, especially if you're trying to raise a family or have a work-life balance.
It's got to be, I'm just thinking, I haven't been to your department for a while, but when I was there before, the chaos I'm not chaos, but it's constructive chaos, but it's not an easy job. And you're telling me you had a 4% turnover rate, which is incredible. And I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out if that is from your leadership or if that's from, I mean, that's the first time I've heard of the incentive that you put in place, other than, because I know people do like, when they take pride in their jobs, they like to learn their jobs, the education piece that you're using for an incentive.
So, 2023, we got real serious about a wellness program internally. We changed some things around inside the center, created a wellness room, or a quiet room, we call it. It's a place where the dispatchers can go on their breaks. There's a massage chair in there and a recliner. They can just go sit there and on their breaks. And we're using an online wellness app that they have access to. So we upped our game, so to speak, on what we do for wellness for our employees. The other thing we did late in 2023 is I approached the commission about a shift differential pay. All the other centers that we compete with for employees all had shift differential pay. We didn't. So I approached the commission and asked for $2 an hour for shift differential pay to offset the fact and recognize the fact that those people are working 24/7. That's a difference between them. And the commission approved that. We estimated that to be an $80,000 a year cost. It's actually turned out to be about a $60,000 a year cost. And I attribute that to being one of the biggest factors to dropping our turnover, is that $2 an hour shift differential pay combined with what we're doing for wellness.
So if we get Mr. Roskinek a job there, what would he expect to get paid to start?
I'd have to see his resume.
Nice.
No experience, but I'm seriously, what does a person get paid?
We're starting at $25.51 now, I think.
And then if they work the night shift, they're $27.51.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair,
Well, I just kid. I know they can't afford you.
No, I'm just saying, if I take your wages and salaries and I divide it by 60.5, I know this is rough, but you said $25 an
That's
hour.
starting
But if
pay,
you do
yeah.
that, you come out at $32.09 an hour. So
Which is,
just kind of a snapshot.
yeah,
It's
that's
when you
perfect,
see,
because the reason you're adding in all the 25 to the 30 is the benefits and the.
well, yeah, that's a separate line item, but
I thought he was going to say $32 a square foot.
you're close. I'm paying
Mr. Chair?
attention. That's what I'm.
Pretty soon we're going to be figuring out how much your square footage is in your
Mr. Chair?
cars. And yes, sir.
So if we added Ross Connect to that, you'd have to pay him premium pay because he knows how to operate marine band too.
Yeah, we're going to be in trouble. Your budget's going to go up if we give him a job. So I forget I even said that. But anyway, thank you. Is there any other, I don't think there's any other comments.
No, I just have quick comment. But going back to it, I mean, things have changed, technology has changed. And I went in and toured there, I don't know, a couple months ago March, I think it was, when we went around on the building tour. It's been a while. And then seeing one of the dispatchers, working in there after retirement and coming back to work part-time, and that was my dispatcher when I was in law enforcement. And just looking at the change, but again, you're getting back to your point about turnover rate, and you can give pay, you can give benefits, you can give bonuses, you can give all kinds of perks, and still, that is not going to be enough to keep somebody working in an environment where the leadership sucks. And so you can go back and look at, a change, and I mean, it's a national thing, it's not a local thing. People leave their bosses, they don't leave their jobs. And so it's kudos to you, because again, I know a lot of people that work for you, and everybody says you're wonderful, and I know what it's like when you have a crappy boss. So kudos.
Thank you.
I don't think I can.
On the radio tower, I'll move on if nobody else has anything. On the radio tower portion, so the reason why we have a separate radio tower budget is, our 911 funds are restrictive, and we can't use any 911 funds to pay for any radio tower construction or maintenance. So we had to create a separate fund from the general fund to fund that. So that's why we have a separate radio tower budget, and it's pretty flat. 72,000 is what we're requesting. It's a $1,584 increase. We just increased it by 3% because we know we're probably going to see some increase in our utility costs in 2026 because
Looking
we
at,
have
like,
been.
some future capital improvements.
Yeah, we have been. So one of the things that we do is, so we get, one of our revenue sources is we rent tower space. We built 3 new towers in 2021 and in Hill City, Keystone, or Rockerville, and we rent tower space to K&B, and they put their weather cameras on there. So we divert that revenue into the radio tower budget, just so we have some additional revenue coming in there on the front end before it goes into the 911 fund. And one of the things that I was going to suggest is, earlier I mentioned that we have MOUs, so we provide radio maintenance services to buildings and grounds and to county highway. If we're looking for a way to put some additional revenue into that radio tower fund, we could divert those payments that we get from buildings and grounds and county highway into the radio tower fund before they go into the 911 fund. It would lower the 911 fund a little bit, but remember, that's a split fund, so the county wouldn't be absorbing all of that.
That's what you-
reduction. We could divert that into the radio tower fund to get some additional revenue in that fund, if that's something that the commission is willing to do it. We can certainly do that.
You're suggesting maybe just changing the fund that it goes into so you have
Right,
more
so,
flexibility.
right, we would just divert that funding and deposit it into the radio tower budget rather than into the 911 fund when we get those payments from it.
All right. So I've got a question. I see, and again, I kind of understand how it got here, but I see a lot of these, so a department like yours, 911, and I see it in JSC, and then we have JSC Alternative, and then we have Natural Resources, and then we have Weed and Pest Budget, and then we have all of these, and it's talking about because I need to pull from different funds. And what I'm saying is in the software, the ability is right there in the software. So all of these line items, you can have that in the 911 budget, but then you can just say that these line items are being pulled, no different than if you were splitting, because again, in a 911 budget, based on how much you had in your, restricted fund, and if your restricted fund was not enough with revenue coming in to float you for an entire fiscal year, then you would be splitting within your own budget of 911, you would split, okay, I'm only going to pull 50% of my budget out of the restricted fund. I'm going to be pulling 50% of my budget out of the general fund. And so you can do that internally and just run those reports. And for me, I would rather see a lot of these little errant little budgets just get rolled up in the department wherein they belong. And then we just do that budget accounting as to where that is pulled.
Sure, yeah, makes
All right.
sense.
So we're excited about seeing the
Another note for
results of your
Jordan.
AI, so. But I think that's it, so, you solved our problem.
Okay, thank you.
911.
Thank you.
We'll hang up now and ask for the next person who would be,
So if we take a break, can we go to the quiet room?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
you want to take a break?
He said he wanted the quiet room because you talked
Go
a
to the
lot.
quiet room and dispatch.
Oh,
He needs a quiet room away from
I
Ron
want to hit the
Weifelbach.
app, I want to hit the chair.
yeah, I got it, thank you. So Laura,
Not gonna listen to me.
Retzel, state's attorney. I notice how they're both sitting at opposite ends of the, so we have no conflict.
Separation there.
We should bring them both up to the podium at once since.
We can
No,
present
we're in here,
together
we're
if-
all together, we all understand each other's roles and what positions they play, so we all respect that, thank you.
Absolutely. Are you going to drive or am I going to drive?
Want to?
I would prefer it.
Because it should all be loaded up here. So, make sure I'm on the right meeting. I was.
Gary, does she have pictures?
Not enough. PDF. I'll just collapse that and go full screen by hitting F11, and I should be able to flip through.
And to move to the next slide, just space bar or?
No. Left it. That's gonna be the quickest.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Laura Retzel. I am your state's attorney. I'm going to be presenting to you today our plans for our budget for 2026. I want to start by talking about what we do at the Pennington County State's Attorney's Office just briefly. You know that the State's Attorney's Office serves as the chief legal representative for the county. We're responsible for the fair and impartial prosecution of criminal offenses and, above all, the protection of public safety. We do that through the prosecution of adult criminal offenses. We do that by representing the county, the commission, and our department heads and elected officials. And then we also do that by handling juvenile delinquency and abuse and neglect cases, which is an entirely niche part of the law and very complex litigation oftentimes. You've seen the mission statement of the Pennington County State's Attorney's Office. What's important to pull out of that is our commitment to pursue justice with fairness, accountability, integrity, and then to hold true to those core values of transparency, civility, cooperation, and diversity. So every decision we make, we filter through this mission statement and try to act in accordance with it. Some fast facts just to remind you about the constitution of the State's Attorney's Office. We have 68 staff members with 2 additional unfunded FTEs for a total of 70 individuals. The breakdown is on that slide as to what role those people have had over the last year, 2024. And then to point out that we prosecuted 7,975 criminal cases. It's about 2,000 felony filings and about 6,000 misdemeanor filings. We receive criminal cases from Game Fish and Parks, Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, the Police Department, the Department of Criminal Investigations. Any crime that's committed in Pennington County by any agency is going to end up in our hands. So in 2024, when we look at those, 1,900 was the number of felony charges. It'll be interesting for you to see that 1,019 of those were possession of controlled substance offenses. And we've had a lot of conversation over the last 2 days about how we solve those problems. And I have a lot of ideas and are trying a lot of new things to address this issue. And I can pause for questions in a second. The number 2 felony charge is grand theft. The third is aggravated assault, domestic violence, which I don't like, because that's separate from regular aggravated assaults on people who are not intimate partners. So that number just deals with intimate partner aggravated assault. 130 burglary offenses, and another figure that I don't like, but it is an improvement from what I told you last year, 86 simple assaults on law enforcement officers. We had over 100 the year before that. So I think part of our tough stance on sentencing in those cases perhaps has pulled that number down somewhat. It's also a testament, I think, to the continuing efforts of our law enforcement friends to use de-escalation over and over and over again in an attempt to prevent any kind of this assaultive behavior on law enforcement. Any questions so far?
So, or on the 185 aggravated assault, domestic violence, so where's the other number on, if you left off the domestic violence on that then?
It's the next one under simple assault on law enforcement. I can get that number for you.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't put it up there.
Okay, that's fine. So
But I think it's the
number's
number
less.
6. Yeah, it's a number less than 86.
Okay.
And I think it is the category right under simple assault
Okay.
on law enforcement, with the 6th highest being general aggravated assaults.
Okay, thank you.
Because I did not include those aggravated assaults in this number, which are really high-level violent crimes. You're going to see just over 100 of those with 12 homicides in 2024, 3 attempted murders, 92 sex offenses at the felony level, and 21 robberies. So the crime is going down as we heard the sheriff say, and that's a wonderful thing, but it's not going down substantially, and our number of violent offenses are not going down. We tried 32 felony cases in 2024. Our total number of trials is, I think, 48, let me check, 42 total trials, so 32 felony trials. Those were our statistics there. And here we are with our misdemeanor trials, another 10. So misdemeanors has become a much bigger fish to fry, so to speak, at the state's attorney's office because of what you see listed as the number 2 charge with 1,144 theft cases filed. We have taken a hard stance on retail theft, and we've been part of a major retail theft initiative with law enforcement and business partners, and the result of that has been an increase in misdemeanor offenses, especially in that area of theft. Our number 1 charge, regrettably, still is DUI. It has been for as long as I can remember. That number gets better. It's down from 2023. Sorry, no, it's up a little from 2023. I think it was 1,044 before and 1,200 now. And then the number 3 charge is again ticking back to that domestic violence tag with 493 simple assault domestic violence cases filed by our office. So that's not all that we do. We also file a large number of juvenile delinquency petitions. This is separate from what you're going to see when I talk about diversion. So we filed 656 juvenile delinquency petitions in 2024. That was down quite a bit from 2023 when we were at 891. 133 of those abuse and neglect cases. And then another big area of our budget that you see is those mental commitment holds and the money that we spend to have hearings for those individuals who are involuntarily held on mental petitions. We filed 1,200 holds in 2024, which resulted in 73 commitments to either the Human Services Center in Yankton or to our treatment facility here in Rapid City West. Go ahead.
I do have a question on that. Vice Chair. Vice Chair. May I?
I thought you said question.
No.
Yeah, Jerry, sorry.
Anyway, the number of mental holds versus commitments, and has that number kind of been steady if you were to look back over the last 5 years, or is that a change?
Well, it's holding steady. You look at, we had 1,237 in 2023, 1,200 in 2024. But what I tell you is those numbers aren't really reflective of the number of mentally ill people struggling in our community. And I think the reason we've been able to hold that number for commitments and mental holds relatively stable is because of the investment we've made in things like Pivot Point and other crisis intervention, Journey On, partnering with them and law enforcement. I think we're doing a lot of things on the front end before we get to the mental hold stage, or I think this number would be a lot worse.
All right. And maybe to be more specific, my comment, I guess I'm just going to make a comment, and you can tell me if I'm off base, on the number of mental holds versus commitments. And when you're talking commitment, then you're saying a commitment to Yankton, to treatment?
Right.
Okay. So anyway, just kind of my personal experience with people getting put on mental holds, that they seem to go through the system and they get put in on a mental hold, and then the family member after they have their hearing, and then they're getting a phone call that says, yeah, they're come pick them up, they're not getting committed, and they're like, are you kidding me? They threatened to kill me, they set the kitchen on fire, they did all of these serious things, and within a couple of days, they're back out, and some of those individuals seem to recycle through. And just kind of the other thing that I'm seeing, and I don't know if this has played into it, is since Fort Meade, their psychiatric unit at Fort Meade has been shut down for well over almost 2 years now, not open. And so a lot of the veterans that were going to treatment locally, and then they had an issue with their mental health, they didn't have anywhere to put them. they took them over to Regional West and did a hold on them, and then they were released after their hearing, and then they just wound up back on the streets and struggling, and now they're out of the VA system. And so I see a lot of these where I'm just curious as to why, instead of, and again, maybe you can speak to that, but, you know, why, what opportunity do we have other than sending them within our community to Yankton? If we're not doing a commitment, some of these people need to be held longer than their initial hearing. Just curious.
No, I think you're dead on. And I've had personal experience with that exact same situation that you're describing, where you have a loved one who's exhibiting extreme mental illness. They're taken on the hold, but they're not committed. And, you know, I guess all I would say is that the law holds a really high threshold. It's not against the law. You can't be detained because you're mentally ill. You have to be proven to be, you know, a significant risk of harm to yourself or others, or through risk of suicide, or through risk of assaultive behavior towards someone else. And I think that very high threshold is oftentimes hard to prove to a board, that we're going to take away someone's liberty because of their mental situation. So I do agree that there are probably more people who, in my opinion, should be committed, but I also respect the fact that we can't hold everyone who's mentally ill. We have to use very specific legal criteria. I also, again, you know, would herald the praises of the pivot point. At least we have someplace to send people in crisis. You know, I have a staff person, Madison Preble, who takes all of those calls from all of those loved ones that call in and they're dealing with a loved one who's exhibiting extreme behavior connected to their mental health. And we didn't even have anywhere to tell her to take them other than call the police until we had pivot point. So, I mean, that's a crucial resource for our community in regards to mental health, which is, in my opinion, the number two contribution to why people aren't successful on probation and why people continue to reoffend. It's addiction, and then it's the mental health issues that people have not addressed are the drivers. Focusing back on our protective services, Victims Assistance served 3,172 people in 2024. Those are individuals. But the number of services provided to those 3,000 people is 7,500 distinct services provided to those victims. You've heard me talk a lot, and Kim Morshing came and told you about our diversion programs. Juvenile diversion is statutorily mandated. I'll talk about that again in a minute. But we had 425 new cases in 2024 put into juvenile diversion, kept out of the criminal justice system. 86% of those made it through the term of their conditions and successfully completed diversion, which is an exemplary number. Adult diversion, I think one of the reasons you see some of our other numbers dropping is because we've been increasing the number of people that we are putting into adult diversion. Before, we were kind of focusing on that young end, the 18 to 25 age group, when we're talking about brain science and not being ready to fully make good decisions. I've kind of thrown that out the window, and I want to give everybody who's having a first contact with law enforcement an opportunity for diversion, unless it's a violent offense or a domestic violence offense, which I don't believe should be in diversion. You can try to change my mind. I'm open to it. I'm just not there right now. But in adult diversion, we had 515 new cases, and 85% of those adults were successful in completing their programs. Any questions about any of those?
Here.
Mr. Chair. Yep. You know, I was talking to one of your new attorneys, and she was going to be in that position where, you know, she said college students walking through and grabs a can of pop, and, you know, these are the type of people that they want to sit there and get those charges dropped and let them go on with their life. But that same day, earlier in the paper, I read where a lady walked out of Walmart with $6,000 worth of products, and obviously they wouldn't fit the program.
Right, and it really is about being discerning about who is an appropriate candidate. And a lot of times you are considering the nature of the offense. You're always considering their prior criminal history. And yes, we want to make sure that if we have an opportunity to rehabilitate someone without involving the system, that we're taking that opportunity.
Thank you.
Chair, I think I talked about it with Barry's. I'm not really in favor of seeing some of the diversion that has been happening. You probably listened to that. I guess I get the first contact. I like the Ray program. I like a lot of the juvenile service programs. They have seemed to have worked. But for adults, I'm finding and watching that those repeated offenses are costing us more than saving us money by putting them in diversion. So when you have repeated offenses and those people know that they can just put a monitor on or they can just, you know what I mean, be let out, we see it over and over again. So there's got to be a change and maybe locked up to a certain extent. I don't know how you pick and choose and how the court system does that, but you're trying to save people that once you divert them and there's no basically consequence to your action, except you get to put a monitor on or they're playing the game. They're playing the game on the system, which is costing us more in the long run because they're just repeating again. Or, like I've seen, and I'll keep saying this from probation, there's a lot of people on probation and they don't have enough staff to be able to do that. So us adding to the system and wanting to do diversion and adding more probation and more people to our system and think that that is going to be a great diversion program when you don't have enough people to actually deal with all the people that you're putting in there. How is that working in a system that I think is not? I think that if the diversion program, if you had enough people on the, as you see from every caseloads and different stuff like that. When you have 300 people on a caseload or 200, when you're a probation officer, there isn't any way. And I feel bad for them because I'm not trying to beat up probation officers in a sense. The program is not working for them either. It can't because they're overworked. And they cannot keep track of all these people that we think, oh, we diverted them from going to prison, but look, they're out, and look how many people we think we're saving, or we're saving the taxpayers by not taking them through the court system and putting them in prison. I'd like to see the differences on that. I think you'd be astounded from what I've seen.
Yeah, Commissioner, you say a lot of things that I agree with. I think there has to be a distinct escalation and consequence when you commit new offenses or when you can't comply with court orders. And, you know, when Commissioner Durr talks about me being tough on crime, it's important to remember that I am a beginner of second chances. So the people that you're seeing in diversion are first-time offenders. These are not people that have had repeat offenses, and certainly not repeat offenses of the same type. Like an example would be maybe we have a kid who comes in on a marijuana charge. He successfully completes diversion. 2 years later, he shoplifts. I would consider that again for diversion, to keep that kid out of the criminal justice system. But when you look at the overarching system, which is what you were just addressing, I agree completely. You can't keep putting someone on probation when probation isn't working, and you can't expect probation officers with the schedules and commitments that they have and clients they serve to be the answer. I guess, you know, one thing I did want to say is I've been sitting back here observing over the last 2 days that I would add to the conversation that hasn't been added. There was a lot of talk about people who are, you know, once they're ready to change, they'll change. And until they're ready to change, you just can't do anything. I'm sorry, but I disagree with that. I do. I think that change can be forced. And I think that there's research that supports, especially in the area of addiction, you know, I just got done showing you that almost half of my felony offenses are drug offenses. So we've decided to criminalize that. We criminalize drug offenses, so there has to be a consequence to that. And people question, well, you know, if they don't want to go to treatment, it won't help them. And I will go on the record as disagreeing. I think you can force someone into treatment and have it be effective. I've seen it.
Right.
So I think
Ms.
the
Laura-
answer to a lot of the drug problems is to have an incarcerated facility where people are mandated to successfully complete addiction treatment.
And sometimes on treatments, it takes, if you listen to even alcoholics, 8 to 15 times before they want to change. So we also set up here that there needs to be consequences to your action. So we didn't say that you can't change. What we said is you're trying to change people with no consequence by trying to change something, saying, oh, Mr. Weifenbach, we're going to put a monitor on you today, and then this is your fourth monitor. Let's try it again. That's what we're saying. If Mr. Weifenbach doesn't want to change, you can go, and you already saw. I understand addiction because that addiction is a little bit different than crime or playing the game on people and doing it over and over again, expecting a different result.
Right.
That was the bottom line. So if the consequences are not going to fit the crime, I find that basically the system isn't working, and that's through some of the diversion programs and some of the things that I have seen. Because, like I said, you're putting monitors on people and you're trusting people that for the 5th time, he's not gonna do anything, and like I said, I see it firsthand. Ask the police officers, ask the warrant people that after they pick them up for a warrant, about an hour later, they're out. So they feel like they're running through these people through the system. So I've talked to probation officers, I've talked to warrant officers, I've talked to marshals, I've talked to different things. The system is getting played enough at this point through some of the diversions and some of the things that they're playing, that it's making it more work for these other people that have to go do their jobs after the fact on some of the programs. So they also, I don't know what that changes except higher consequences to your
agree.
actions. Or like you said,
I agree.
if you're going to have to go through, meth is not going to be something cured through one treatment. It's not going to be cured in 3 months. Most of the people that did meth, if they're willing to change or want to change, they're going to have to go through a whole life cycle. So putting them on a monitor and saying, don't do drugs anymore isn't going to work.
Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. I guess the only thing I would add to your conversation is, how are you defining diversion? In my mind, the way I define diversion, I mean, we don't put people on monitors. We're not doing a lot of the things that you're suggesting. So I just think it's important to know exactly what you're talking about when you're criticizing diversion. Because what we're doing in diversion is successful, and it's for first-time offenders.
I'd like to see the outcomes and how long they last. So it looks nice, like I tell people. You're putting people in houses, you're doing things, and you're diverting them, and you're doing stuff even through housing, not even through criminal offenses. And you're saying, I fixed those people, man, now they have some place to stay. Well, I see it in diversion. Now I've made them go through successful, I played the game, I made it through the first system. How many times have they recidivismed from that system? What are those outcomes from those same people, and how many have you seen? So that looks pretty on paper, I'll keep telling people, but I'd like to see outcomes. Is John been in there 6 times and it took him 6 times to divert and actually got help from through life skills? Or are you using it as John made it through the program successfully and now he's doing good for 6 months? When you do a diversion and you're trying to change people's lives, it's not because you have data that they went through the program and it looks successful at this time. How long did you keep those outcomes out of there?
Yeah.
That's why I tell recidivism, whether it be homeless, probation, or crime, track the outcomes. Because when you see the outcomes, I know this from people that do the data, it's not as sweet as it looks.
Mr. Chair.
I'm gonna divert right here and go back to the budget, but there's been conversation about, obviously, we're talking about budget and what the threshold is the taxpayers want to pay for.
Yeah.
Do you want to pay for all this rehab? Do you want to pay for all the jails? It's been in conversation, and I'm sure you've had the conversation about at what level do you prosecute somebody on meth? Is it consumption in the state of South Dakota is a crime? We understand that it's not a crime in a lot of other states. The comment I made earlier about most people, unless they want to get cured, aren't going to get cured. That's just the reality of it. So we can arrest them 100,000 times, put them in jail, whatever. At what level do these people face their own consequence of either death, insanity, or jail because they're going to commit a crime because they can't get there? They're going to elevate to a certain level where it's going to be a real crime, where it's not just ingestion or just enough meth to get themselves high. But that's a whole other conversation, I think, when we look at outcomes and stuff. So we'll allow you to continue on with your budget presentation, and I think that but on the positive side, the commission does have to make a decision on what that threshold is how deep do you want to go? You want to arrest everybody and bust everybody and put everybody in jail? We're already looking at building a new jail. We've got 500 people waiting to be prosecuted. So
Well, it's an important, philosophical debate, because the reality and, where I'm going to get to in this budget presentation is I can't prosecute everything
That's the
anymore.
point,
I can't prosecute everything anymore.
And nor does the defense attorney want to defend every case, so.
And I can't pick and choose. I am ordered to follow the laws, and I'm going to follow the laws. So I'm in a difficult position. Everybody wants me to prosecute every penny of retail theft. I do, but that's going to require you to fund another attorney to do that work. I need to start prosecuting marijuana cases again. The community has made that clear and feedback to me and all of you that needs to happen. I'm going to need the resources to do that. I haven't been prosecuting misdemeanor marijuana offenses in years. So if we do that again, those numbers will go higher. You're going to have to be part of the discussion. Yeah, you're going to have to be part of the discussion about what laws we enforce, because I'm to a breaking point where I can't do it all anymore with what I've got. So here's what I have to do. That's a good segue. I'm statutorily mandated to prosecute adult and juvenile offenses. I'm statutorily mandated to do juvenile diversion. That's in the law. It's mandated now. I'm statutorily and constitutionally mandated to do victims assistance. I'm statutorily, and then I'll just jump to the other mandated. Civil legal representation is mandated. So here's the gray zones that I just want to hit on. Adult diversion is statutorily authorized. It's not mandated. So that's something that, hypothetically, you could decide that you cut. There would be 500 people that would be facing felony or high-level misdemeanor charges that weren't before we had that opportunity. So you have to think about what that means to the community before you think about cutting adult diversion. Staff-wise, for me, it would be less than a full-time employee, because the majority of my diversion caseworkers are doing all types of cases.
So I'll just stop you for 1 second to help answer Deb's question earlier about, we have the diversion program. Do we have a tracking of what happens to these people through diversion, and where is there some success there, or is it just a program that we do to make ourselves feel good?
So, juvenile diversion is statutorily mandated, so I have to do that.
Okay.
I track whether they've successfully completed the program. I don't have the resources to track continued recidivism, such that Commissioner Hadcock has suggested. That might be something that I can start doing if I can develop the technology.
It'll cost more money, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
the technology to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And then specialty courts. And I do want to stop and talk for a minute about specialty courts, because that's not statutorily mandated. It's authorized, but it is mandated. And I'll explain to you why. So it's put in statutes as something that's authorized, but then the Supreme Court has issued rules that have required these courts to be available to high-level offenders. So it's been very controversial in the state. I don't know how much you've followed it, but other prosecutors in the state, not me, have said, I don't have the resources to do specialty courts. I'm not going to do it anymore. That has not been well received. It is very much expected that the state's attorney is going to be part of the specialty court situation. I honestly love specialty courts. I think they do wonderful things, but I'm telling you that that's not something you've resourced for me. So when you look at the time that my attorney, I have one assigned to drug court, one assigned to DUI court. The Attorney General's office is covering my Veterans Court right now because I don't have sufficient staffing, and I have a mental health court. With those courts, that's one full-time attorney, because each of those courts go for an entire half day of the proceedings, and then you have to prepare for that court session. So if you add up, 4 half days and then the preparation required, it's one full-time employee to run those specialty courts. And that's an area where I need help. I don't have enough attorneys to do this work. And it is good work. I'm not saying that it's not good work. I'm just saying it's nothing that you've ever staffed me to do. It's something that we've just done, but we're stretched too thin.
Which organizations have not done it?
So my good friend Daniel Hagar in Minnehaha County was the largest and most vocal, who said, I can't resource this.
Okay.
And he was directed that he needed to do so.
Oh, so the Supreme Court stepped in and said that okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha, thank you.
I reached a point, because I'm down, I think, 6 attorneys right now. And so I had sent out a communication to my attorneys that said, this can't be your priority. If you're assigned a specialty court and you can't get your work done, that's something that you're going to have to just email and say you're not able to participate this week.
Good.
And I immediately received feedback that that would not be acceptable, that we were required to be in attendance.
Commissioner Durden, you had a question?
Oh, yeah. So, because I'm looking at specialty courts, statutory authorized, but not mandated. Okay, so when you say that you're told that you have to participate, where's that coming from?
So the statutes created specialty courts. And then the unified judicial system created Supreme Court rules that dictate, and I can get you a copy of them. I have them here with me. I can leave them with Jordan.
All right.
The Supreme Court rules that kind of set forth how these courts are going to be run. And it's an order of the Supreme Court that these courts exist. So there's a portion of that Supreme Court rule that talks about the requirement that a multidisciplinary team be available in part of each specialty court, and that's what they're relying on when they say that that mandates the state's attorney's participation as part of that multidisciplinary team by Supreme Court rule.
All right. And so when your attorney sends an email and says that I don't have time this week, who says that's not acceptable?
One of the judges that runs the specialty courts.
All right. And that I would suggest that that individual come talk to the county commission.
I want to be a good partner. I do, and I do value specialty courts. But when we're having conversations about what crimes do you want me to not prosecute, we have to start. I either have to have more staff, or we're going to have to be very critical about what we staff. That's just the reality of it.
No, and I mean, and again, I get it, but it goes back to some of the comments. I mean, the state can mandate, and again, it's really not anything to do, well, it is with the specialty court situation and some of these mandates. It is the left hand slapping the right hand. And so what we get is the legislature down on, bemoaning counties and stating, our legislature stating that counties are overfunded, over budgeted. We have the community saying that, you are collecting too much of our property tax. And then you're faced with the job that you have. And when I say that you're tough on crime, that's a good thing.
Thank you.
And so, but it comes down to what level of service, what do we want to do, what do we want to provide, which is the basis of, your kind of presentation about, here's what I can do, here's what I'm doing, I can't do this anymore, and what do we want to fund?
Exactly.
And I'm to the point where, the state is saying you will do A, B, and C. I can't remember was it Senate Bill 91 years ago? That pushed down a lot of these programs and a lot of these diversion programs down at the local level, and the one that had to fund and perform and execute was us. Was there money that came with that? No. And so these are, legitimate lines, I think, that at some point in time, we can have the conversation. But at some point in time, you have to say, put the left hand down, I'm doing what I can. And if you want me to do more, then have that money follow that says it's going to be funded at the local level. And so I'm going to listen to what you have to say. I think you're fabulous at what you do. And but there gets to be a point in time where we say we can only do so much. And I guess a point I would make when I'm looking at additional FTEs, and you're stating that you're down 6 attorneys, and if you're down 6 attorneys, 8 attorneys, but yet somebody else is going to mandate what you're going to do by saying you're going to come and perform at this level, I know, I think I understand your mindset, but I'm going to say, I would hope anyway, that to help back you up, you would have the support of this commission.
Thank you.
For what? For saying at some point in time that the state's attorney's office can only do so much. And getting back to these mandated things, stating, you're going to show up, you're going to have a body over here at these specialty courts when we're saying that we don't have the staff to do that, we would be in a position to say, hey, we can only do so much. We don't have the staff. and not leave the state's attorney's office out there on their own, that we too would say, no, we support our state's attorney. That office is doing what they can. We don't have the funding to do everything. Getting back to your point about all of these diversion programs and everything that we have to fund and staff, you can only do so much.
Some of them were volunteered for, including some of the grants. So since I've been here, since Fargo was here before, they've always been down about 4 attorneys every year. But ask for more.
No, and again, my point is, when she's talking about the workload that she has and what the mandates are in her workload, and again, what the community, and again, I mean, getting back to this retail theft thing, I listened to your presentation last year when you took this position. It was supported by the sheriff. And then it just comes down to, how do we execute and how do we keep that going? And when the public is saying, that, we have zero tolerance for some things we think are okay, and then you're trying to fit that in the middle with what your abilities are, so, anyway.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate your understanding of those complicated issues.
So Laura, you said you're down 6 lawyers?
Yes, yep, I can talk about that if you want. I have 4 of those hired.
Pardon?
I have 4 of those hired.
You do have 4 hires, so, okay.
Yeah.
Are we always down a certain amount of lawyers?
Well, and I think my good friend, Mr. Witcher, will talk about this when he takes the podium after me. Attorney hiring is very cyclical. Mr. Witcher and I get majority of our lawyers straight out of law school.
Right.
They graduate in May and they start for us in August. So I hire all year round, backfilling. Even if I don't have an opening, I keep hiring those young people.
Yep.
I think you call it overhiring.
Yeah. Well,
I just keep
appreciate you.
hiring as many young attorneys as I think would be a good fit for my office, but then none of them start then until they've graduated and taken the bar. So I have 4 coming. I had 2 just start. One was a December graduate, and one had graduated the year before and gone to a law firm and then come to us. So I'll have 6. Actually, I just made another offer and it was accepted, right? Yeah, so I have 5 now coming.
And when will they
in
start?
August.
But they're still gonna, I mean, yeah, it's gonna take some time coming out of school doesn't mean anything to me. I didn't learn a thing in school.
Well, I have a saying that young graduates don't know something from their elbow is what I say.
Right,
They need a lot of training.
It has been brought up by your cohort, so we obviously are facing a recruiting problem, and maybe we need to look down that avenue for solutions, what we can offer to some people. And I know that the state of South Dakota.
I don't think it's so much a recruiting problem as it is an attorney deficit. There just aren't a lot of attorneys graduating in South Dakota. A lot of them that do graduate in South Dakota immediately leave South Dakota and go elsewhere. So I don't think it's a county recruiting problem. I think there's a deficit in attorneys right now.
Right. I think we were told, just so I'm making this public, I think we were told by your cohort about the laws of being a South Dakota attorney. They don't, like if you're a CPA, you have a national license. South Dakota law is not a national license. So if you're here, if you go somewhere else, you could practice everywhere but South Dakota. So getting somebody to come from another state is tough.
It's almost impossible. Yeah, Commissioner Weifenbach, you hit on a very important point. Passing the bar and practicing in South Dakota is one of the most restricted states in the entire country because we require our Indian law question, which I'm not making a statement about, it's just an additional requirement.
Right.
And then we don't utilize the UBE, which is the particular test that if you passed enables you to practice anywhere in the country.
Right.
We have just a very unique test to the state of South Dakota. So even a lot of the graduates from the University of South Dakota don't take the South Dakota bar. They go elsewhere where they can take the UBE and practice in Minnesota or Nebraska or Kansas or.
So explain some of the attorney deficit that we're facing and why you're backfilling, as you call it. Okay, makes sense to me.
Mr. Witcher and I are doing everything we can to impact from our platforms, positively impact bar passage and the number of attorneys that are practicing in the state of South Dakota. And I'll give you a quick example.
But the attorneys in the real world out here that in private practice could care less because they're protecting their positions or whatever, they're limited. Okay.
Right, but I do want to just quickly tell you about the South Dakota State Bar has decided to try a pilot program of having an alternative pathway to bar practice. So this would be a program where these kids don't take the bar. What they do is they apprentice in a approved public service office, which both Mr. Witcher and I have been approved to serve in that capacity. They apprentice there for a semester, the first semester of their third year of law school. They go back to law school and graduate. Then they're mandated to have 2 years of practice in a approved public service environment. So I've been chosen to host 2 of those students starting this fall.
Oh, so they've started the program, so you're
Yes.
taking advantage of it.
I'm part of the very first group of kids that were chosen. I matched with 2 of them. Unfortunately, Mr. Witcher didn't match with any students, but I matched with 2. So they'll spend the fall semester with me. I'll bring them down here sometime just so you can just meet them quick. But then they go back, graduate, and then they can serve that 2 years of public service anywhere. My people could go to Mr. Witcher's shop if that's what they wanted to
Doesn't that alleviate them
do.
from having to take the bar too, or?
Yeah, they don't take the bar.
So are they part of the summer intern of the 5, or are they part of the 5 as attorneys you're replacing?
They are interns.
So they're part of the 5 interns, you have 2 that you're partnering with in a new program?
Interestingly, yes. So the 2 that I matched with who are going to be apprenticing with me in the fall happen to also be interning for me this summer.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Roskin.
So, very interesting discussion, but if I understand it right, the alternative to diversion is incarceration. And I think that's one of the things that we're trying to avoid is overcrowding a jail that's already overcrowded.
Absolutely.
Is that
And
a safe
the-
assumption?
The specialty courts absolutely are alternatives to high-level prison incarceration. But yes, we do diversion for the best interest of our community, and we do diversion for the best interest of the criminal justice system. And I can give you 2 real-life examples. I had an adult who, while they were going to the School of Mines, got a marijuana charge. And that was, 10 years ago when marijuana charges were considered drug offenses under student loan provisions. So he lost his student loans. And then he went on to graduate from School of Mines, got hired at Boeing, and then couldn't take the job because he couldn't get the clearance for it because he had a drug conviction. Well, he wasn't a drug addict. He wasn't one of these people that we're talking about forcing treatment on. He was just a kid that made a dumb choice in a college phase of his life who faced long-term ramifications for that. And I could give you a million other examples. Diversion is just right for a lot of first-time offenders.
Well, I agree. I totally agree.
First time. I agree with first time.
All right.
And just
So-
after that.
Laura, we could spend a lot of time talking about all this, and I think at some point we need to, but for the essence of getting through your budget and giving you some direction, if we can speed that part of it up and get through that. And not that it's not valuable, and this conversation is valuable, because we're gonna hear it again when your cohort comes up.
Yes, I will
Like we should
work
spend-
as quickly as I can through it, unless you want to take a break.
Well, no, we can finish it, and we'll finish you up, and then I'm just saying that we need to maybe have another conversation like this, a public forum conversation with how to, giving better direction on where that threshold is of money versus, arresting people on low-level marijuana charges, that type of stuff. Understanding municipal marijuana is legal, marijuana's not going away, meth's not going away. You stick your head in the dirt and think it's gonna go away, it's not. There's users that are gonna use it. You can't tell the people not to use it because they're gonna use it. And so, at what level does it, it's that dog chasing its tail question. So if we can just go through the budget, we'll just keep going here. But Jerry has a question.
No, my only comment about this discussion I think is great, and it all ties into the discussion that we're going to have in a very near future. And that's about the tower expansion project in the jail and how this relates to what we're doing on the enforcement end at the, with our law enforcement officers on the streets, to the prosecution end, to judicial system, to housing. So it's a bigger discussion that we're going to have.
And Jerry's kind of spearheading that, we're putting that together because that we see that it's another golf ball coming down the garden hose that we want to address. We don't want to just kick the can down the road. So, but if you want to go ahead and finish.
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
But feel free to interrupt me if you have more questions, because I know that there's a lot of layers to all of this.
Won't stop these guys from giving you their opinion, that's for sure.
So in looking at some of the challenges we faced since we were before you last year at budget, we did institute new software, that prosecution by Carpel software. It's fantastic. It's working very well for us, but it has brought a number of challenges in implementation. It's designed to streamline case filing, document generation, and workflow efficiency. I think it is beginning to do all of those things, but it's been a slow, hard road with that software. And then my other big challenge is always staffing. And I feel like, we've had that conversation here. I have turnover. We addressed the financial piece with the wages, and I think that our attorney wages are fair and commensurate with the rest of the community for the most part. But when you're carrying the crushing caseload that my attorneys are carrying, it only makes sense that they would leave to go to Paul Branken's shop and work at Dakota Plains, where they have so few cases on their docket, or they would leave to go into private practice where the caseloads are going to be markedly reduced. We just simply have too much work and not enough people to do it. We've talked about a lot of this, and I know you want me to keep moving through, but key highlights have been our 8,000 prosecuted cases, our expanded adult diversion program, especially into the arena of traffic offenses. We have a lot of people of all ages who we've diverted into a new part of our diversion opportunities for traffic offenses, where they actually learn and take a class and become a better driver rather than just paying a fine. That's making proactive change instead of just, writing a check. My retail theft initiative, we've talked about extensively. It has had a major consequence on the number of filed misdemeanor cases and also impact on the jail, because we have many repeat retail violators, and we are getting jail time on those that are on their 12th, 13th, 16th offense. Stealing something small, but once you've done it 16 times, you've sent a pretty clear message. We've really tried to up our community presence with our Remembrance Day, our Victims' Rights Week luncheon, and continue to hold listening sessions with victims in an effort to improve our ability to provide culturally sensitive and victim-forward programming for them as we help them to and through the criminal justice system. And then if you have not listened to Katie Urban and our podcast called Justice in Action, we've gotten tremendous feedback. We have over thousands of listeners talking about the system, explaining plea agreements, explaining procedural things, but then also doing some South Dakota true crime, which people love. Other challenges I've faced have been space limitations. Most of you took the opportunity to come look at our space and see our staff people who were working in converted closets, sometimes two in a room. It just wasn't allowing us to provide the level of services that we needed to for our victims and for our diversion people specifically. So allowing us to expand over into what I call the East Tower has been tremendous. It's the old vacated public defender space. Please come up and see it anytime. We'd love to show you the part of it that we're occupying, and it's really enabled those caseworkers to better connect with people in a more professional setting. And just dropping the volume level on our fourth floor from all those people talking on phones in cubes all day has been just such a welcome, positive cultural shift to not have to listen to other people talk on the phone either. A big challenge we're facing now that I'm going to go into with my budget asks involves advancing technology. The amount of body-worn camera, every case that law enforcement sends to me doesn't have one body-worn camera anymore. It's got 3, 5, 10, 20 body-worn cameras, and then associated video footage from retail shops or Ring cameras off houses. The amount of technology that we're receiving in our cases is crushing. We have got to go to AI. We have to start using AI to be able to review and properly resource the amount of technology that we're receiving in a case. So that's going to be part of my ask here in a second. And then also to institute AI into our legal research, to drop the amount of time it takes us to do the work that we need to do. I was just at the bar convention that was in Rapid City, I think it was last week. And they had a whole session on AI and how were attorneys going to make their money if AI is doing their jobs so much faster? Can they bill for the hour it would have took them, or do they have to bill for the 5 minutes it took AI to do and answer the same question? Well, I'm in a beautiful position because faster is always going to be better for me, and it's not going to cost me anything, and it's going to save you money. So one of my asks is going to be around AI for legal research. So just jump right to the heart of it. What are my asks? I know you don't want to talk about it today too much, but I am going to be asking for new full-time employees, and I will tell you a million more things about why later. But it really has to do with that caseload growth, the digital evidence demands, the personnel costs, and what I mean by that is when we have so much attrition, the training time and investment that we're putting in personnel is an expense, a cost driver for us. And then by expanding program needs, I mean the demands that are placed on prosecutors that are outside of traditional case management, specialty courts, and the committees that we're on, the connections that we make with schools and Department of Social Services and all the affiliated agencies, task force that we're on. The expanding program needs on the state's attorney's office are excessive. So a couple of the ways I think that we can save some money are by instituting AI features. So one line item that you'll see go up is on the line item, it's 2058. I'm adding Westlaw co-counsel there, and we have Westlaw now. It costs me $3,736 a month. This would be an enhanced version of that allows me to have that AI feature, and it's not even $1,000 more a month. It's $4,647 a month. And I do know that everybody at the Public Defender's Office has that. So it also levels the playing field with our partners at the Public Defender's Office. Another operational line item increase that you'll see relates to the amount of money that we have to pay to draw blood in DUI cases, drug cases. When we're collecting blood as evidence, we have been shortchanging Linda Knorr and the group of blood technicians that we contract with. We've been paying them about $45 a draw. And then we found out that Meade County was paying them $60, Lawrence County was paying $75, Fall River was paying $75, and they were providing all their supplies. I don't provide them anything, and I don't want to provide them anything. I don't want to get in the blood tube purchasing, neither does Susan Carpenter behind me. But they did ask for a raise. We did a full assessment about that, and we are giving them a raise to that $75 that Lawrence County and Fall River County are paying, and we are not going to pay for any supplies. So you'll see an increase in that line item, and you'll find that at 2063 is the line item. In our software line, I've added Axon Justice, and that's that AI technology that I was mentioning to you. We have to pay Axon an amount of money to store our data. We have terabytes of data held by our office. They store all that body-worn camera and other digital footage, but this will enhance that feature so that we have AI ability, and I know you want me to hurry up, but just briefly, it is just amazing what it can do. It can look at 10 different videos and pull apart what's unique into each of them, so you only have to watch one video. It can watch a video for you and give you a paragraph summary, so you can decide if you need to go back and read that. It does automatic transcription, which is so needed by our juries and our courts to be able to not just listen, but to read as they listen. I mean, I have those little words on the bottom of my TV at home, and I'm guessing that a lot of you do too. It's just how a lot of us think now, to be able to see the transcription while you're watching. So you'll see an increase there. Those are my asks. Other than, and we'll save this for another day, I am asking for 4 new lawyers. I have been full-staffed. It just kind of depends on when you ask me, and it has a lot to do with whether it's August. In August, I'm usually full-staffed. And then some of them don't pass the bar, some of them pass the bar and move on. And then we have just other attrition. And we did have some attrition at a high level this year. And again, I would attribute that primarily to the caseload. And I am going to ask for a new office manager, and I can talk about that in more detail, but an office of my size really should have a COO or chief of staff type position that can do all these very high level things. Right now I have lawyers doing those things, and quite frankly, I need my lawyers to prosecute cases. My top lawyers, who are my administrators, I need them doing murder cases. I don't need them coordinating administrative workflow. Then, you know my grant funding. If you have questions about that, you can ask. I won't go into it. Any questions about our grant funding other than it's unpredictable and unstable right now? The one that's for sure that I love is that diversion incentive. We do, because the juvenile diversion is statutorily mandated, we did get a legislative bump in how much money we get paid for successful diversions. That was a huge win. I worked really hard on getting that bill passed. It went up to $750 per successful juvenile diversion. So it brought us in $363,000 last year. I don't get to bring you money, so I was pretty excited about that. No capital requests. I do have a 2012 Impala that's going to need some love or replacement soon. I have 3 cars. We encourage our staff to only use those cars and not their own cars when they have to travel.
How many cars do you have?
3.
3.
Yep. I have a 2018 Ford Explorer, a 2016 Jeep Latitude, and then the 2012 Impala. 5-year outlook. I mean, it's exactly what you would think. It's continued staffing needs based on our population increasing, crime matching, population increasing, and then also as law enforcement gets better and more sophisticated, the cases get more complex and difficult. I don't think there's really anything that I need to hit on there other than, staffing of victims' assistants and secretaries often has to rise in accordance with that. I think we need to be thinking long-term about continued cloud storage for our media, which hopefully that acts on justice. If we go that way, that will help. Space, if I lose my East Tower, space is obviously going to become a critical concern in the next 5 years. It's a critical concern now. This I can save the meat of for when I try to sell you on my FTEs, but I do want to just quickly point out as part of this presentation, and I am at the end of it, that, when we look at whether a prosecutor's office is being successful, you're really looking at those 3 things, right? It's efficiency, how safe your community is, and how fairly we're applying justice. And how do you judge those things? Well, it's hard, and it's hard to know how much a state's attorney's office or a prosecutor's office can handle. But some important data that I want to leave in your mind is Colorado just did a dashboard. And I think, over the next 5 years, we'll be going this way too. It's a dashboard that anybody can log in on and get all kinds of information about their cases. I encourage you to go to it. The website is dacolorado.org. dacolorado.org if you want to look at it. But it provides 55 different areas of assessment. The one that really jumped out to us was how many cases those Colorado attorneys are filing in a year. So I just wanted to give you a quick comparison. We averaged all the Colorado counties, there were dozens of them, like 20 of them, I think. that we're providing data in this dashboard that you can go look at. We averaged them out, and in Colorado, in a year, a felony attorney is filing 92 cases. In my office, it's 177. In Colorado, a misdemeanor attorney is filing 394 cases. Last year in 2024, my misdemeanor attorneys were filing 1,200. So it gives you just a taste of how understaffed we are. You know, the other statistic, and I think Mr. Witcher is going to use a comparable one that's on the defense side, but the National District Attorneys Association says that a felony attorney should have no more than 150 felony cases in a year and no more than 400 misdemeanor cases. My felony attorneys right now, not in a year, but like today on their docket, 200. My misdemeanors, 1,000. So compare 150 to 200 and then 400 to 1,000. So I think we have to make some changes. The caseload is just too much, especially in light of all the additional things that prosecutors have to handle. So,
Okay,
Mr.
anybody
Chair.
have any- Commissioner Ross, can I-
So Laura, you have 68 staff now,
yes,
and then you're requesting 4 more?
4
And
more
then-
attorneys.
And 1 office manager?
Right.
Okay, so that'd be roughly 73. If, in 2020, do you got any idea what your staffing was back then, going back 5 years?
You know, I asked Ms. Carpenter to look for that. We know that we got 1 new attorney in 2023. And I don't think that in the years before that, looking at a 5-year back, I don't think we've gotten any more. So I think we've gotten 1 in 5 years.
So,
Is that right, Commissioner Hadcock? Is that right?
You guys have more than one attorney.
and then one of your new attorneys that I met down here during the meet and greet,
Yeah.
I asked him like, why do you come to work for Pennington County? And so is it the wage, is it the benefits? And I believe one said, it's a lifestyle. She said, I was a teacher and I just want to become an attorney. Is there any common denominator why they do come? Is it,
Yeah.
obvious, I don't know if it's the wages or not, but
It's not
what
the
is the
wages.
driving force?
It's they want to fight the good fight. They want to wear the white hat. They want to
Okay.
make the community better and make people safe. That's why they're there. It's not the money, certainly not the caseload.
Yeah.
Here.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Commissioner Drews.
So, Laura, let me understand, going back to these interns. You said you got 2 interns coming this year, but then those interns have now been matched with you so that they can come to work for you this fall. Then next year, they go back to school to finish, to
Right.
graduate. And then if they chose to go to an authorized placement, they can work 2 years. Then do they need to take they never have to take the bar exam?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and just to be clear, I have 5 interns this summer. 2 of them are going to be pathway students in the fall.
Super.
But yes, you described that exactly correct.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Okay, so you're getting 5 new attorneys plus the 5 interns, or you're getting, tell me how that's working,
What I have coming up, I have 5 interns right now,
okay?
and then I have 5 new attorneys starting in August. Different groups
But-
of people.
Okay, so you have a total of 10 coming in, 5 interns and 5 attorneys.
I have 5 interns right now. Some are in college, some are in law school. They just stay for a couple months
Okay.
and help out, then they leave.
Okay,
Then in August, I get my pool of new attorneys, and
Okay.
there's 5 of those.
so I'll just say one thing.
And I'll be short too still,
And-
just
and
so I'm
it's-
clear.
And it's not on you, but we're looking for efficiencies. We're looking for budget cuts because I believe, in my heart, and from seeing what I've seen, we're over budgeted, and I think we'll find that out later. I think from past experiences, I'm watching some of this, and it's going over and over again, not just with yours, but others. There's a difference between need and wants, and the taxpayers are telling us less, not more is better, and there's got to be somewhere where we give. And I keep seeing it through different areas, personnel, buildings, and then asking for more and more instead of less. I understand we have to do the services, and we have to through government, and I have been in government a long time, but I think what's happening is we're going over the top. And that's what's causing taxpayers and people to say, something's got to give. So for me, when I make my decisions this year, it's going to be on basically some of those efficiencies that people have done in the past that made that difference, that need and that want. And based on personnel, how much did you increase in the last 2 to 3 years? And how did that affect the budget? And how did that move forward in causing the overage of what we have today? So for me, some of your stuff, it makes sense, and I always appreciate your presentation. But since I've been here, it seems like we need more and more FTEs and I get it in law enforcement and attorneys and different areas like that, but other people have needs in our county as well. So when we take away and we keep giving on one side and we don't give to the other, like I see in buildings and grounds and other areas where we actually need that money to make buildings that we already have, infrastructure is just as important as people. And I think some of that infrastructure needs to be taken care of. And that isn't just for buildings, that has a lot to do with the internal. So I like your presentation. I appreciate what you say about a lot of this stuff. I've seen the diversions. I've been on a committee with diversions through the state. Again, I'm not a big fan of some of the diversion. One-time offenders, I agree. Outcomes, I think, are a little bit different from what I've seen and what I've heard from other law enforcement and otherwise. So it takes a team. You already know of everybody, attorneys, court systems, law enforcement. We just keep piling more and more onto it. So you need more attorneys. They need more law enforcement. What the system has done is overloaded itself to the point where the taxpayers are paying for all that. We want safety, but how much safety do we want, and what are we calling safety? Public safety. So I see a lot of police officers, unfortunately, our public safety is arresting or not arresting, having to deal with homelessness. That's crazy to me. Public safety has to do with a lot of things, but we just keep piling on for the taxpayers. Anything that you need more of is going to cause them to need more of, and pretty soon it has gotten out of hand. For me, I've just watched it. This is not just Deb. This is from evidence-based and other people. So, Laura, it's not that you do a bad job. I just feel that there's something's got to give. And it can't be, I need more and more. Somewhere's got to be less. I've seen people's budgets for the last few years go up 2, 3, up to $1 million every year. That's a lot to suck up. And if every department does it, that was 5.1 just on wages. 5.1, and that's just if I said you got 300,000 a year. Most people got a lot more than that, and others didn't. So, are people important? Are all this stuff is all important? But it's driving me absolutely nuts watching that the taxpayers are saying, give me some relief, and we're saying, oh, we can't. We need more and more in order to make us efficient and effective. I've seen other departments do it, and other departments since I've been here haven't. They just keep needing more, while others have to fend for themselves, and we've just given it to them. So hopefully we can make it efficient and effective for everybody. We can see those interns, we can see the FTEs, we can see the whole picture now through these budgets instead of seeing pieces and parts, and then people telling us one thing when we have a 5-year history and what that history will be for the future. Because I'll keep saying, you can't keep increasing all these expenditures and not have the revenues in order to pay for them. And I think that's what people aren't getting. It takes money in the government in order to pay for it, and if we're not making enough in the government and we keep spending, Pennington County cannot keep that sufficient or efficient for the taxpayers. In fact, it keps increasing for them.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Roskinek?
You know, I think the problem is, it's crime. How do we, as commissioners, ignore the performance metrics? Right now, Pennington County, 177 felony cases per attorney, felony, and then misdemeanor, 1,206. And industry standards, if I understand that right, no more than 400 misdemeanor per attorney. So how do you sit there and look at these metrics and say there's not a problem? And it seems to me the problem is just the workload and the society in this area, unless I'm totally missing something. And that's what I think we need to control, is the crime, if we're going to find a long-term solution.
I agree with Mr. Ross Connect. What we should do is make it illegal to commit a crime.
I'll second that motion.
So
Mr.
appreciate
Commissioner-
your
Mr. Chair, can I just speak briefly?
yeah.
You know, what I would say regarding Commissioner Ross Connect's and Commissioner Hadcock's comments there in the end are, I understand math and I understand budgets. I do. I've been here, this is my second budget presentation, maybe my third. Look at my last 3 years and what I've done. I've not increased my budget. You've got the numbers in front of you. Jordan provided your 5-year look back, and since I've been state's attorney, I haven't asked for anything. But my attorneys cannot continue to do the workload that the crime in our community is feeding to us. I'm not making up stuff and filing cases that, I mean, this is arrests and crimes that have to be addressed. And I can no longer ask my staff to do 4 times, I mean, what was the number, 400 to 1,200? 3 times, 4 times the work, twice as much of the work, even compared to Minnehaha County. They just can't continue to carry those caseloads. We're going to have to pick and choose. I understand those are hard decisions. Anytime you have to pick and choose, I'm just here to give you my perspective and give you an overview of what's happening in my office.
And nobody's here to beat you up. We're here to listen to you, and then we're going to make decisions on the funding, because that's what we do. You make decisions on how you handle your office. And the commission, we all got elected to make that tough decision. And we understand that you have to do your job. So you're telling us this is what I need to do my job, just as we've seen earlier. And we're going to process this information and come back and say, how do we make these things happen? How do we complete our mission statement as a commission? Like I said earlier, where does the rubber meet the road? I mean, everything we do in here, I mean, we hire more cops, we hire more sheriffs, we hire bigger jails. They're on the news telling you that crime is down in the community. So who the hell is telling the truth? So we obviously know crime's not down. So next time somebody tells me that, I'm going to have them send them to you guys and say, but at what level, and I know that our next presentation is going to talk about some of that. That's his experience and where he's, are we really rightfully doing the right thing with low-level marijuana, low-level meth? Maybe some people are delusional about it. I think at one point I might have been. But, if there's a dude smoking a joint, or ingesting on his own, is he harming the community or is he harming himself? Because once that decision is made to arrest that guy, that just starts this ball rolling where we're at today. And I'm not here to make drugs legal or any of that stuff, or when you steal somebody else's stuff, you should pay the price. I get all that. But there's a price to the community. And then at some point, there needs to be a price to these criminals. And when there's a bounty on their head for, that you go to jail and you owe so much money when you get out. And you're going to pay that back, something. I mean, I'm all for giving somebody a second chance, or, sometimes even it takes more than that sometimes. But the drug addiction in our community is huge. And we have to start pulling our heads out of the sand and realizing that does cost money. And to call it something else is ridiculous. Call it houselessness, homelessness, whatever. You're not going to face the fact that there's a lot of addicted people in our community. And there's a lot of them that end up on the street. They want to be there. There's a lot of people that commit crime, even though it's illegal to commit crime. So we just made that motion tonight. They're going to continue to do it. So we get all that, and we're not judging the fact that you're advocating for your office. So I hope that you understand that. I think that you may not feel that way sometimes, but that's where we're at, and we're getting,
Here.
we're going to make the best decisions we can.
So here's what I keep, here's my issue and has been. So over the years, we absorbed $11,647,000. We didn't even include the overtime and the issues that we had in that area. How did we
I don't
absorb
ask
that?
for overtime. I don't have any overtime in my
How
budget.
did we absorb that much money without changing budgets?
So, look, Commissioner Hadcock,
Why I'm asking that
agree
is
with what you're
people
saying.
say they haven't changed their budgets, but I saw them in the back increasing
Let's
almost every
Let's allow Laura to
person
finish her conversation and
to
then
absorb
we'll have this conversation.
their increases, and without the taxpayers knowing. So that makes it look like that we absorbed it and nobody saw it. So your office was one of them, so I'll be up straight. So for me to keep hearing I haven't increased my budget, it was freaking me out, and it's still freaking me out how y'all absorb that kind of money. I remember you being in the back. I remember you asking as well. So it wasn't just a couple of people, it was the state's attorney's office as well. And we, let's be up straight. How did you absorb it when you didn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in these budgets? It's still driving me absolutely nuts, and maybe we'll find it through the FTs and the other stuff. But maybe it's because you didn't use your FTs or you didn't use something. But to say that if you have a budget, how did you increase that much? How did you absorb that much and not change your budget unless you used other line items to do that? That tells me in everybody's budget those few years, which is $2, $3, $5 million, that people were doing something and changing line items in order to be able to absorb those kind of increases. We didn't do a wage study before then, and I'll keep saying it, it's driving me nuts when everybody's coming up here. We didn't do a wage study, we didn't even get it done. And then we still didn't change budgets till later, and now we're finding that we're over.
I think
So
we
did
got
change
the
budgets.
point, Commissioner Hadcock. I think we'll allow Laura to finish. And
Wow.
we need to have, we're gonna have this
It drives
conversation.
me nuts.
We're gonna have the conversation again, and I could say, I came in later. Laura was one of the only ones that came up and asked for her own raise through the process on the front that I know of. But I'm not gonna sit here and point fingers
All
at
right.
people. But I'm gonna-
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. go ahead.
I've got a couple comments. One, I'm looking at you mentioned it, and I probably missed it, Laura, when you were talking about a line item. But under your miscellaneous fees, you have an increase of 110,000.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, and that is for what?
That is well, what I did, it's two things. It's that Westlaw Co-Counsel increase,
All right,
and it's also, I looked at my 24 budgeted and then my 25 projected and increased accordingly because of that. That line item for me, miscellaneous fees, includes a number of things. SART bills, whenever someone's sexually assaulted and they're a resident of our county, we have to pay for that. Notary renewals, our Westlaw fees, Lifeways classes, bar dues for my attorneys, pre-employment background checks. So I reviewed all of those services and fees, saw what they're gonna cost me this year. Those things are just costing more.
all right.
Did that roll up to match that, and then added that Westlaw Co-Counsel.
All right. And then under your personnel, you've got an increase of 319,000. And 132 of that is insurance cost. So is that you projecting what you believe employees' changes are going to be, or?
Right, so what we did there is we just calculated everyone at what they are. And then for the people, the blank spaces that we have, we did employee plus one.
All right. And you're a little more conservative than I would be. I mean, when I see those, I typically just budget family, just not knowing, because I don't want to be that short, but I get it, so that's a good way to do that. And getting back to what Commissioner Weifenbach spoke of, and we'll get to it, I think, as we go down here, but I'm assuming you have it, because I'd mentioned when we did the motion on your pay increase in this fiscal year to, let's take another look at that in 2026. And so as the budget goes on in the next couple of months, then I'm just saying what I asked for, and what we voted on, that you would look at that, because we're going to calculate the personnel changes as we go through, because I do believe that we have to look at what a COLA is going to cost and what step increases are going to cost. And then as we go through that process, and the commission office is going to help calculate, what those cost of countywide, what a COLA is going to be at different rates, percentage-wise, what step increases are going to be, that in that mix, that it's a follow-up from our earlier conversation this year to come back with the ask that you originally had
I
and what
appreciate
you wanted
that.
for a pay increase.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a hard job.
All right.
Okay, well, you're free to go, thank you.
Thank you.
And,
No, the only comment I'm going to make is I know all of this is tough stuff and it's not easy decisions, but I think that you do a fabulous job.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Laura.
I'll just make the comment again, one of the things we're staring down is the increase in the budget. The taxpayers deciding that they've had enough, so we're
Yeah.
scrutinizing it.
And can we take like 13 or 14-minute break?
Yeah, Eric, are you okay with that? I know you've been waiting.
All right.
Okay, perfect, then we're gonna take a 12.5-minute break.
Were we going to take?
All right, here we go. We're gonna put Eric on hold and go to the 4-H. And we're sorry about the confusion about the timing of, but we'll blame it on Ron Roskinek.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
You good with that? He's got big shoulders.
Just don't give him my address.
Yeah. All right, we're ready to roll, so.
All right.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
take over, sir. You have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I'm Matt Auden. I'm currently the chair of the Extension Board for Pennington County. So we don't have a formal presentation. Our budget for this year is actually going down slightly, mainly because last year we had on our budget an increase to purchase a new copier, and that has been purchased now, and so that came off, as well as a few other minor reductions. We kind of when we went through our budgeting process, we kind of rebalanced, and not all of our line items that we use are all broke out here on your report, but we kind of went through and tried to rebalance things where we felt like we typically were getting close to or going over, and where we were actually typically coming in under budget. So currently in Pennington County, so 4-H is available to all youth ages 5 to 18. We currently have 510 youth enrolled in the program in 2025, which is up from 452 in 2024. There's 18 different clubs within the county that youth are involved in. Some youth are involved in more than one club, because there are some that are more specialty clubs, and then there are your more generalist clubs. We have, let's see, I had it on here, 52 certified volunteers for 4-H in the county. Myself and most of our extension
That's
board
awesome, yeah.
are also certified volunteers. And as well as our 4-H program also reaches about 650 youth in the school system each year, as well as some programming through the public libraries and other outreach events. So
Perfect, well,
yeah.
I'll leave it open to the questions from the commission.
Not really a question.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I've been involved with the 4-H, and I never was until I got into the county commission. And I'll just tell you, if you're looking for diversion programs, we talked about this before, if you're looking for diversion programs through youth, you've just put 550 of kids in a hard-working program that I don't think has costed as much as those diversion programs in the county at this point. I think we do have some good diversion programs for kids through Kim and some other people through the state's attorneys. But I'm going to tell you, through Girls Inc., Boys Club, and organizations like 4-H, I'm living proof, I don't know if that's a good thing,
Not
that,
at all.
that these kind of programs are the diversions that you need for kids, because they keep them busy, because they're always asking, what do we need to do with our kids during the summer to keep them busy, all the way up to teens. I'll keep saying, Girls Club, Boys Club, 4-H, things like that. And then you're teaching them skills. Remember I was talking about on diversion, you need to teach them a skill, you needed to teach them something else of life skills. These programs are the ones that do that for you. So if I had to divert somebody, I would divert them to 4-H. I would divert them to these other organizations where they have to go to these programs or have to learn some of these programs in order to graduate from some of these other diversion areas. Because they're going to teach you more. They also teach you, which is really crazy, team and what that team effort means, just your manners and just these other basic things that a lot of kids these days or people don't get just from living with their parents.
Right.
So I've seen it firsthand, so I like this program. I like what they do. I think it's a good program that also teaches not only ag to ag producer children, it teaches city kids where they go into the schools in different areas where they're teaching about ag, which is our #1 industry in South Dakota. So,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ross Connect.
Totally echo Commissioner Hadcock's comments, but I do want to add Boy Scouts, because I was a Boy Scout leader for about 4 years, or until my son got his Eagle Scout. But, there's so many alternatives that these kids could be doing, and they're making, if that's their choice, it's a good choice. And it just kind of, it builds their foundation. So where they go in the future is probably going to be predicated on, what they learned in 4-H and Boy Scouts, Boys Club, Girls Club. So
Yeah.
good work. To keep something like this going, you just need good people like yourself that will sit there and put that much work and effort in it, and in the staff. So
Yeah.
anyhow, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So, Matt, between you and the rest of your board members, your staff, you do an excellent job.
Thank you.
Got a lot of programs to choose from for the kids. And I think it's a great learning experience. I came through 4-H as a youth, and I still have some very fond memories of things that we were able to do because of 4-H back at that time, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys do a
Myself
good
as well.
job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner Durr.
A couple of things, yeah, the budget, yeah, it's very tight, so the financing of the budget is not an issue. I do have a couple comments, and it just goes back, just my philosophy on some of this stuff. I know that we have an MOU with the SDSU
Correct, yep.
to provide we pay for half the agent, and then we provide the clerical staff. And then the MOU, in the MOU, they split up the mileage and travel, and so the county is paying some of that, reimbursing the 4-H agent back on that mileage. And then part of it, is going to the state. And so what I would like to see is that in the MOU, instead of the state employee invoicing the county, and then we're doing a reimbursement, we can't do a payroll reimbursement because they're not an employee. And so we're cutting checks for mileage, or we're cutting checks for some of these expenses. But basically, we're doing the invoicing for some of this stuff. And what I would like to see is, and I had talked to, I can't remember when I was overseeing one of these agreements before, that I was talking to SDSU staff about fringe benefits and how the state pays for some of their travel and their reimbursement, and they have a process, they do it, and then we were doing a separate process. And how you account for that when that individual is not an employee of the county, but an employee of the state. And so I talked to SDSU, years ago about, could you just put the full up dollars of what it costs to operate the program, and just say that we will, so the employee expenses and the reimbursements and that type of thing, just put it in the MOU, and we'll fund it and then let the state process those invoices to their state employees, do the travel reimbursement to their state employees. Not that anything would change, it's just we're going to give you the money, but the state is going to be taking care of, you know, their state employees and their travel expenses and their invoicing and that type of thing. And then a step further would be to look at, since the state office is managing the county clerical staff, is it possible that that county clerical could just be a state employee and that we're funding it? And then the agreement that we have, and we're paying that full up amount, but the operational costs of that are just being paid by the state. We're cutting that MOU dollar agreement to the state. So that's just a thought to go through. And even back in the, going to these kind of state-county relationships, and I'm going to give another example of community health. So some counties have a community health program where it's a state program, it's a state nurse, and then the county was providing clerical staff. And the same thing, I'd gone back to the state and said, you know, the county will give you the money, but can you just make the employee a state employee? Since you're managing a county employee, you're running a state program, can you just take that and manage it? And even going back to, because I think what I'm going to hear, if you do have this conversation, I would like to follow up on it. The state came back and said, like SDSU, we could hire a professor quicker than we could hire clerical staff. And it's just a budgetary thing, and then again, everything that they do is going to require legislative approval for that staffing to get that into the agreement.
Sure.
But anyway, it's just something I think would be cleaner if we just cut the check back to the state and the MOU, instead of the state and the county splitting these expenses, going back and forth and invoicing. And that's just one of them, is my comment. Second, the Walter Taylor Building. And so we're kind of looking, and we're asking our buildings and grounds and all of our staff to look at 5 years down the road and what the needs are. And I saw this morning we had, he gave a proposal on what it would cost to replace the pavement in there, because your pavement is sloped, I believe, running into the building.
Yeah, that seems right.
So you're getting some water in there, so that's actually on his project list. And what I would like to see is is the Walter Taylor Building fitting the need? Is it in the shape? Are there things that you're seeing internally with the building? You're operating in the building. Are there things that we need to do maintenance-wise to keep the building up to date? And I don't believe, and Patty might have the answer to this, but I don't believe that the Walter Taylor Building is anything that the fairgrounds is maintaining under our agreement with them. I believe that's separate, correct?
Is it? Okay.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the Walter Taylor Building is on the radar and it's fitting the needs as to what you're doing with the programs. And if there are things that you're seeing that you need upkeep and adjustments, that we're communicating that back to our office, and I would say probably to Jordan.
Okay.
And then making sure that we're communicating that with our buildings and grounds. I mean, he was tracking the parking lot on future things, but as you're looking at the program and the utilization of the building, do you see things in the next 5 years that maybe you guys would like to see adjustments or upgrades or whatever it might be? So.
Sure. Okay. Very good. Yeah, I think there have been some needs that were, or some issues with the building that have been now addressed in recent years, and so that's been good. We've had a very good relationship with Buildings and Grounds.
All right.
Taking care of that. But I appreciate that feedback, and we will definitely keep that in mind of thinking about what the needs are. The MOU, obviously, I can't do that myself, but we can have the discussion and see where it goes.
Yeah, it's just a, conversation to have with the SDSU, and I know that they have those standardized throughout the state and what those agreements are, and we have different options that we can fund. It's just, I do note that talking to the Bureau of Finance about paybacks on state employees through county and some of these things that can be looked at on travel and taxable mileage and that type of stuff.
Sure.
And so that was a discussion that years ago I'd had with the state about it would be easier because we can't do that because we can't run them through a process that would do that because they're not an employee of the county. And so we're reimbursing, but it's just the MOU, when you get into saying, okay, we're going to pay for expenses going to the state fair, and we're going to pay for these things, and we're going to do that, instead of invoicing and having us cut those checks back to, the employee of the state, just put it in the agreement and we'll pay for it, but just invoice the state and run it through your normal process.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Dare. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Drew.
Just, I think as far as improvements or needs that need to be there, I think we got time to do that. It's just a matter of kind of looking and remembering what we're talking about.
Sure.
My short time on the board, I mean, lighting is the only thing that I've heard that may be in need of, but there are probably other things too. So
Sure.
just need to make notes of it.
Yep. Appreciate that feedback. Yes, thank you very much.
We appreciate your dedication to the program, and like Commissioner Hadcock had said, she told me earlier she wants to come down and do a demonstration on how to put together candy bouquets. So.
All right. That could be a great workshop idea. I like it.
All right. Thanks. We'll move on to, you guys have a great day. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Eric, and Eric, thanks for your patience. We made a mistake in the scheduling earlier, and so they didn't realize we had them scheduled earlier, so we worked them in, and we appreciate your patience, sir.
Were you,
So have
were
the
you in
floor.
4-H?
Sadly, no. I grew up out of town, and I had a horse and everything, but and that's talk about a tough act to follow. Everybody loves 4-H, I wish I could say the same about the public defender's office, but Eric Witcher, public defender.
Yeah, so just look around the room because we've had people here and now they're all leaving, so.
Exactly. Yeah, my group of supporters is pretty thin. I would just want to say this, if everything goes right, this should be my last budget request. I want to just thank this board. I want to thank Pennington County. I think and I want to thank all of you for your public service, because that's what it is. This is public service. Everybody that's been here speaking to you in these last 2 days, that's what we are. We're public servants trying to do the best that we can for the taxpayers and the citizens, and you guys have such important roles to play by, and I think the most important role that you play is setting the budget on an annual basis and making these hard decisions, because we all want to do really good by the citizens of Pennington County, and your challenge is trying to do as much possible good as you can in each one of our budgets. So I really thank you all for your service. So I'm going to just a very brief 10,000-foot view of our office. We can kind of go over what happened in 2024, what's going on this year, and our projections for 2026. Let's see. I thought, is this?
I think you were correct. It's just.
Okay, very good. First of all, 2024 year in review. Okay, I see how this works. In 2024, we were assigned 5,715 cases. That was a decrease by 1.8%. And of those 5,715 cases, 1,396 were felonies, and that was a decrease of 16.5%. Whereas misdemeanors saw an increase of 5.5%. And in presenting probably 20 years of budgets, I think I've had about 3 where my numbers went down. So this is a pretty exciting day for me, actually, from the year prior. And more importantly is where they went down, is because in felonies, Ms. Retzel had discussed, caseload standards. For the defense community, we are not to be assigned more than 150 felony cases in a given year. And so when we see a reduction of the kind of numbers that we saw in our felony cases, that means a lot for us. That means, last year when I was standing here, I was asking for 3 attorneys. Well, this year I'm asking for 1 and 0.5, and that's because we saw such a reduction in our felony cases. The biggest category of that is possession and controlled substance cases,
or our lower level ones, those are essentially drug cases.
Can I ask something,
Yeah,
Eric?
absolutely.
So, the state's attorneys has felonies and misdemeanors. What's the difference between your felony and misdemeanor, or do they transfer up there, or? Do you see what I mean? Does the 1,396 felonies, do 364 go upstairs? If it's 3,114 misdemeanors, does 1,000 go upstairs? I mean, how does that work?
A misdemeanor for Ms. Retzel is a misdemeanor for us. So a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. It's just it's a level of the offense where you can get up to a year in county jail. That's what is defined as a misdemeanor.
So how-
Now, why you're going to see differences in my numbers compared to State's Attorney Retzel's. State's Attorney Retzel is going to prosecute every single case. Not all people who are prosecuted, even ask for an attorney. So some will represent themselves, which is called pro se. So they do not ask for an attorney. Generally, that's going to be in the misdemeanor category as opposed to the felony category. So a lot of times people feel, I'll just go ahead and plead guilty or whatever it might be, or set it for trial if it's a traffic offense and represent themselves.
So name some misdemeanors that you,
DUI first is our number one category. Number two is simple assault generally, petty theft, which is.
I thought.
Yep. So those are and a lot of, any of your traffic offenses, driving under revocation, no driver's license, not having updated tags.
so most of the time when I've seen that in court, or watched it, they didn't really have public defenders or state's attorneys there. So the ones that come to you are the 3,114, the other ones, or how does that work?
Yeah, these are only the ones, so this is where somebody has asked for an attorney.
Okay.
And they have made an application to the court saying, I cannot afford one. To hire an attorney for a felony charge, it's $5,000 minimum.
Okay.
Most people don't have $5,000. So they go and make an application to the court. The court reviews that. And if they have the funds available to hire an attorney, that'll get denied. And they'll say, I'm sorry, sir or ma'am, you're going to have to go hire your own attorney. If they can review their application and deem them what's called indigent, that they cannot afford to hire an attorney, then my office is appointed to represent them.
Okay,
And-
so again, how does a misdemeanor stay with you and not, you just do both?
We do both.
Okay, so both categories do it just because of caseload, and then felonies, how does it go from stay with you or go to state's attorneys?
So all cases start with the state's attorney's office and stay with the state's attorney's office because they prosecute it. So they'll charge it out and they're gonna be in court prosecuting that case.
Okay,
Some of those cases then come to us as on the defense side. So then we defend them against that prosecution,
against the state's attorney?
against the state's attorney. That's right. That's
Holy
right.
cow.
That's why they were on both opposite sides of the room.
Mr. Chair.
Like when Eric came in, I said, you guys sit over there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so, did you have another?
Yeah, my question was then, where does Dakota Plains come into this, and how do they charge for their services? You know, if we approve their budget, you know, we give them X amount of dollars, so how do they charge for services that they provide?
Great question. So they're on a contract, so they get the money from you as the county. That's and they handle what are called conflict cases. So if there's rules associated, we cannot let's say there's a car is stopped, there's two individuals in there, and there's, methamphetamine in the cubby. We can represent one of the people who is arrested and charged, and then if both people are arrested and charged with the same thing, we cannot represent both of those parties. It becomes a conflict of interest because it's usually it's theirs and the other person is saying it's theirs. So then Dakota Plains gets appointed to represent that second person in that vehicle, as an example. There's lots of other circumstances with conflicts. That's one of that's what most of them end up being. So then they end up, handling 500-600 cases, I think, on an annualized basis out of those conflicts.
So I guess my question would be then, if your service is free, being a public defender, and it's a man and a wife, so one would say, well, I definitely want to go to this public defender because that's free. So the other one's got to go to the Dakota Plains, so is that free or is there some charge
So-
associated with that?
Yeah, another very good question. So we all bill for, a lot of states don't have billing if you're indigent. We do. That amount that is billed is set as an hourly basis by the Supreme Court and adjusted annually. So we generally keep track of our time to a certain degree, and then we submit that bill. And then the way bills work by statute is the county auditor issues that bill to them. And if they pay it, great. If they don't pay it, which a lot of them do not pay, then it becomes a lien here at the county. And every 20 or 30 years, you guys write off those liens because frankly, they don't get paid very often. And then, but if their ship comes in and they're able to, buy a house or whatever, then they'd have to satisfy that lien before they'd be able to close on their house, for example.
So let's say they owe $3,000, and is there a way they can make an agreement, say, look, this is a hardship on me, can I just pay $1,000 and it be settled? Is there?
No, unless they come before this commission and ask for it.
Human Services.
Okay.
And every once in a while, I think you
Well, I
guys
know a
see
lot more
some
than
of
I did now on
Yeah.
how Dakota
Yeah.
Plains work.
Mr. Chairman, kind of a point with that is getting back to like Dakota Plains, so they're not billing us by hours or by the number of cases, they're just saying, here's my average of cases. So like today, 467 cases, 500 and some thousand, about $1,600.
He had 400
67.
individuals.
467 individuals, yeah. So anyway, but then saying that, we're not paying based on case or by individual, we're just saying, here's a flat amount, it's a contractual agreement that we're paying. And then as you look in some of the budgets, getting back to the fact, you'll see line items like we just went through with Barry and his, and you'll see line items in there about the money that we're expending, and then it will say lienable, meaning like some of the indigent care that we're giving to would be lienable. And so some of that is lienable, some is not, but you'll see in a budget line item. And when it says lienable, that means if we expend that, those dollars, we can say that you owe us back. And then again, just the process that he explained. Going to the auditor, then you turn it over to collections, the register of deeds files all of those. And then the auditor, you might see an uptick in some of the revenue coming in, which Jordan mentioned this morning, because we got more money coming back on some of the lienable claims that the county had out there, so.
Those are on the program that Jordan shared with us, on their revenue side.
Yeah.
You'll see it says lienable revenue. That would have been revenue that was collected, that somebody paid, bought a house, car, or whatever, or just decided to take care of it, change their life around.
Moving on here, I just wanted to point out, I think sometimes public defenders' offices just in the nation and things sometimes get a bad rap that they just plead out all their clients, they don't really do the work. That is not the public defender's office that you have here in Pennington County. We set a lot of cases for trial. In 2024, we do our due diligence, we look at the evidence, we meet with our clients, we talk about their cases, and we defend their interests. We set 207 cases for trial in 2024. 117 of those were dismissed. We did go to jury trial on 13 of them. 6 were found not guilty. 2 were a hung jury. That means it was not a unanimous jury either way, and 4 guilty and 1 resulted in a mistrial. When I look back at what we should have had in 2024, we are governed really by the American Bar Association and how many cases we should be handling in a given year. Otherwise, what they have said is if we keep taking cases when you don't have the time to actually adequately represent a client, it becomes what's called a concurrent conflict. Like you can't keep saying, I'm going to hand you your case, and yet you can never go see him, you can never go talk to him, you can't appear in court with him, et cetera. So we should have had 20.5 attorneys. What I do each year is look at how many attorneys we had per month, because we always have people who are onboarding, people we lose through attrition, et cetera. And in 2024, when you combine all that together, we had 15 plus myself. So that's, and we were budgeted for 19
Mr.
plus
Chair.
myself. Go ahead.
Commissioner.
You were talking, I think yesterday, you get all this camera footage, and you mentioned that someone could sit there was a process or an extra person that would sit there and review that and just pull out the portions that might be important to the trial?
Well, so right now we don't have anybody that does that. That's the attorneys do that. They watch the videos, and this is one of the parts about doing what we call our due diligence. The biggest mistake a defense counsel can make in a case is to have evidence and not review it, and just never even look at it, because that's where you might have exonerating evidence. And so the challenge that all defense counsel has been in this entire country for the last several years is the advent of body-worn camera footage, because now I have evidence that I have to review, yet me, who gets by far the fewest cases in my entire office, I did a time study. I spent a couple of weeks and looked at all the videos and added up the times, and I had 14 hours on average a week for me of just body-worn camera footage. Well, I can't possibly watch all that. So my staff can't possibly watch just the footage that we get in on a weekly basis. The system, the way it's designed, we have to do that due diligence and find where the mistakes were and then go present. I mean, that's just sort of how it works. What part of our budget and one of the line items in the fees is, you had funded this last year. We've onboarded it now for here in 2025, but that is an AI software that we upload that body-worn camera footage. It creates a transcript of it. Well, it takes you an hour to watch an hour-long video. Usually, you can read that transcript in about 10 minutes. And then any time where it looks like this might be a critical moment in this interaction with police officer, you can click on that line of dialogue, and it will take you right to and instantly start playing the footage right there. And it's remarkable software that's, that it allows us now to do our jobs in a way that we haven't been able to do before, because we had to make hard choices and say, well, I'm going to watch a portion of this, the critical moments, but at the end of the day, you can't simply watch it all. It was impossible. So this is where technology has really helped us be able to do the work that's required of us.
So is that a line item on here?
Yeah, it's a part of services and fees.
Okay.
Yeah. The company that we use is called Justice Text. It's designed for defense counsel. So it actually has tabs. This is when the Miranda warnings are. You can just click on tabs even. And
so 186.5 service and fees for 2025, and then 191 for 2026. So some of that increase would probably be.
That was part of it. I want to say that contract, I don't have it right in front of me. It's between $15,000 and $20,000 for that product. The bigger one there is our new case management software, which is FileVine. So that's part of that as well. And then, of course, we have a bunch of other things in that too. But.
Oh, that's fine. We can wait until we get to that portion of the presentation.
2025's, really anticipating, projecting where we're going to be at by June 30th. Estimated right around 2,700 cases. So we're looking at about 6,000 this year. So it will be an uptick most likely. And really almost everything is pretty in line with last year except for petty thefts, and State's Attorney Retzel talked about those. And that's, she heard from the citizens of Rapid City about the importance of prosecuting those, and the other side of that, of course, is, I'll use an example from back when Mr. Varga was the state's attorney, but we were appointed to represent on a case where somebody had stolen a handful of peanuts out of family fare. So this is where the other side of that coin that I think we need to have conversations with taxpayers as well about, well, if you want to have a zero tolerance, but you're hiring lawyers over peanuts. And so there is an expense on the other side of that ledger. So that's what we're anticipating as the increase this year is from those petty thefts. I want to just mention this because new standards by the Commission on Indigent Legal Services. I reached out to the public defender for the state. It's a new office. Right now, they're just handling some appeals. They're just still getting going, but that's governed by a commission. It's a statewide commission, and at some point, they will likely adopt what are caseload standards. Currently, we're operating off the old ABA standards. They were developed 50 years ago. They're pretty simplistic. They could certainly use some improvement. The RAND Corporation did a time study that they're saying we should take a look at. They did not study our jurisdiction, and every jurisdiction is different. So again, I think there's some improvements there, but they're not right for South Dakota. We need to have South Dakota look at what we prosecute here, what we decide are crimes, and set our own standards. But I only mention this because at some point, this county will probably be governed by whatever that commission sets at its caseload standards. And you can just tell if it goes down from 150 to go to 100 felonies, this is going to be one of those unfunded mandates that is probably going to be on the county.
That would almost double the amount of.
Mm-hmm. And when I say the RAND study is not accurate for South Dakota, because Lee Enterprises, who owns the Rapid City Journal and a whole bunch of newspapers, they had reached out as they were looking at that study, asking for data across the country. We sent in our basic data, and then they actually ended up using us in a nationwide story because apparently we had some of the most granular data in the country, which I find pretty hard to believe. And they said we needed, based upon the numbers that we had, 54 attorneys. Well, we don't need 50. I'm here to tell you we do not need. We'd have 54 very bored lawyers. So, but there's a whole bunch of problems I have with that study. One, I don't think they're not counting staff because lawyers are expensive and they're hard to find, right? So anything that can be done by someone that's not a lawyer should be done by someone who's not a lawyer. And so that's a big part of what we've done in our office is making sure we have a very efficient and bare bones staff, but everything that we can possibly have done, not by an attorney, we have done by someone that's not an attorney, because it's less cost and they're easier to find. And so that study doesn't account for any of that. So if you are a one-person law firm, for example, well, then you're doing everything. You're writing your letters, you're, filing basic forms, et cetera, it's motions, et cetera, and drafting every bit of it. Well, we have staff members that go and collect the mail and make the copies and send form letters to clients and all of those things. And it's almost like that whole study was just by one-person shops and the time that it would take for them to do everything. So it doesn't really account for, that's one of my biggest complaints about it. Secondly is every jurisdiction is different. South Dakota has long looked at solutions to problems as a law enforcement problem. There's a problem, let's just make it a crime and we'll let law enforcement deal with it. And other states have made different decisions. A lot of low-level offenses, you can't go to jail on them. You can't get arrested on them. It's a ticket, and if you don't pay it, then there might be some other methodology they do to try to gain compliance, but in the South Dakota, we've generally said it's going to be a crime. There's a lot of cases here, we've talked about this, PCS cases, if you threw a dart and hit any state in the country and adopted their drug laws, we'd have dramatically fewer felonies than we do here. Because we'd have no minimum amount required to be a felony offense for a drug offense here in the state of South Dakota. And we're an outlier in that. So if we just adopted North Dakota's drug laws, for example, I'd need less lawyers, you'd need less judges, you'd need less jail bed dates, everything. So all of those decisions that our legislature makes is really critical about, local government and how it impacts us.
So Eric, are those standards shared by State's Attorney's Office with you, or are they separated?
No, these ones that I'm referring to, these were adopted by the American Bar Association strictly for defense attorneys.
Okay.
And I know Laura was sharing some that are similar, so it sounds like that's a recommendation by a state's attorney's association of some sort, but that, I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't listening quite as carefully as I should have been probably, but.
Okay, she's right behind you.
Is she? There she is. She can answer. Who is that by? National District Attorneys Association. So.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
So I've never really thought about this until Laura's presentation and yours, but law enforcement, whether it be the police or the sheriff's office, do they have some kind of a posture that they make the decision whether there's going to be arrest or not? They have to make that decision. And if it's just borderline, they go, well, if I arrest this person, I'm going to have to fill a report out. I fill the report out. Now it's going to it's got to go to the state's attorney. It just seems like sometimes they might, I don't know how they're instructed, but if it's borderline, just, we don't need that. We don't need to sit there and get that in the system and get the system bogged down and spend taxpayers' money for something but they have to make that decision right then and there if it warrants an arrest. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and I think this is where I am the tail on this dog. We get a sign that what has been arrested, what has been prosecuted, et cetera. I think policing, how to police, is not my area of expertise. What would work, what wouldn't work, what would work better. I want to live in a safe community. At the same time, I think there is a lot of policing, and whether it's how effective it is, et cetera, so I'll not get too far over my skis on that, but.
More police, more arrests.
It does, it will result in that, and, so I just wanted to mention those standards, just so this commission is, you're not gonna be blindsided by them in case they happen in a year or 2 years or whatever that might be. This is just a chart that sort of I track for my, how I determine how many attorneys we should be asking for, how many we need for our office. So for example, felonies, again, that's that ABA standard, 150 per year. And you can see the difference there from 2024, it was 1,396. In 2023, it's 1672. So that was our most significant reduction. And what that does, you can kind of just see that over on that right-hand side. In 2024, that equates to 9.3 attorneys, where in 2023 was 11.1. So you can see that's really a 2-attorney reduction, which is, I think, really good news for me. So. Did you have a question?
I'm sorry, is that in the packet, this presentation?
It should be.
Okay, must be on there. I did look for it. I'm sorry, that's why I was looking through mine and I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's right.
Yeah, on your
Gary,
computer.
do you have it?
I do.
On your
Gary's
computer.
got it.
On your
Ron's got it
computer.
down there.
On your computer.
It's up there on the board too.
I'm pretty sure it should be in the packet, though.
That board right there for minute?
And one thing that I'd like to just
Wow.
take just a second, State's Attorney Retzel talked a lot about diversion, and I want to just echo her comments about how important that is. And I think what often happens is probation, parole services, any sort of alternative to incarceration might get lumped in with like something like diversion. Diversion is an early intervention. It's your first offense, or there's some exceptions where it might be your second offense. And this literally saves people's careers and lives, et cetera. I think, if I remember correctly, it was maybe State Attorney Retzel was talking about maybe 9,000 total prosecutions? Is that what it was? At your office in 2024, and there's 500 adults get diversion. So it's 1 out of 20. So we're always asking, hey, could you please consider this person for diversion? And, because that is that college kid, their lifetime earnings, if prosecuted and convicted of that, might be reduced by, hundreds fold, et cetera, et cetera. So, and early intervention is the time when you can change behavior. Changing human behavior is really, really hard, but it's easiest at those moments when they've just been arrested, they've been charged with something. Can't tell you how many people that it's usually young people, sitting across from that desk and say, this is your crossroads right here. If you complete diversion, get that done, you have this whole opportunities for you in your life. And if you don't accept that, or if you're just going to, have that conviction on your record, it can be life altering for folks. So,
Eric, I
yeah.
agree with more of the kids part of it than the adult, just from watching it through the state all the way to here, and what those diversion programs
Yeah.
have ended up. And the state happened to agree and then change some of their stuff, but through the Ray program and some other stuff, they have changed lives through diversion. I'm not saying it never works. I'm saying, based on the outcomes, especially for adults, they had changed a bunch of it because it wasn't working. And then we started doing more diversion and more, and it's not that you don't want to try, it's that you take what is good and move it forward, and you don't just keep the same program. And then you add to those programs, I get it. But it seems like they just keep them around and keep them around, and then your outcomes become a lot less. I'll just tell you from seeing it. Jail, I've been in JSC since I've been here, I think 10 years. And the Ray program has made a difference, but also putting people through the system and starting in the system and living in that system most of their lives. It's very hard to change behavior once they've been in JSC or in jail for a while. So diversion is good if you can get it started early enough, but I think once you're through those systems, it's a hell of a time to try to change it and then spend tons of money trying to do that through a diversion at an adult age.
I think the irony is we're all kind of saying the same thing here. I think early intervention is and giving one person one break is what the state's attorney's diversion program is. That's what that is. I think probation, parole, all those things, I think is more what your maybe concerns are. And, it's, and in many ways, once people are, changing human behavior is hard. It really is. So,
Trying to put
this
someone
is
in systems, charging people for that, or having people case loaded with that, and then saying, hey, if you case load these people, they're going to change because you're watching them. That just hasn't worked. So, again, I think your first time in saving people that you're trying to change in the system, even adults, if they did a misdemeanor once or whatever, I get those. It's the ones that you're trying to change and putting money into, to the point where I see it all the time. So it's not just mostly adults, I'll just tell you. I've been in JSC, so I know that works. Mostly adults that I've seen through the system, or know from growing up. It's a hard change. So
Yeah.
I don't know how diversion is working, and unfortunately, we don't want jail, and I don't know if that works so great either. So what is that solution I get? But also, is it less money for jail because they're gonna be institutionalized to a certain extent? Or are you gonna take those those institutionalized people and put them out in the public and say, hey, we're looking for different outcomes by probation or diversion? I think you're gonna have a hard sell.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
what's the difference between diversion and suspended imp?
A lot. So diversion is, your case is going to be totally dismissed, and then if they succeed by not having a new charge within 1 calendar year from the date of that dismissal, their record is actually expunged. So they will have no negative consequences for the rest of their life if they successfully complete diversion. And diversion does track that for the 1 year to make sure that they haven't gotten a new offense, and then for that expungement process to happen. A suspended imposition of sentence is still a conviction. Your sentence, oftentimes you go on probation, et cetera. If you mess up on probation at any point in time, you are then convicted of that. That conviction would then, as long as a court modifies the sentence in such a way that you lose your suspended imp, you are then now convicted, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. It does go on your permanent record. If you're ever charged again, it is added. If that first offense was a felony, a second offense would be a second felony, so it does add for those purposes as well. And then it's visible for some purposes, but not all. So if like a civilian employer wouldn't necessarily see a successful suspended imposition of sentence.
Is there a certain age group for either one where they become applicable?
For suspended imposition of sentence, there's no age group whatsoever.
Okay.
For juvenile diversion, of course, those are juveniles. And then under State Attorney Retzel, she does allow any age group at this point. It used to be more of a young adult diversion, but now it's expanded, which we're very thankful for. So, because I think, people of all ages can make a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, moving on here from.
Okay, very good.
I'll bring that one up again.
2026, we're looking at, like we talked about, increases in misdemeanors. Hopefully, we'll see a reduction in felonies again. We're looking at, again, a very tight labor market for lawyers. What State Attorney Retzel talked about is exactly right. There's just not enough lawyers in the state of South Dakota. And again, those possible new caseload standards, we just want to be on the lookout for. What I'm asking for, budget priorities, for years we had what's called a half-funded attorney FTE. In some of the confusion of last year's budget, I didn't keep enough eye on that, and I actually orphaned that off somehow. What that allows me to do is to recruit a year in advance if I'm fully if I have full employment. So let's say I had all my lawyers on staff, and I go to Vermillion in the fall, and I'm trying to recruit to get a new attorney to join me the next year, and they would start in August, like State Attorney Retzel talked about. That is our best way to get new people to come to our offices, and so I'm just asking for that to, and then I don't think this made it into our line item. We had, because we've never had one before. We've never had a vehicle for our department. I appreciated Commissioner Durr's comments earlier. I was listening. And if that is a shared vehicle, I'd actually like that a lot more. I was looking at just like a $15,000 vehicle, but I don't know that.
Are you interested in a 2012 Impala?
I'd love it. I'd love a 2012 Impala, and I'd just share it with the state attorney. So we don't have a lot, but here's what we do. Our investigator, runs around town delivering subpoenas, talking to witnesses, et cetera. And then our attorneys that do our mental commitment cases, they run to Monument West, as well as sometimes we have patients and clients that are at the towers or at the hospital. and as well as just right down here, which we could walk to a pivot point, except sometimes they're in all three places in the same morning. So they run from, in that triangle, on rare occasions, to all three places.
How do you handle that now?
So they just drive their own private vehicle, and attorneys are absolutely terrible about accounting for that mileage. So our investigator is very good about it, but the attorneys are like, well, I just drove 3 miles and I'm not gonna even fill out the paperwork for the $1.25. But it adds up, and that's why I would like them to use a county vehicle so they get that done.
Yeah.
The other way that we travel is we typically go to Vermillion 2 to 3 times a year on recruiting trips. We've gone to Lincoln a few times in Nebraska. I'd like to consider going to Iowa, sometimes just trying to recruit lawyers. That's a couple, 3 trips a year. So I was gonna ask for like a cheap local vehicle, and then as opposed to buying an expensive vehicle. The problem with going to Vermillion is one of those is usually in January or February, and I just don't want a staff member.
I think we have a Tahoe too, right? Yeah. So we get a choice now.
But if there's gonna be a policy that there's, that all departments don't have their own vehicles, I'd frankly prefer it. So just to have a pool that we could tap into, because right now we can't.
Okay. So yeah, my comment on that, yeah, I'm not keen on employees using their personal vehicle for county business. And it's not just the mileage reimbursement, it's insurance, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And so I agree, you do need access to a vehicle. So, Jordan, I know that I think that out of the HR office, I think Walter had mentioned yesterday that he had already sent you what he's got for the vehicle fleet roster that we're maintaining for insurance. So let us take a look at that, because, yeah, we should not have employees out there just doing routine business, in the personal vehicle. And if there is an opportunity to share, and it's something I had asked actually Joan a few weeks ago, has the commission office ever had a vehicle? And so I could see the need for us commissioners, for example, hopping in a vehicle and going out and looking at stuff in the county, going on a road tour, some of that stuff. And so anyway, I think it's good to get a handle on our fleet and look at that. But yeah, most definitely should be doing county business in a county vehicle.
And that concludes my presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll open it up to questions and
A couple of questions. I wasn't here totally for the building and grounds presentation. But my question would be, it's my understanding that if we were to, well, number one, when I read your letter, you said that you're finally adjusted in your new space, that you're comfortable, but the move was a pain. And you really don't want to go through it again.
No.
With that being said, I believe Mr. Davis said that there's a conceptual idea of public defender moving to this building. So have you seen that conceptual space? And if you have, would that be adequate for the current and moving into the future?
I have not seen that conceptual plan yet.
Okay.
No, and no, I have not seen it. Of course, any space that's adequate, would be fine, essentially, right? So I think
That's not what you told us a week ago.
well, my concern is it's a lot to move. And the facility that we have, whether, it meets our needs today and will likely meet our needs for 20 years. I mean, it really will. So it's got everything that, we could use. The concern that I have with moving back here is what else is going to be in here. So if it's just law enforcement, including warrants, et cetera, and us, then I think that just creates some real concerns that I have, because we don't want to create a chilling effect on our clients being able to come to see us. And warrants has their duties. If they see an individual they know they have a warrant, then their duty is to arrest them. And oftentimes, if that person's coming to the public defender's office, it's there to clear up their warrant. So I don't want to see that happen. So, I would say it really depends on what happens here. And, you know, so that we keep confidentiality, et cetera. You know, currently, with all these different departments here, there's lots of reasons for citizens to come into this building. They're here to get their marriage license, they're here to get their birth certificate, to vote, to get their tags for their car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if our client walks in here, that they feel like just any other citizen. But if it's just strictly a law enforcement building, then I think that I would really recommend not to do that, because, you know, I don't know what's going to happen out of that, but if it's too much of a chilling effect, it could result in, you know, just real difficulties.
So what would happen if you moved and let's just say 5 years, 7 years, you know, there became a space needs, which if Rapid City's growing like everybody says, and these apartments are going up and they're getting filled, somebody's going to have to move. I'm assuming it isn't going to be law enforcement. So there's a public defender playing, you know, picking up and moving again. So I just wondered if you saw the conceptual drawing, that's all.
I've not seen it yet. No, I talked to Davis about it, kind of gave him a sense of what we would need, you know, so that he could create a conceptual document based on what we would likely need, but I haven't seen it yet. So.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, is, you know, I think when Laura did her presentation that we agreed that crime's getting a little crazy in Rapid City, you know, misdemeanors and felonies. So do you see that trend?
You know, I don't, like I said, I don't see everything. I see what comes to me.
I'm just saying what you read in the newspaper.
Yeah, I think around the country, what we saw is we had violent crime continue to go down since the 80s. And then COVID happened. And then we saw a spike in violent crime that happened across the country. As COVID is dissipating, I think we're seeing that some of those violent crime statistics coming down, you know, back down again. I think what's been, you know, what drives our numbers, you know, less than 3% of what we get appointed to represent are violent felonies, less than 3%. So 97% is misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies. And that's been pretty consistent throughout. I think you know, what's also happened since really the 2008 recession is the number of indigent people. So I think years before that, when I was looking back, when I first was appointed as public defender, looking back, we used to get 35% or something of the class 1 misdemeanors and felonies that would come into Pennington County. And a lot of folks had the ability to go hire their own attorney. And now we're over 60%, and we're staying there. There's not, you know, the real wages have not kept up with the inflationary demands, and it's just, I don't think we're unique in that, but we're certainly a part of that. So people just simply cannot afford to hire an attorney. You know, I know lawyers can't hire lawyers. It's just very, very expensive. So that's sort of what I'm seeing is, you know, our indigent population is just big. And I think generally those crime trends, but you know, again, I would, you know, look at really those sheriff numbers and the state's attorney's numbers as the macro.
Right.
Look at that, what they are seeing, because I get a window of that, but not the whole picture. So
that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep.
I think we're all done. No other questions. I got one question though.
Yeah.
Did the guy with the payments, did you win or lose?
I don't even know. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened. I'll try to find out.
No, that's not that big a deal.
It was
I'll
quite a few
sleep
years
tonight
ago.
thinking about it, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
So Chair, I have just a couple of things.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
It's okay. I think consolidation is going to be something we're going to need through the county in a few areas. I think we have a lot of accountants in different areas. We have a lot of investigators in different areas when we already have, you know, people that investigate in the county that we pay already. I think media personnel could be consolidated. I think some of these areas that we have repetitive services for cleaning services and different things like that could be consolidated a little bit instead of having, it looks like separate department areas. I think it needs to be more of a team effort through everybody. It's a cost savings to the county. And I think we have some really good people that do these jobs in one sense, but the other, I don't think we need as many as we have put in the budgets over the year. I also think the drug of choice is changing. They're going from probably meth, from speeding up to doing fentanyl, which is unfortunately probably we're losing more than we're keeping at that point that are switching from meth to otherwise. So some of that people don't understand. Drug of choice changes felonies and different things as well. You already know from cocaine to marijuana to if it gets into the more hallucinogenic or out of control drugs like the meth. So that's what I've seen changed over the years as well, as they've taken meth into fentanyl, which unfortunately, like we said, it's not making them speed up. It's making them slow down, and unfortunately, we're losing more lives
Unfortunately,
to
it might
it.
take care of itself.
That's what I'm saying. So unfortunately, some of that might be because of felonies and stuff because drug of choice. But do I think you do a good job? Do I think you guys have a lot of cases and what you do? Yes. But we have to make the hard decisions as well to see where that budget has to be, Eric. So I appreciate you coming to see us today.
If I can just respond very briefly on, I'm in favor of consolidation whenever you can. If I can share a car, gladly ride around anywhere with Ms. Retzel and ride over a million together. But on an investigator, we cannot use anybody else's investigator from the sheriff's department or from the state's attorney's office due to confidentiality of our cases. So that is one area that there's no way that we could, we'd have to just go a contract for the private services. And so, and we haven't, I just wanted to make that we cannot do that based on confidentiality.
But based
Okay.
on consolidation, we'll be looking at all that where we can and not
yeah.
exactly in the investigator if we don't need to.
Very good.
Or it's
Yep.
statutory required. I get that.
Yep.
And I'd learned that with the fireworks business. If I want to get rid of a lot of my clients, I just have the cops come. Everybody splits. So,
Mr. Chair, what color is the Impala?
Pardon?
What color is the Impala?
What color is the Impala?
What color is it, Val? Ask Retzel.
Well, she's got a Tahoe and Impala she wants to, but the key is she wants to just trade them off. She's not giving them up, so, but.
No.
Anyway, appreciate the.
Yep.
Great,
you.
I learned a
Thank
lot
you.
today, about
Very good.
the legal system and different avenues that's gonna help us figure out how we get through some of this jail stuff, so. You're a good resource, Laura's a good resource, and, appreciate that, so. And we'll figure out that car thing for you.
Very good.
Jordan will be on top of that, so that's, now that we know that's happening, and we wanna take care of that immediately. I mean,
Great.
so that doesn't require any decision process, so. Have a great day, and then we're gonna invite the HR lady, right? Carol, you're last.
Let's go to Carol.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was technically next on the
We
list.
could beat
but-
you up some other time.
Let's get Carol, she's on vacation.
Shouldn't even be here. Carol, you have the floor, and I'll be back.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be on vacation.
Let me check your fever.
I just came from my happy place, so.
But you were just down at the HR office.
If this does work,
I'll say something else, Ryan.
if this works for you, that would be way better. Hey, it does. There you go.
All right.
We still have bonds, GIS, and Board of Commissioners. Besides human resources and insurance. Sorry, Carol, go ahead.
So should we wait for Ron?
No, you go ahead.
All right. So the department overview that, just to refresh everybody's thought process here, is that we are a vital, legally authorized partner supporting all aspects of the county government. While much of HR's work involves administrative and compliance tasks like record keeping, which is its primary focus is people, attracting, developing, and retaining talent, that HR also works strategically alongside the Board of Commissioners, elected officials, and department heads to manage personnel matters and mitigate risks. So in its strategic role, that HR participates in creating the county government's strategy and policies, as well as aligning the HR strategy with the county government strategy and supporting county departments in their strategic roles. So by understanding the needs and goals of both internal and external stakeholders, HR creates value through everyday services, proactive risk management, which of course we have our risk manager, Walter, who's here with us today, and special initiatives. Ultimately, HR's mission is to foster a fair, communicative, and respectful work environment that aligns with Pennington County's operating principles. So our HR staff, I just have to say, we have an incredibly talented, knowledgeable, and diverse team. We have a wealth of experience and backgrounds, and we're very passionate about our people and the county services. So of course, we have the director role, which that's my role. We have Sandy Sortland, who is our senior HR manager. We have Walter McDuff, our HR risk manager, and Cody Wiseman, who is the HR marketing manager, as well as Sage Nichols, our recruiter, social media specialist. The programs and services that we provide, that under the general direction of you, the Board of Commissioners, that we plan, develop, lead, and coordinate the county's human resources policies, programs, activities, and procedures, ensuring compliance with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and/or regulations. County HR is rooted in our guiding philosophy of people, strategy, and performance. So the areas that we focus on are employment law expertise, and that's for advising and mitigating risk and enforcing compliance. And then the people, supporting and strengthening the county workforce, as well as strategy, aligning our people priorities with the county goals. Also performance, driving results through systems, metrics, and accountability. Risk management, safeguarding our people and the county resources, as well as HR marketing and public relations. And that was something that Commissioner Hadcock had just mentioned, that Cody Wiseman is also our public relations or PIO officer. So county employee branding and talent outreach, as well as internal communications and transparency, and community engagement and workforce partnership. Our current status, that we have experienced a year of growth and restructuring, including the addition of the HR marketing manager, and we changed from an admin specialist to a recruiter social media specialist with more refined focus on the recruitment and retention. So the HR department is now settling into a more stable and consistent operating rhythm. During 2025 strategic planning, that the HR staff that we established, we have 4 pillars: recruitment, talent acquisition, employee engagement and experience, compliance and legal affairs, and communications. So all of the strategies that we're working on fall within these 4 pillars. In addition to that, as the HR director, I also have strategic planning, operational efficiencies, and lean processes, as well as fiscal management. Under recruitment and talent acquisition, some of the actions taken or that we have planned, and this is Sage in the picture here, our HR recruiter and social media specialist, that I'm really pleased to see that NeoGov Attract, which is our newest module in the HRIS system, that Cody has taken the lead on this, and he's been recognized nationally with NeoGov that he has really broke the ground for this particular module, and this deals specifically with recruitment to be able to broaden our scope as far as our interactions and building relationships with potential candidates, and we're seeing how that's paying off. But he's been invited to the national conference in Las Vegas in October to present and to train on a tract by NeoGov, all costs paid for the conference. So we're pretty proud of him with that. We also have an increased presence at job fairs. Matter of fact, Sage is at a job fair today, the Black Hills Career Fair. And then diverse resources for job postings that we've broadened where we actually post our positions. And we also have the creative content for social media rather than just posting the position and how to apply. We now have that hook that we give that Cody creates that content and uses social media with Sage's assistance to be able to build interest in those positions and help people understand the true meaning of what that position is. We also were really excited about this, that Cody is leading the charge on a new website vendor and the design, and he's got some preliminary work that he's already been doing with that, so it's looking really promising.
Well, that's news to us. We haven't heard him talk about it at all.
The big
Not at
beautiful
all,
website.
no. Just stop down to the office. He'll be happy to show you. I'm sure he has already. So the branding strategies, that this is something that really helping to get Pennington County out there as a very recognizable entity, that when they see this, they know who they're talking to. The employee engagement and experience, again, the actions taken or planned that NeoGov Perform were in process, and when I say we, it's Sandy and I are working on relaunching the Perform module to have the accountability for performance reviews, and we'll be bringing a product forward for the commissioners to see as far as what our strategies are, and we're working with the department heads on that as well. And then employee training and education. Walter really leads the charge with this, as well as Sandy, as far as risk mitigation, that making sure that all of our employees are trained on harassment, not how to harass, but how to identify harassment and how to report it. And then all of the other functions within EEO, as far as making sure that we are mitigating any risks, because our staff are very knowledgeable about how to interact with each other. And then also, Sage is working with leading efforts with employee volunteerism. So like right now, she's working on getting anybody that has interest in helping with the Day of Caring through the United Way, that our employees will be volunteering on their own time for doing those projects. Also, the wellness plan that has been launched this year, and so there's a wellness letter that goes out on a monthly basis. And so Cody is the one that actually is doing that with Sage as assistance. And there is a wellness committee that is working on that. And then the benefits review, this is something that we are continuously evaluating along with the Healthcare Trust Board. And then open enrollment process, that we need to get better engagement. So Sandy has some initiatives that she's working on in order to make sure that our employees know and understand when open enrollment is and what that all entails for them with their benefits. So compliance and legal affairs, updating the employee and supervisor handbooks. This is an ongoing process. And then advanced cybersecurity awareness, that one of the things we're working on right now is the AI training that we are putting together to hopefully launch in September with a consultant to come in. So we'll be updating you more as we get closer to identifying whether we can make that happen or not. But Walter is also working with Mike, the IT director, as far as cybersecurity and any of the risks from an insurance standpoint that we would have as far as the county is concerned. Also, the threat management group is well underway, that Walter is leading that. And then developed and distributed the incident report guides to all of the various offices and departments. Walter's been very busy working with the threat management group to get that accomplished, as well as with the employee safety committees. And then delivering federal and state employee law training. As I indicated before, that this is something that we are very, very serious about making sure that we mitigate any of the risks that the county has. And then led the mitigation and risk reduction efforts, and Walter can talk more about that as far as helping you understand some of the things that he is doing with safety training as well as just knowing and understanding better our workforce, the workers' comp, et cetera. And then under communications, that this is something that we are working diligently towards is with the sheriff's office to centralize that information by having them also be in NeoGov so that we can do a county-wide HR scorecard as it stands today, that we're only able to report the admin portion of it. And then also developing the right analytics. So we want to be able to come to you at least on a quarterly basis and show exactly how we're doing and how things are working of the various programs that we're doing. And then launching the new HR website, that this is something, again, that Cody is working on. And manage public information and media relations. And then issued regular employee email updates, as well as produced employee and wellness newsletters. And this is one of the things that Sandy and I will be working on, is we call them the HR fireside chats, where we would invite our employees to come and they can ask us any questions that they want, that we'd help them understand what's going on within the county, or if they have any concerns they want to share with us. And then also, as you're well aware, that we're working on the administrative office hours study, and this week is the end of the listening sessions. The last one just took place, and so we're going to be able to get some data in front of you for any recommendations that we would have of options on what you can determine there. So as far as our budget, that I just want to walk you through, that we do have 5 FTEs, as I indicated earlier, and we have no pay increases calculated in our budget, and that was per the board directions. So you're seeing status quo on that. And then insurances were calculated based on the actual rates of our 5 employees and what they actually have as far as their programs. So under operations, when you look at agreements, you're going to see that we discontinued Lightcast because we just completed the wage study last year, and so we don't need to renew that at this point in time. And then we also discontinued NeoGov Core, which was a very expensive product under NeoGov. And the purpose behind that, when it was requested, and this goes actually prior to my time here, was that we felt that we could get better reporting out of that, but it required manual entry, and it did not interact well with Springbrook, so it was a nightmare to try to keep it updated, and concerns with accuracy, and it really didn't serve a valid purpose to warrant the amount of money that it was costing. So by canceling those 2 contracts or agreements, that saves us $37,850 in the budget. The NeoGov cost reallocation, however, offsets that, because previously the subscription costs were shared among multiple departments, but it makes more sense to just include those strictly in the HR budget, and then it's also going to include the sheriff's office personnel, which currently they are not using all of the different subscriptions that we have. But in order for us to have good, solid reporting and have a good understanding of what's working, what's not across the county, that's going to be an $80,000 budget increase. And then some other things as far as the 1095 processing, that had been outsourced to Cadel Thorsensen, but it's our understanding that Tyler Technologies, that the auditor's office is launching, that software will be able to provide that. And so they're going to be doing it going forward, and hence we won't be spending that $13,600. So that's a decrease. And then training registration, that we are not going to participate in the National SHRM Conference for Sandy and myself. So that's a $7,000 budget decrease as well. One of the items that, and I'll explain a little bit more about why we're asking for this, the photo and video equipment, that is an increase under miscellaneous supplies, and it covers the cost of a new camera and video equipment for our marketing manager. And the reason that we are asking for that is that there would be a savings from, say, for example, the sheriff's office or 911 having to go out to a third party to produce those types of videos. We have that talent right here within the county. And so by investing in that equipment of the $12,330, that he would be able to do that here on site. So overall, with all the different puts and takes, that it is an increase of $18,700, which again, the majority of that is because we are not allocating to other departments the cost of NeoGov based on their FTE. It's all rolling in-house to the HR budget.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Do we have any questions from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. I guess we got no questions for you, Carol. You did evidently.
I do.
Oh, okay, well,
Were you done?
Just, the rest of it is just saying that we're not asking for any FTE for 2026, but as the county continues to evolve, that we do kind of hold that in reserve, that if there is a need for changing up anything, you know, we could come back and ask for that, but don't anticipate it.
All right. So yeah, I've got a couple questions, and some of it I spoke to this morning with the auditor. And then getting back on your one slide, Cody, did you take all the pictures of your team there? Okay. All right. So getting back to the camera equipment stuff, I do support that because I look at the invoices and we're paying Midwest Marketing $5,000, we're paying Home Slice several thousand for other departments to go out and do these production pieces to help promote their agency and stuff, and we have the staff and the personnel. I think we should be doing that stuff in-house instead of outsourcing to the tune of thousands of dollars, some of that project work. So getting back to NeoGov, and I spoke a little bit about it this morning, and so the Tyler technology rollout, do you know what module or, so I know that they're doing payroll in there and I know that there is an HR module. And I think Cindy had talked about applicant tracking, and that's one of the add-ons you can have. But in the HR module, is that something you're familiar with? Has there been discussions about that? And so what is your knowledge of using HR and Tyler?
My knowledge is very limited. I do not know about the HR module. The applicant tracking, that this was a couple years ago that they demonstrated for us, but NeoGov is so much more powerful and resourceful. And we have, of course, then with NeoGov, we have the Attract module, which is really beneficial for recruitment. And so we opted out of what Tyler had for the application process because it just wasn't robust enough for us. But I do not know about the HR module.
All right. So could you work with the auditor and probably get Jordan to look at it? We're familiar with it. I mean, I used it previously, but it's that HR module with the payroll, and then you put in there, and Cindy, when I started talking about some of the stuff, it kind of rung a bell. But I believe this is something that her staff has been working on. But, and what I'm trying to get to is that we're all using, you know, kind of the same software that talks to each other so that we're not paying for redundant software when we've already bought licensing for one. And the HR module, the payroll HR and, you know, the Tyler and Code 10, whatever the version they're on, you know, is pretty good. And it goes back to setting personnel budgeting in there and then getting back to the ability to run the 1095s in there without out processing. You know, you're entering in all the benefit elections, all of those things, and you can run those reports, set all your job descriptions in there with budgeting and tied to, like I gave an example today, you know, we have 50 deputies, you go to enter, you're doing the in-processing, you go to enter the 51st deputy, or you go to advertise that job, and then you pull it up in here and go, am I authorized this FTE? Oh, sorry, Sheriff, you're only authorized 50 of these jobs, and can we have a conversation because I've already got it locked in my system, and then you have to go in and do an override because it's all tied to budget and finance. The other piece of that I'm seeing, and we haven't talked about it, I've just last month looked at the invoicing, And I've seen it where some departments, planning was one of them, I know highway, and I'm sure the sheriff's office has their own module. But on the timekeeping process, like some departments are buying their own licensing for Time Clock Plus. And one of the invoices I saw was like 4,000 and change for a subscription to Time Clock Plus. Okay, that's one department with not that many employees. And then another department is buying a subscription to, Time Clock Plus, a software. Somebody else is using a different method to account for time and attendance and reporting that for the payroll purpose. And so I do know that in the Tyler module, under the employee self-service, it has its own timekeeping module that everybody completes, and then you import that in when you're running that payroll. And so I would like to utilize the software we have instead of having each department go out there and go, I'm going to do my own software, and I'm going to do my own timekeeping, and then we're going to do imports. And I know that there was a discussion as to whether or not NeoGov would be able to import some of the data that you're collecting because you use NeoGov into the Tyler product. And so what's the status on that? Do you know?
Yes, that we are working, I think it's Ron is his name. We have a couple of Rons in the room. But anyway, he had a meeting scheduled for us last week, and that got canceled, and we're trying to get it rescheduled. And that is the sole purpose of that, is to understand as far as whether the two will talk, so that we can do that.
And has your office had any training on any of the Tyler product?
Just on accounts payable, accounts receivable, and then the employee self-service portal, that those trainings took place last week as well on either Monday or Wednesday, so we participated in that. We were very excited about seeing the employee self-service and would like to work with the auditor's office to get to the point where when we bring somebody in for orientation, they're already in the Tyler system because we do get NeoGov and Tyler to talk.
Right.
And then we would be able to use that to train the new hires on how to use what they call the ESS, Employee Self-Service
Right.
Module. And they could actually do their W-4 in that, as well as their direct deposit information.
And
So-
then they can make those changes in the employee self-service module for those things.
Correct.
So anyway, it's kind of getting to the point that we're buying software, that we know what it is, and the HR, when it's related to personnel in HR, the one that should know about that, and this is not a dig, but it is just saying HR should be a part of this process, and you as the HR director need to make sure that when there's an HR module or something, that you're informed, you're part of that process, part of the training on it, so that we can communicate that back to the employees about what the process is. And the one thing that I would like to look at, which I mentioned this morning, and again, another checkoff for Jordan, because I asked him to bring it up at department head meeting, and that is this timekeeping system that we're using in the organization. Now that we're going to Tyler, getting away from Springbrook, that we all try to get on the same page and use the software versus this individual licensing by department, so.
Correct. So I think one of the critical pieces of all of this as well is to make sure that the sheriff's office is getting into NeoGov and using it in the same manner that we do for the admin part.
Right. Okay. And while she's here, I mean, I know you've talked about it, but getting, the sheriff's office to, utilize NeoGov and those types of things. And it goes back to what I said a little bit earlier about, buildings and grounds and maintenance should be under buildings and grounds. And I do believe everything HR related in the county should be under the control of our HR director. And so we'll further talk about that as we go down the road. But I mean, like right now, we have a shut-off. Department heads just got notified last week, the ones that are doing HR. We've shut off Springbrook, and now we're going to change how we're entering employees into the system. And it's important that we are making sure that we're communicating that. And then it shows that the sheriff's office is not using NeoGov, but they are using NeoGov. And so that data is right there. And so anyway, it's just, we're an organization. We need to make sure that we're working together, getting back to, again, what Commissioner Adcock was speaking to a few minutes ago about making sure that we have the right people in the right places, sharing resources, looking at that consolidation of services, and making sure that we're doing the best we can and that we're not operating as independent silos throughout the organization. So, and that is really what HR and having HR throughout the organization, that's why it's so important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any other questions? Seeing none, I guess. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Go back to vacation, and I know there's a better place to be than here. My legs are killing me.
Yeah, these chairs are great, though.
These chairs are terrible.
I have to keep getting up because my legs
Yeah.
going freaking back.
You want to know about a bad chair? I think those chairs right out there might be the worst chair I've ever sat in my life.
These ones out here in the lobby.
Yeah, those chairs right there. As soon as you sit down, your back just gives way. Yeah, you're just continually trying to.
Jordan, are you up for bids?
I'm up if it's all good.
I like you because you talk fast, so.
I do, and I'm going to keep this pretty brief too. Instead of giving you guys an overview of what the commission office does, I'll probably skip that part and jump right into the 2026 budget requests and what is notable within first the commission office budget, and then I'll touch some of the other budgets that we haven't really covered in depth, but it's not necessarily the Board of Commissioners, budget.
Okay.
Scroll down to the right page. So I tried to keep the budget pretty conservative. What ended up happening, though, no matter what, is personnel services have increased from what was budgeted in 2025. The result of that is from changes in benefit elections of current employees, but also because we were no longer splitting an FTE with the auditor's office, and we technically did give a totally different job description that pays more than what was budgeted in 2025. So you will see an increase in that, and that is the most significant increase of the budget. Going to bring that up too, so I can speak to that. Operationally, we reduced a lot of our supplies and materials from 2025 because there was a lot programmed in there for the concourse move, and that is hopefully going to be completed before the 2026 budget hits. And so we put everything kind of back down to the normal levels that they were kind of 2024 and what's anticipated at least. That would have increased from that. Travel and conference, I used a 5-year average of what we were doing and looked at the peak years and said, I think I'm comfortable putting that back to essentially the 2024 levels. Repairs and maintenance, those are basically 2 maintenance agreements for our copier and for the mail machine. We may be getting a new mail machine for Concourse, but it's probably going to be a very similar model with similar costs associated with it. When I have more data on that, I'll definitely update it through the budget process. But
Going back to that mail machine, is that a lease mail machine, or is that one we buy and then just?
I'd have to look at the agreement specifically, but I'm pretty sure it's a lease purchase, I want to say. It's not one we purchased outright.
And I know at one time we were looking at bringing all the leases into the, because I believe we got leases all over.
We're all over
different.
the place.
We do. For the mail machines, though, I believe we've got the only one in the county. And so if we're going to add a second one, that's going to be easy to kind of combine those leases because we'll have just 2 of them and we'll be able to kind of control where that's going to go. I'm not sure what the cost split is going to be for it once we leave the administrative building here and head to Concourse, because some of the remaining offices here are probably still going to want it. And those will be discussions I'll have with the department heads to see where that ends up in the budget.
I was more concerned like copiers and that type of stuff.
And that is definitely something.
Those leases can get ugly if you don't know what you're doing with them.
Yep, department heads are all on board with doing that. It was brought forward by, the sheriff and the IT director, and like everyone just said, yes, we absolutely want to do this. We're looking at these lease agreements, and I don't know if it means we end up all on the same hardware, or if it's just the same company that we're leasing through, but leveraging our purchasing power is going to be critical to getting a great deal.
And in different companies and give us some bids on it and get it competitive, you'll notice a big difference in service.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Okay. The only other thing to talk about other than operations and the personnel, the personnel, I wanted to look at the exact number. It is a $72,000 increase over the adopted 2025 budget. It's a big one. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. Our operations category actually stayed rather flat because even though I reduced supplies and materials and all of that, we still have software that we've added. So we have to pay off Granicus, and then we're adding in Diligent. So for 1 year, we have to pay 2 contracts for digital agenda software that we're really going to be leaning towards just moving to using the one. But that does mean that that drops off in 2027. And then we had to pay the first half of the website, the new website contract, and then we'll have to pay the second half of that and the second year, all in 2026. And so I've kind of outlined in my memo exactly what those costs would be. And we're looking at.
I'll just open it up to questions for Jordan. I
Oh,
know
sure.
I've made several comments to
Mhm.
people that, you know, the department heads and everything, to use you as a resource. So, like a channel for all of us that we can, you know, so they go without asking for certain things or whatever, because it's trying to herd cats, trying to get us, so, but I'll open it to questions to.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the line items on the page of the budget.
Okay.
And consulting, and so we've got a consulting line item, and we didn't have it until 2023.
I believe what I'd looked up on that, because I tracked some of that history, noting the same thing, that is the Department of Legislative Audit's audit. That's our annual audit. It was not always taken out of that line item. I believe it was in a different one within the budget contracts. It was in contracts and moved to consulting. So that's what that is.
All right, and that's solely what it is, because we do an annual audit.
That line item is solely the annual audit, yes.
All right, could we call it then not consulting, but can we call it what it is?
I'm sure we can. I'd want to look at the whole chart of accounts and kind of make sure that we get consistency throughout all the different budgets that have that same line item. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we can probably.
I know there's one for it, I don't remember, I just know, you know, like when we paid for it, it wasn't called consulting. We had
Correct.
a line item for it.
Yes.
And then I'm looking, membership dues.
Mhm.
And so we've got 25, 33, 34, 42, 76, 76, 86. So what's included in membership dues?
In our membership dues, we pay the dues and fees to, I have to pull up that cheat sheet. I've got that one as well. We have the Elevate Rapid City annual dues portion is, I believe, $260. We've got the regional water system, I think that one dropped off when we started giving the $50,000. The Keystone Chamber of Commerce is $125. The Hill City Chamber of Commerce is $100. Wall Chamber is $50. Then the big ones. Then we're looking at the SDACC and NACO. That's all one bill now combined. And they had increased it, but it needed to increase another almost $8,000 this year due to the way that they calculate those fees based on population. And so we were looking at about $26,000 for, almost $27,000 for that one. And then the really, really big one is the Black Hills Council of Local Governments, also based on per capita. And it's going to be about $58,700 for that one.
So it's that one that I think, along with the other outside entities that we're funding, I don't see that as a due. I would like to see that in a different category pulled out of this budget. And it just goes into, because again, it's supplying, it's providing a service to the entire county and all the other entities, to include municipalities. And there's another line item in the budget when we capture these, and then again, it makes it easier to capture these outside agencies that we're funding. We're not required to fund it, but it is a good benefit. Getting back to Commissioner Roskinek's, you know, what are we getting back for, you know, when Jennifer Sitzma's here going, here's the money you spend, and this is all the money coming back to the community. But I think having that in a separate kind of budget where we're capturing these outside entities is a better way to track that. And I forgot when Eric Witcher was here to make a note, and I kind of understand why he's doing it, but he's got a separate budget for his witness fees.
Yeah, there is a witness budget that's all on its own, and it's both state's attorney witnesses and public defender witnesses. There are 2 line items in that. It's a witnesses budget, and then those 2 have individual line items within that budget.
And I think the witness thing on both ends should go back into their individual budgets, and we don't have a separate budget for that.
Okay, I'll look at all that stuff too. And again, I have a lot of questions on the chart of account that I'll be speaking to legislative audit about just to see
Yeah.
best practices and stuff
All
like
right,
that.
and it goes the same in this, you were saying it was in the dues, but now we've got down here under us, Western Dakota Regional Water. And I think, again, that should be another kind of outside entity in that category that we're funding, and
Yeah,
not in the commission budget.
And I think it makes the most sense, even from a legislative audit standpoint, to have those in the functional areas that they come from. So Western Dakota Regional Water could go under the functional, the functional area of conservation of natural resources. That makes sense of where we could put that. That would be under one of the 600s, kind of similar to your weed and pest, similar to your soil conservation districts, and it would have its own kind of budget
Right.
there. And then we would have for Black Hills Council of Local Governments, that could go under like urban and economic development, under that overarching functional area, and it would have kind of its own budget there. To put all of the outside agencies in one,
No.
I'm not sure how we
No,
would get
not
that
in
done.
one budget. You can have you can have the category in there, but you
Okay.
can have the different budget codes coming out as to where it's appropriate for that to be funded, but you can capture it.
Okay.
Kind of like in our budget that we did before, we had a roll-up at the back.
Right.
And then we had that, falling in
Yep.
there.
And yeah, I believe we can get all that consolidated throughout all the different budgets and make sure that everything is pulling from where it needs to, and then it'll also streamline some of our reporting.
Right, and then it's gonna be easier to track what we're funding to these outside entities, because if you look in these budgets, and I mean, grants to other agencies and all this other stuff, I mean, you gotta dig into these individual line items and then drop down into a subcategory, which is not here, it's internal to whatever department has that budget, to find out what is being funded there. Or there's another way to do it, just run your kind of vendor report as to who we're paying, and then go through and look at those. And anyway, I think it would just be easier as we're going through to finalize the budget, that we could look at that and go, here's the true number that we're funding to outside entities, and this is why we're doing it. And I do support, Western Dakota Water, I support Jennifer Sitzman and her organization. I mean, they do great things, but I just think where it's at in some of these budgets, that could be in a separate operational budget, that we could look at that and have a better detail as to where that money is going.
Way more transparent that way. So Commissioner Durr has met his time limit of speaking tonight, so.
I keep
Anybody
forgetting.
else have anything to say?
I've got a buzzer here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
on the witnesses, I don't recall why, but we were, at one point in time, we were asked to break that out.
Okay.
I don't remember if that request came from UJS or where it
Okay.
came from.
I'll make sure that I get the answer before
Yes.
we start making any moves and,
Yeah, even in the UJS budget, they have, witness
They
stuff
do.
in there, and they have that. But typically, you would want it, and I don't know why they would want to split it out, but again, getting back to it, even if it's just like Scott Guffey putting together his weed and pest budget back into his natural resources, even when we had some of those funds that we were billing on some of those contracts, it can still be in that budget, but that line item is going to be tied to wherever you're going to pull that money from, and that's just an internal switch when you're setting up the financials, and then you can run that report to see exactly where that was at, so you could track and bill, just like we would go back on a FEMA disaster, and then you would have the highway department that was going out and doing mitigations on FEMA, and then you would give them a code and say, use this code, and then every department was using that code, it had a part of it, you run that report, even though you're pulling that operational expense out of multiple departments, you run the report, and that's what we would submit to FEMA for
That's kind of what we're
reimbursement.
trying to achieve here, is to find, if we run that report, we got everything that's in that.
Yeah, it's
But
just
it
a
can be-
matter,
It
right.
could come out of different departments.
It's, right, and no different, I mean, we have in getting back to what you mentioned this morning, we already have, which I'm not a fan of, but, we're doing cross-billing between departments and pulling funds. And so, for example, highway department, I could have joked with him this morning, I don't get any general fund money. Well, you do, because you're charging 20 cents a gallon administrative fee to everybody that pumps a gallon of gas in the other departments out there, so.
And he's getting the treasury department to collect all his revenue for him.
Well, that's just the way it is.
Hey, more.
So apparently, some of these meetings I've not been invited to because we have a liquor expenditure of $1,200.
What? Hold on.
Hey, I haven't been, Joan.
Oh, I got
Joan's
it.
trying to explain
Yeah,
that.
no,
Watch
yeah,
this.
I got it.
That's publishing for the public hearings.
Liquor
for
licenses.
Liquor licenses.
You silly
Yeah.
Billy.
Good catch there.
Yeah, I looked at that too, and I'm like,
Hey,
oh, I know
she was
what,
right on
I know
that
what
one.
that is.
That wasn't for the board, that was internally for our
Better
office.
check that receipt out, I have a
Right.
feeling. We could have been in Hill City at the Moonshine Club up there.
Rochford.
So, Jordan, what are we doing with contingency of 175? We're not putting it in the budget anymore?
Oh, no, that's in the budget. It is actually, it's a placeholder in the budget. It's a different budget from the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners budget number is 111, contingency is 112.
Are we
And
gonna
so,
end up taking contingency out of our budgets and putting it in some kind of general fund?
Okay. So the contingency is set at what Jordan was talking about. I'll just let him explain it.
oh, okay. So the contingency was set at basically the same levels as before. We can still try to put together a capital outlay fund or some fund for projects that basically takes the place of reserve accumulations if that's the way the board wants to go. I think it's still wise to have contingency programmed in at some point in the budget because instead of doing budget supplements, you can actually just transfer from contingency without a hearing. And so you don't have to follow the same formal process because you're not increasing the budget. The budget stays the same. You just move the budget from there. And this is the way that state statute allows us to do that, is they allow for a contingency up to, I want to say 5% of your expenditures. And then you just transfer that budget from the contingency budget to wherever the expenditures are going to be. So the contingency budget, I don't know if you guys, well, that's why I left it off, because it has no expenditures that go into it. It only has budget transfers that come out of it. And so without tracking what those were for, you wouldn't really know just by looking at the budget.
So is that how we're gonna start doing the more transfers, like the 28 transfers that were done last year or whatever, or this year already? I can't remember if it was last year or this year. Is it gonna go through the auditor's office in a contingency to take out of the general fund, or how's that?
That
new
would be up to the
transfer?
board.
Right.
If you guys wanted to handle it the way, that way.
So, you know, my thought process on this, instead of departments, which they do, and again, I mean, you know, a couple of them spoke to it this morning, departments will build in kind of like a worst-case scenario. And then they're putting that money in their budgets and they're going, just like, you know, I hit Joe up this morning and going, you're $100,000 over budgeted on overtime. And so, you know, they put in these, you know, contingencies a little bit within their own budgets. What if? Because if something happens, you know, none of them want to come back in front of the commission and say, I need a supplement to my budget because this happened and I overspent. They would rather be overfunded so that, getting back to your point, Commissioner Hadcock, that they can absorb that within their budget if they have a little bit of that padding in their budget. We are now to the point where we cannot allow departments to carry that contingency within their budgets. So our $175,000 contingency that the county has currently been operating under has not been utilized because the county has chosen to do budget supplements for some of these projects that have been planned. And so when you look at the 5-year history of what was actually budgeted and what was spent, you're seeing a delta of 8 million. Then you have to go back, and that delta is coming back from, you know, I didn't put it in my budget to buy a bus of 800,000, but I have it off the books in my reserve accumulation. And so I've been adding that reserve accumulation of 100,000, let's just say, that gets zeroed out on January like the auditor spoke to, so they can't spend it. And then on the books, which she passed out to us yesterday, and then you're showing in by year how much we're putting in those reserve accumulations. And then, like right now, then you're going to see, which has already happened, where the sheriff came in and then bought that bus. Okay, that dollar amount was not in the budget for this year. He bought the bus, and then we did a budget supplement to move that money, basically, that was off, I'm just going to say off the books, off the financials, but on a spreadsheet saying we have assigned the reserve accumulations to be utilized for this. Now's the time to pull the trigger. I do not like that. I want to get away from that, and I would rather put the money in the budget, and then we're not doing the budget supplements because the money is in the budget. But when you get down to those situations where something does happen, and we have a roof project we didn't plan on, we have something come up, that, in my mind, that 175, once you start tightening up departmental budgets and taking those dollars and that opportunity away from them, and you're saying, we're going to manage the risk at this level, at the commission level, we're going to manage the risk, but to be able to do that, we need to up our contingency a little bit from that 175 and let it sit there, and then we have control over how that's going to be utilized, if that makes sense.
Yep, because the assigned and unassigned and restricted I always got, but assigned and unassigned didn't make sense to me because you couldn't track it good enough. I mean, not that Cindy wasn't tracking it good enough, but it just coming in and saying, okay, we put this on unassigned or assigned. What's the balance in the whole account of assigned, unassigned, and what are you taking out of it, and what's left to that's in assigned and unassigned? So pretty soon you just have, like I said, we wouldn't have known. So what
Right.
happened is, and again, when you're absorbing stuff in your budgets, and then you come for supplements, for commissioners trying to run a budget that way became impossible. Maybe not for the auditor's office, but for us to see what happened in the long run, or what's happening in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, to see if we are over budgeting. It'd be nice to know if we budgeted 131, if we're starting to move past that in supplements or other things, and I never really saw that. And that might not be from Cindy, maybe that she just didn't think we needed to track it that way, or the commission didn't.
Well-
But it'd be nice when you start going over that amount that's budgeted, and then you also start looking at, okay, where did you exactly absorb it into your budget?
Right.
When they said absorb, or why did you have to supplement when you have this much in your budget? So some of that I couldn't differentiate
Right.
because of assigned, unassigned, and then reserves, and then we had bonding, and we had everything else. And Jordan, I'll just say, I'm glad you joined the commission office, because it's a better explanation of what's happening with budgets. And we used to do this to a certain extent in this way, and then we changed it. But just from seeing city and seeing how a budget was done, and then a budget that was less than done, it's hard to track whether you're a city council or a county commissioner if you don't have all the numbers.
Right.
So then when you see something, you're going, okay, we're guessing. So it's nice to see some of that. Now, to be fair to Cindy, we could have asked all that, but we just followed the process from before. So it's nice to have someone come in and say, no, actually, when you do budget, this is what it should be like. It should show all the numbers. And then it also put us on notice for the staff, the 17 department heads, how we like seeing the process. So it's not hidden in any way, and there's always transparency to the public. That's the main thing. So thank you for joining our team, because I didn't know your capabilities, I'll tell you at first. I saw, and what I was talking about is a book that from Meade County was given to me, and I told Durr, I want evidence-based of what Jordan could do before I believe that Jordan could change our budget. I'm just that kind of person, trust but verify. He showed me the book, and I went, holy cow. So, been wanting to see that in our budget and how that changed, and I think we tried to ask those questions sometimes, but some people didn't have that capabilities to do some of this that you're doing, and I think it's our job. I think when we brought you in for budget, that is our job. It's our job to watch the budget. So some people that said we shouldn't be doing financials and we shouldn't, actually, we should. And when we do those financials, we need to have them broken out from our commission office, and so when the other departments need help with some of that stuff, your analytical process, take my word for it, is not, it's very rare. And to make a point, I'm going to feel your ego a little bit. To make a point, I talked to Kenner, and I said, Kenneth, why are you doing this with us? Why are you being on our team? He said that, Jordan, I went to school, I'm going to be up straight, I went to school for 4 years for what I'm doing, and Jordan taught me in 6 months what I learned, more than I learned in 4 years in college. So that just kind of trusted but verified some of that stuff, and that you were a good boss. So those two things, and having a combination of a team that has a trust and analytical mind of how Pennington County can move forward. I always like moving forward in a positive direction, and anything we could be more transparent and more customer service to the public is always good. And I'm gonna just tell you, be up straight. The last 2 years, I didn't feel part of this team. I didn't feel like I had enough information to make good decisions. And I'll be up straight. We didn't really get to make those because it was 3-2 vote. So nothing on Gary or Ron, but just on general. If we had more information, I think the decisions up here would have been made differently through this process, what we're seeing today. So thank you.
And yeah, just one final comment for me, getting back to, this reserve accumulation thing. I did talk to Cindy about this last year, and this has been something that Pennington County has done for decades. And so it's been a long-standing practice. Cindy mentioned that this was something that was set up under the previous auditor.
Right.
And this is just something that got continued on. And like I said this morning, there's nothing, it meets all the financial tests and it meets all the, statutory requirements of everything we have to do. It's just, my point about this, we need to look at what everybody is talking about for reserve accumulations over the next 5 years, and we're gonna have to maybe reprioritize that a little bit. And, I don't know what'll happen. I'm assuming it's gonna be, I think Brian has got his first, if he's still scheduled, I think the sheriff said his first public meeting on the jail was July 15th.
I believe so.
Okay, and then if that's the case, we need to make sure that that's noticed on the county calendar. If you could verify that it is, because I plan on going, and I'm not sure, how many other commissioners plan on going to that meeting. Okay, and then, but again, we need to talk about a lot of what is driving our expense is public safety and all the costs associated with it. And then looking, obviously, in the next, throughout the summer, the sheriff will have some discussions with us about, what it looks like for the jail project. So not unlike like I said, the legislature looking at the state pen, the jail project, and what we have to do for public safety is going to be, kind of a priority for me as to, what the final budget looks like. So, but I appreciated all the information that everybody put together for this, and I thought it was great. So.
This says executive session, but I'm assuming there's none. I just want to thank my colleagues for having a productive, it's a start, but I'm hoping that all this information, on this computer is all available for us to digest. Obviously, when we set that budget, that's what sets that mill levy for the county's piece, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I prefer not to use reserves to balance. I would prefer not to use any reserves to balance our budget and so I don't know what that's gonna take to do that. Obviously, we're just gonna have to look at all the options of where we are of synergies and efficiencies and, where we can combine services within our buildings, what we think. We got all the numbers now. Just down to what everybody's spending on every little thing. And so when one of us leaves here, whatever the next commissioner that comes in should be able to just, hopefully this will carry on and they'll be able to make good decisions based on this information, based upon the 5-year averages. And it's kind of cool to be able to, I know you're a nerd about this, Ron, about cost per square foot and all, but I like that stuff too, because it kind of gives you comparisons. And when you start comparing some of these employees per FTE for their, whatever their average wages, you're going to be interested. I've been doing a little bit of that as we're sitting
Not
here.
this year, but I've done it before.
Yeah, so once we get that in there, that's going to be interesting too, because then you'll know which departments are, we're evidently prioritizing as higher wages and stuff for all that good stuff, so.
So if I, just roughly, I think total expenditures are 128 million. Total revenue is 126 million. There's roughly 1.9 million discrepancy, if I read that right.
Yes.
So the revenue, so the expenditures, I can understand that, but how off can the projected revenues be?
Well, the mill levy's gonna be the same, but the projected, the liens could be different. Obviously the liens that are paid off, like we were talking about with, Eric. That number could change. I'm trying to think, we could go
Yeah,
through
I
it.
didn't, and again, I didn't, it's a lot of information to get through, and even I didn't dumpster dive into all the revenue. I just know, like, with what Jordan spoke about, because you can look at, what I would point you back to look at is the overall county revenue projections and look at how we performed. And like, if you look at what Jordan had mentioned, and I think in one of those years, maybe the treasurer projected interest at 500 and some thousand, 512, something like that, and we came in at 5 million.
So the mill levy, so once we know the total assessed value of the county, which I think we do know, and we know what the budget's gonna be or what we need.
Yep.
Then you got the mill levy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And,
go ahead.
yeah, yesterday I did, I asked for 10 years of mill levy history, and the auditor sent that to Jordan and I yesterday. And so we got the 10 years of the mill levy to look at and look at some of those things. And I mean, I would like to get to, trying to get everything projected on revenue and be as close as we can so that we're not that far off when you're projecting what we're going to apply for cash, if that's the case. Because I would rather try to get to that balanced budget, revenue and expenditures equalizing, so.
Without an application of
Without that we're
cash.
going to show that we're going to have to apply cash to
Right.
these various funds.
Thank you.
And I mean, we are, the will tax, I know wasn't popular, but I mean, that will tax helping fund the highway department has really saved on the county's general fund obligations to highway, and the fact that the highway department is operating solely off their restricted funds with the money that you're saying the treasurer is giving him. And so the fact that that our highway department is operating off of, those restricted fund revenues and that the general fund is not supplementing that is huge. Because, I mean, you're talking about, a $2 to $3 million project, and then you've got to move that money out of the general fund, and we're very fortunate we don't have to do that, so.
And if I was Joe, I'd be over here getting that line shorter, collect that money. Because she's not, I mean, the rest of the county, basically, the people that are paying again to have their money collected. That 0.25% is like 40 grand in revenue. That's what,
Right.
that doesn't even pay for a half an FTE over there.
No, but why do you think the state has surpluses?
Well, yeah, there you go, yeah.
They get the sales tax and they get the revenue coming from the counties on these different programs that we're performing.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, are we striving for a particular reserve number?
We haven't really talked about it. I mean, looking at, maybe we should look back at the numbers that we had in the past. I think that number was pretty big there for a while, like.
It's about 18 to 20 is what you guys were doing.
Yeah, 20 is what we was shooting for. The first year I came on the commission, it was 13, so.
Yeah, and I think you guys have met it.
Yeah, we essentially have.
The
I think
GFOA
20
does
is a
recommend
reasonable
20%,
number. I
but
mean,
That's kind of where I was at.
Okay.
but we can't overspend our budget and then expect to have that available.
Highway hasn't received anything from the general fund since 2016.
Oh, well, I mean, they get everything that the Treasury Department, they get all the percentages from that, plus the wheel tax. I think the last time I looked, it was $3.5 to $5 million for the wheel tax.
Yeah,
And
but
then
they had
they're-
lost, from 16 to 20, they had lost $2.5 million a year that they had been getting from the general fund.
Really?
But when the first wheel tax was passed, then they didn't allow them to take the general fund, even though it was referred, and the wheel tax didn't come on.
It's 2 million.
So they're getting, I'll read this to you again, just to let you guys sleep on this one, but the states, so everything that goes through the Treasury Department, 54% goes to the state.
Yep.
22.5% to the county road and bridge fund. That doesn't go in our general fund.
No.
14% to local government, the county highway fund.
Yep.
So the county highway department is getting 36.5%. 5% to the city, the municipality. And 1.75% to the state motor vehicle fund, whatever that is. And then 1/4% to the county treasurer. That number is minuscule, not even, and then 2.5% to the state special revenue fund.
I think he said 5.
Yeah, but what's that?
Did you, is that off the licensing?
County license fund, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realize the municipality's got anything.
So, I mean, when we talk, I was thinking when they had the big lines out there that they were actually getting funded for some of that. I think she does get funded for the out-of-state stuff.
No, she's getting that, kind of administrative fee for
Like a
processing.
$50 fee or something, so.
Yeah, it's a $100 fee. Half goes to the state, half stays with the.
Of course,
Your
so,
property taxes, your property tax is only 26% to us, 27, 17 or something like that to the city, and then the schools are 53, we collect them all.
which, when you look at the property tax, that's roughly around $60 million, give or take.
Right, that's our share.
Not even half the budget.
No, that's just our share, that's not the
Right.
whole total.
Right, our
That's
share, but then you go back, and again, I mean, look at the revenue about intergovernmental revenues, et cetera, and then, we're getting grants and we're getting these other things, but it goes back to, just like our levy, I mean, so even on our levy, there is a secondary road levy. And so all those rural roads that are secondary roads, by miles, we have a levy, and that all goes to the highway department.
And that's outside of the municipality
Yeah,
or something like
so
that.
that all goes to the highway department, and then you have to track that because you have to show whatever you've collected, that you actually spent that on the secondary roads, and so legislative audit comes in and then looks at all of those expenditures in the highway department to make sure they met the statutory requirements of the money that we were collecting, that we actually spent it on that. Hence, that's why they have restricted funds, so that you couldn't look and go, okay, he's built up $12 million. I want to do a project here and then pull that money out and put it in the general fund. And that's why you're very careful, if you have to put money into a restricted fund, you wait until, November, December to see if they actually need that money in the fund. Because once you move it out of the general fund and put it in there, and then they go, oh, I didn't do a project of $1 million. And so now they're sitting on that $1 million in their fund that we cannot pull back, so.
So do you believe, or do you know, the county road bridge fund, the local government highway fund, and those funds, are they restricted funds?
Yes.
So there's no,
Tax and stuff, yeah.
there's no way of reimbursing the Treasury Department for the amount of money it costs, $2 million to collect all this stuff.
Well, you look at our number of roads, I think it's about 900, 127 bridges.
And we're behind.
Probably
on
not
bridges.
anything there anyway, either
No.
way.
I mean, again, you look at it, we can't, we have a hard time funding everything. And then again, I mean, you can go look at some of the counties where they're spending 55% of a highway department budget is coming from the general fund to supplement those restricted funds that are not getting enough revenue to do the work.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Just so the legislators can sit in their little ivory towers and talk about everything and never accomplish a thing.
Okay, Ron, you can talk about this afterwards. Motion to adjourn.
All right, sorry.
So move.
A motion from Ross Connect, second from Hadcock.
So what color is Impella?
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
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 Opposed, same sign here, none, motion carries.
A legislative task force today.